The Religious System of the Amazulu. By Henry Callaway. Unkulunkulu. Or, the tradition of creation as existing among the Amazulu and other tribes of South Africa. Unkulunkulu is no longer known. 1 It is he who was the first man. 2 He broke off 3 in the beginning. 4 We do not know his wife. And the ancients do not tell us that he had a wife. 5 We hear it said, that Unkulunkulu broke off 6 the nations from Utlanga. 7 It is said he sent a chameleon, he said to it, Go, chameleon, go and say, Let not men die. The chameleon set out. It went slowly, it loitered in the way, and as it went, it ate of the fruit of a tree, which is called Utikxo. 9 At length Unkulunkulu sent a lizard 10 after the chameleon, when it had already set out for some time. The lizard went. It ran and made great haste, for Unkulunkulu had said, Lizard, when you have arrived, say, Let men die. So the lizard went, and said, I tell you, it is said, Let men die. The lizard came back again to Unkulunkulu, before the chameleon had reached his destination, the chameleon which was sent first, which was sent, and told to go and say, Let not men die. At length it arrived and shouted, saying, It is said, Let not men die. But men answered, Oh! We have heard the word of a Bantu the lizard, it has told us the word, it is said, Let men die. We cannot hear your word. Through the word of the lizard, men will die. 11 Unkulunkulu gave men Amatongo. 12 He gave them doctors for treating disease, and diviners, he gave them medicines to treat diseases occasioned by the Amatongo. 13 Unkulunkulu said, If a man is being affected by the Amatongo, you shall kill a bullock and laud the Amatongo, the man will get well if he has been affected by the Amatongo. He said, You will see also by night, you will dream. The Amatongo will tell you what it is it wishes. He said, It will also tell you the bullock it would have killed. The Amatongo dwells with the great man, he who dreams is the chief of the village. It says, Should you kill a bullock, the man will get well. The bullock which the Amatongo mentions is killed, and although people were thinking that the man would die, he gets well, and so it is clear that the man was affected by the Amatongo. The gall bladder is taken from the bullock, and the man has the gall poured on him. They give praise and say, In order that we may see that it is the Amatongo, let us see him get well this very day, and at the very dawn of tomorrow eat meat. So we shall see that it is the Amatongo. On the other hand, we shall not admit in our hearts that it is the Amatongo, we shall say, It is disease only, there is no Amatongo in his body. If we see that it is the Amatongo, we shall see it by his getting well, and so we shall give thanks. Then we will kill many cattle, and laud the Amatongo, and see that the Amatongo of our house is good. Ugways Mdunga, and Alala. The old men say that Unkulunkulu is Umvalankanji. 14 For they say he came out first, they say he is the Utlanga from which all men broke off. 15 The old men say that Unkulunkulu is. 16 He made the first men, the ancients of long ago. 17 The ancients of long ago died, there remain those who had been begotten by them, sons, by whom we hear that there were ancients of long ago who knew the breaking off of the world. 18 They did not know Unkulunkulu. They did not see him with their eyes, they heard it said that Unkulunkulu was. He came out where men broke off from Utlanga. He begot the ancients of long ago, they died and left their children, they begot others, their sons, they died. They begot others, thus we at length have heard about Unkulunkulu. It was our ancestors who told us the accounts of Unkulunkulu and of the ancients of long ago. Tell me if at the present time there are any who pray to Unkulunkulu. There are none. They pray to the Amatongo, they honor them that they may come and save them. Who are the Amatongo? The Amadlozi, men who have died. When they have died, they change again and become Amatongo, and crawl on their belly, and so the old men call a dead man so changed an Amatongo. It is called a snake. Izinyanga 19 is the name of the snake. When a man is ill, they go to a doctor to divine, and it is said, the Amatongo have come to ask for cattle, that a bullock should be killed. The flesh of the slaughtered bullock is put together in a hut, that the Amatongo may eat. The door is shut, and the people do not eat the meat at the time, but on the morrow. In the evening boys sleep in the hut and watch the meat. In the morning the flesh is boiled, and men assemble to eat the head. They then separate and go to their own villages, and those of the family where the bullock has been killed remain. Then the breast is boiled, which will be eaten by the chieftainesses and by the people of the family. All the bones of the bullock are collected, and the owner of the cattle burns them, that wizards may not take them, and apply medicines to them and injure the man who was sick, and he become ill again. 20. It was said at first before the arrival of missionaries, if we asked, by what were the stones made? They were made by Unkulunkulu. It is said that we men came out of a bed of reeds. 21 Where we had our origin. 22 When we asked, by what was the sun made, they said, by Unkulunkulu. For we used to ask when we were little, thinking that the old men knew all things which are on the earth, yet forsooth they do not know. But we do not contradict them, for neither do we know. When we were with the Dutch they did not tell us that there is a Lord above, but they said that we black people should be burnt. And that we have no spirit. 23 But are like a dog, which has no spirit. The ancients used to say before the arrival of the missionaries, that all things were made by Unkulunkulu, but they were not acquainted with his name. 24 But they lived by worshipping 25 snakes, and they still worship them, they do not yet hear, and even now when the missionaries speak, they say, it is a fable, a plaything. They do not admit that what is spoken is the truth. When they slaughter cattle, they first praise the snake, and then the bullock is killed. When it is killed they skin it, and a little of the fat 26 is taken, and put in the upper part of the hut on a sherd, and fire is placed on it. When the flesh of the bullock burns, the Amatongo eat, if they do come to eat the flesh of a bullock. The flesh of the bullock is taken and put in a house. One man stays in the house where the flesh is put, for it is said the Amatongo will come and eat flesh. But in the morning we do not see where the Amadlozi have eaten. We see the limbs of the bullock all there, and the meat that was on the sherd has not been eaten by anything, it remains just as it was, we do not see any that has been eaten. But when we ask, what do the Amadlozi eat? For in the morning we still see all the meat, the old men say, the Amatongo lick it. And we are unable to contradict them, but are silent, for they are older than we, and tell us all things, and we listen. For we are told all things, and assent without seeing clearly whether they are true or not. When a snake comes into a house it is not killed, they say, it is the Adlozi of so-and-so, mentioning the name of a man who is dead. It is said the snake came out of him at his death. It is left, and remains always in the house. They take a goat and sacrifice it, sacrificing to the snake. No one sees it when it goes away. When black men are on a journey they honor the snake. When a man is injured and gets well, he kills a bullock, for he thanks the Adlozi, thinking that it has saved him. When a man obtains cattle also, he thanks the snake, thinking it is the snake which has given him many cattle. A man whose father is dead, when he is about to kill a bullock, worships his father, praying him to look on him continually, and give him all that he wishes, and give him cattle and corn, everything. When a man is ill, they inquire of diviners. The diviner comes and tells them to eat a bullock. And they eat a bullock, the diviner saying that the man will get well. If when they have eaten the bullock he does not get well, but dies, they say, he is summoned by those who are beneath. 27 They say, he has been killed by the Amadlozi because they wish the man to go and dwell with them. When anyone dies among black men, they lament very much and make a great noise. And when he is buried, all his things are taken, and a large fire kindled to burn them, not a single thing which he wore on his body is left, all is burnt, for they are afraid to wear the property of a dead man. Ufulatila Sidol. I end the speech of black men, when a man does a wonderful thing which other men cannot do, or brings a bad matter to a good issue, men say, oh. Go to. The people of Unsando 28 do thus. Or if the heaven rains excessively great torrents, and causes wonder, it is also constantly said, how the heaven of Unsando rains. And of the earth also, if it is hard to dig, it is said, "Oh, how hard it is, the earth of Unsando." Besides also, if there is a very handsome man, whom people like to make a wonder, they say, "Oh, how beautiful he is, a man of Unsando." 29. Again, if an army goes out to invade another king, it is said of kings, "Oh, no, they are kings of Unsando, for in the time of first fruits and in the time of winter they lead out their army." Again, men say it of women, for women have their characteristics, and the men say, "Oh, no, women of Unsando." So finally we hear that Unsando is, as it were, a man by the saying which is used, "Unsando died uttering this his last word," those are men because they are so and so. 30. Therefore we say that this Unsando is the same as Unkulunkulu, who, we say, died, on account of that saying, "Unsando died uttering his last word," it is he indeed, and not another. But some say that Unsando is nothing more than the last word of a matter, it has no allusion to a fact, but the use of this saying sets at naught that word of theirs, and brings out a person. But I have omitted one thing about this word Unsando. We cannot say it had its origin in a particular tribe, it is a word which was in constant use when we were born, it is not a new word, it is very old, we do not know its age. Umpengulambanda. In illustration and confirmation of the above I insert the following. Returning from the Umzimkulu with a young Yabaka for my guide, I availed myself of the opportunity to discover whether there existed among the Amabaka the same traditions as among the Amazulu. I therefore requested him to tell me what he knew about the tradition of the chameleon. He told me the ordinary tale, but instead of saying it was sent by Unkulunkulu, he said, "Kwa tunua unwaba," there was sent a chameleon. I inquired by whom it was sent. He replied, "By Unsando." And who was he? He was he who came out first at the breaking off of all things, Ekadabukani Kwazintozank. Explain what you mean by Ekadabukani. When this earth and all things broke off from Uthlanga. What is Uthlanga? He who begot, Zala, Unsando. You do not mean then a reed, such as those in that bed of reeds in the valley? No, but Uthlanga who begot Unsando. Where is he now? Oh, he exists no longer. As my grandfather no longer exists, he too no longer exists, he died. When he died, there arose others, Unsando, who were called by other names. Uthlanga begot Unsando, Unsando begot the ancestors. The ancestors begot the great-grandfathers begot the grandfathers, and the grandfathers begot our fathers, and our fathers begot us. 31. Are there any who are called Uthlanga now? Yes. Are you married? Yes. And have children? Yebwa. Umina Ngi Uthlanga. Yes. It is I myself who am an Uthlanga. Because you have become the father of children? Yes, I am an Uthlanga on that account. As he said this he tapped himself on his breast. But for my part one say they speak truly 32 who say that Unkulunkulu is named Umbalankanji. But as for what they say respecting his having a wife, I have not heard of it. What I have heard is this, that men sprang from Unkulunkulu, as if he made them because he existed, before them. 33 It was not said that Unkulunkulu had a wife. This is what we know. And as regards worship, they speak truly who say, he was not worshipped. 34 And I agree with them. For it is not worship, when people see things, as rain, or food, such as corn, and say, yes, these things were made by Unkulunkulu. But no such word has come to them from him as this, I have made for you these things that you might know me by them. He made them that men might eat and see them and nothing more. Afterwards they had power to change those things, that they might become the Amatongos. They took them away from Unkulunkulu. 35. At first we saw that we were made by Unkulunkulu. But when we were ill we did not worship him, nor ask anything of him. We worshipped those whom we had seen with our eyes, their death and their life amongst us. So then we began to ask all things of the Amadlozi, whether corn, or children, or cattle, or health. By that it began to be evident that Unkulunkulu had no longer a son 36 who could worship him. There was no going back to the beginning, for people increased, and were scattered abroad, and each house had its own connections. There was no one who said, "For my part one am of the house of Unkulunkulu." To us black men Unkulunkulu is as a stalk of maize. It may produce the ear, it be plucked, and the stalk be left, and decay in the place where it grew. The grains of the cob are Unkulunkulu of houses, which now worship those only of their own family according to the order of their growth on the cob. 37 It is on this account that the praise-giving names of Unkulunkulu are lost. And the king which is above 38 we did not hear of him, first, from white men. In summer time, when it thunders, we say, "The king is playing." 39 And if there is one who is afraid, the elder people say to him, "It is nothing but fear. What thing belonging to the king have you eaten?" This is why I say, that the Lord of whom we hear through you, we had already heard of before you came. But he is not like that Unkulunkulu who, we say, made all things. But the former we call a king, for we say, he is above. Unkulunkulu is beneath, the things which are beneath were made by him. We said nothing about that king which is above but that which we say to a man who is afraid, "What have you injured which belongs to the king?" We know that he who has sinned against him is struck by him. 40 But we know nothing that can save us from being smitten. Neither do we see in what respect we have sinned either in his sight or in that of Unkulunkulu. We say, we are righteous, for all that we do we were permitted to do by Unkulunkulu. 41. And as regards that heavenly king whom we knew because the heaven thundered, saying, "The king is playing," we do not say also that he springs from Unkulunkulu. We say that Unkulunkulu was first, we do not know what belongs to that king. There remained 42 that word only about the heaven, we know nothing of his mode of life, nor of the principles of his government. His smiting is the only thing we knew, because we said to a man who was afraid, "Why are you afraid when the king is playing for his own pleasure? What sin have you done in his sight?" That is all. There is no connection between our knowledge of Unkulunkulu and of him. For we can give some account of what belongs to Unkulunkulu, we can scarcely give any account of what belongs to the heavenly king. We know much of what belongs to Unkulunkulu, for he was on this earth, and we call give an account of matters concerning him. The sun and moon we referred to Unkulunkulu together with the things of this world. And yonder heaven we referred to Unkulunkulu. But we did not say that the heaven belonged to this king, although he dwells there, for we said all was made by Unkulunkulu. It is not proper, because we now hear from you about that king of heaven, that we should begin to say all is his, as though that belonged to our original opinions. 43 That knowledge is theirs who tell us. For our parts, we used not to say that the king of heaven made all things, we said that Unkulunkulu alone made them. And we black men, although some missionaries tell us that this king and that Unkulunkulu is the same, did not say that Unkulunkulu was in heaven, we said, he came to be 44 and died, that is all we said. Umpengulambanda. When black men say Unkulunkulu or Uthlanga or the Creator they mean one and the same thing. But what they say has no point, it is altogether blunt. 45 For there is not one among black men, not even the chiefs themselves, who can so interpret such accounts as those about Unkulunkulu as to bring out the truth, that others too may understand what the truth of the matter really is. But our knowledge does not urge us to search out the roots of it, we do not try to see them. If anyone thinks ever so little, he soon gives it up, and passes on to what he sees with his eyes. And he does not understand the real state of even what he sees. Such then is the real facts as regards what we know about Unkulunkulu, of which we speak. We say we know what we see with our eyes. But if there are any who see with their hearts, they can at once make manifest our ignorance of that which we say we see with our eyes and understand too. As to our primitive condition and what was done by Unkulunkulu we cannot connect them with the course of life on which we entered when he ceased to be. The path of Unkulunkulu, through our wandering, has not, as it were, come to us. It goes yonder whither we know not. But for my part one should say, if there be anyone who says he can understand the matters about Unkulunkulu, that he knows them just as we know him, to wit, that he gave us all things. But so far as we see, there is no connection between his gift and the things we now possess. So then, if anyone says he knows all about Unkulunkulu, meaning that he knows them by means of what we see, I should say it would be well for him to begin where we begin, and travel by the path we know until he comes to us. For we say, Unkulunkulu, the first outcomer, gave us all things, and that he gave them to us and also made us men, in order that we should possess the things which he made for us. 46. I say then that there is not one amongst us who can say that he knows all about Unkulunkulu, for we say, truly we know nothing but his name, but we no longer see his path which he made for us to walk in. 47 All that remains is mere thought about the things which we like. 48 It is difficult to separate ourselves from these things, and we make him a liar, for that evil which we like of our own accord, we adhere to with the utmost tenacity. If anyone says, it is not proper for you to do that, if you do it you will disgrace yourself, yet we do it, saying, since it was made by Unkulunkulu, where is the evil of it? Just as we married many wives saying, how? We cannot deny ourselves as regards the abundance 49 which Unkulunkulu has given us, let us do just what we like. And if we wish to enter into sin, we enter into it in his name, and are like people who are in possession of his word. But we do not really possess it, but do our own will only, doing it in his name, but we have no union with Unkulunkulu, nor with that which he wished we should do by creating us. We black men could not see the greatness of Unkulunkulu, nor that he loved us by creating us. And we worship 50 him when we eat and are filled, or when we get drunk, or do our own will in matters in which we love to have our own will. And are now like children who have no father or mother, who have their own wills about things which they would not do, if their father and mother were still living, but they do it, for they imagine they are in a wilderness where no one can see them. This is the way in which we worship Unkulunkulu. When anyone would find fault with us, asking us why we do so and so, we should say to him at once, but since you say it is not proper that this thing should be done, why did Unkulunkulu create what is evil? And the other is silent. That is how we worship him. We do not worship him by praying Unkulunkulu to keep us ever in his path, that we might never forget it, but we now worship him by drunkenness and a greedy pursuit of those things which we do by our own wickedness. 51. But there are no praise-giving names with which we praise him similar to the great number of them, with which we praise the Amadlozi. For my part, then, if anyone says, yes, if you seek the path of Unkulunkulu, I am still acquainted with it, I should say, oh, the matter, forsooth, is now set in order, now we shall see where we separated from Unkulunkulu. And perceive too what we meant by saying, Unkulunkulu made these things because they are good. For my part one say that Unkulunkulu is no longer like the Creator, for we sin in his name, and maintain that he made all evil for us. But it is not so, but it now appears to be so, because it is now difficult to separate ourselves from those things, and we are helped by saying, oh, it is no matter, although they say I have done wrong. But I say Unkulunkulu was unable to create what is evil, and although they say it is evil, it is really good. This, then, is what I maintain, if anyone says he understands all about Unkulunkulu. I say all men would be glad to go to the man who says this to see him and to hear him, for in process of time we have come to worship the Amadlozi only, because we knew not what to say about Unkulunkulu. For we do not even know where we separated from him, nor the word which he left with us. It is on that account then that we seek out for ourselves the Amadlozi, that we may not always be thinking about Unkulunkulu, saying, Unkulunkulu has left us, or, what has he done for us? So we made for ourselves our own Amadlozi, and others made theirs for themselves, and others theirs for themselves. And now we have turned the back one on the other, and no one says, Spirit of such a family. But all now say, Spirit of our family, of such a tribe, look on me. Such then is our condition. And as regards the Amadlozi we do not possess the truth. For as regards the men we worship men who, when they too were departing from the world, did not wish to depart, but were very unwilling to depart, worrying us excessively, telling us to go and seek doctors for them. And that we wished them to die. And we go to the doctors with sorrowful countenances on account of the words with which they have pierced our hearts. And when one has died we begin to weep and to throw ourselves on the ground to show that we are sorrowful. We do not wish him to leave us, neither did he wish to leave us. But we have been separated by death. And on the morrow after the day of our funeral lamentation, if there arise some little omen, 52 we say, just let us go to the diviner and hear of him, since this thing has happened, for yesterday we buried so-and-so. 53 And it is said by the knowing ones, oh, that so-and-so, whom you buried yesterday, says so-and-so. And we begin to worship him, although the day before we wept and did not see. 54 That he had gone to unite with the rest of the dead, that they might make a strong rampart around us which shall not be penetrated even by death. For we say that death is in the power of the Amadlozi, and if they do not wish, it cannot enter. And that too we say merely, we do not thoroughly understand it. If we seek thoroughly to comprehend it, we do not succeed, for the men whom we say are our defenders were conquered by disease, and we say they are our rampart to protect us from death, who have themselves left the world, not wishing to leave it. They were dragged away by the power of death, and they did not tell us not to weep for them, because they were about to make a rampart around us to preserve us from death. They too died against their wish. But when we sacrifice to them and pray that a certain disease may cease, and it does not cease, then we begin to quarrel with them, and to deny their existence. And the man who has sacrificed exclaims, there are no Amadlozi. Although others say there are, but for my part one say that the Amadlozi of our house died forever, there is not even one left, we just take care of ourselves, there is not a single Adlozi who helps us. And it is thus to the present time. We acknowledge them and deny their existence, we still walk between the two opinions, there is not as yet any certainty, we are constantly making fruitless efforts, when we are prosperous we say, there are Amadlozi. If we are in trouble we say, there are not. We owe life to ourselves alone, we are not helped by the Adlozi. So it is to the present time. If you ask of those who are in trouble, so and so, how is it that I find you in this state, since you say you have Amadlozi, he may say in answer, oh, son of so and so, just leave me alone, the Amadlozi dwell with those who have them. As for me, I have no Adlozi. I now see that there is a kind of Adlozi that wishes a man to become poor, and make an end of his property. 55 Thus it is said by those who believe in the Adlozi, that it has no existence. 56. If you pass onward to those who are in prosperity, you think perhaps that you shall hear one and the same word there too. But when you speak with them about the Adlozi, you bring up old thoughts. 57 And they speak to you about the excellence of the Adlozi, and the assistance it has given them. You have come to a place where there is great faith in the Adlozi, and you begin to see that the people do not yet possess the very truth of the matter, for it is fullness which declares that the Amatongo exists. Whilst affliction says, it does not exist. 58. Umpengulambanda. The old men say, Unkulunkulu came into being. 59 And gave being to man. He came out of a bed of reeds, he broke off from a bed of reeds. We children ask, where is the bed of reeds out of which Unkulunkulu came? Since you say there is a bed of reeds, in what country is it? For men have now gone into every country. In which of them is the bed of reeds from which Unkulunkulu broke off? They say in answer, neither do we know, and there were other old men before us who said that neither did they know the bed of reeds which broke off 60 Unkulunkulu. They say they speak the truth in saying, there is a bed of reeds, but we say, there is not, for we do not know the land in which it is, of which they can say, it is in such and such a country. It is said, Unkulunkulu came into being, and begot men. He gave them being, he begot them. We pray to Unkulunkulu, saying, may our Unkulunkulu ever look upon us. The Unkulunkulu, who begot our grandfathers. For he who begot my grandfather, is my great-great-grandfather. And he who begot my father's grandfather is Unkulunkulu, the first of our family. 61. But here I am no longer speaking of that Unkulunkulu who came out of the bed of reeds. I am speaking of the Unkulunkulu who belonged to the generation preceding my great-great-grandfather. For all families have their great-great-grandfathers by their orders of succession, and their Unkulunkulu. The old men say, the bed of reeds still exists. But where is that bed of reeds? They do not say that Unkulunkulu, who sprang from the bed of reeds, still exists. They say that Unkulunkulu, who sprang from the bed of reeds, is dead. They say, we do not know where he is. Utikxo is the praise-giving name of our house. He was the first man of our family, our Unkulunkulu, who founded our house. We pray to him, saying, Machange, 62 ye people of the house of Utikxo. We pray to him for anything we wish to have, we and all of the family of Utikxo pray to him. If we wish to have cattle, we say, ye people of our house, 63, and if you pray thus, you will get cattle. We say, ye people of our house, people of the house of Utikxo, people of the house of Adumakade. Unkito Wakwa change. Fizi, a native living in the neighborhood, called on me. I had never spoken to him on the subject of Unkulunkulu. I availed myself of the opportunity for gaining information. It was very difficult to write anything seriatim, I was therefore obliged to content myself by writing what I could, and remembering what I could. He said, Unkulunkulu wa vela mlanjani. Unkulunkulu sprang from a bed of reeds. But he did not know where the bed of reeds was. But, wavel Nzansi, that is, by the sea, that is, the bed of reeds from which he sprang was by the seaside. He also said, Kwa dabuka abantu, be dachulwa Unkulunkulu. Men broke off, being broken off by Unkulunkulu. He added. Some men say that they were belched up by a cow. 64 others that they sprang from a stone 65 which split in two and they came out. Unkulunkulu split them out of a stone. When asked if they prayed to Unkulunkulu, he replied. There are none who pray to Unkulunkulu. They pray to their own people only. I inquired what they said about thunder. He said. We say, O Lord, what have we destroyed? What sin have we done? We have done no sin. He also related the following legend of the manner in which amabile, native corn, was introduced as an article of food. The first woman that Unkulunkulu produced had a child before any of the rest. There was another woman who was jealous when she saw her with a child, and hated her and wished to poison her. She looked about her to find some plant possessed of poisonous properties. She saw the amabile, which at that time was not cultivated, but grew like the grass. She plucked the seeds, and gave them to the woman. She watched, expecting to see her die. But she did not die, as she had hoped, but grew plump, and better looking than ever. At length she asked her if the amabile was nice. She replied, nice indeed. And from that time the women cultivated amabile, and it became an article of food. The next legend gives an account of the mode in which men first became acquainted with food, and of two female Unkulunkulu. The two following give, the first an account of the origin of medicines, and the second of two male Unkulunkulu. I, Unalala, 66, say, that when I was still a very little child, I heard numerous old tales of our people. Unakaposa said. There were at first two women in a bed of reeds, one gave birth to a white man, and one to a black man. It is said that these two women were the Unkulunkulu 67 of the primitive men. And as regards that bed of reeds, we inquired of him, but he did not say, it is in such a place, but he said, I too heard it of the old men. No man knows the situation of that bed of reeds. Further, we children who are the offspring of men of old were not like those of the present time, who worry themselves with finding out knowledge. For our parts we used not to question a great man. When he told us a tale we used just to listen because we were fools, we now see that which we ought to have inquired about, but about which we did not inquire because of our folly. And those women gave birth to children, there being no food which was eaten. They saw corn, and maize, and pumpkins, they were all ripe. One of the women took a pumpkin and boiled it, and gave her child a mouthful, not regarding it as food, but poison, and thinking perhaps he would die at once, and no longer worry her without ceasing by his crying, when he was crying for food. But the pumpkin fattened the child, and the other woman looked and said, "Oh, forsooth, we thought it was nothing but poison, and in fact it was food." Thus then it became known that corn and maize and pumpkins are food. They ate them and became fat. They harvested them and hoarded them and were helped. Unalala Zondi. Once on a time in the beginning, a woman said, "Let us go and cut reeds." Another said when they were cutting reeds, "What is this? And of what is this the path?" A man appeared and said, "It is ours." He said this, he being still in the pool, in the water. Another said, "You ask of us, do you not know us? We are just living here in our kraal." They asked, "Of what nation are you?" He replied, "We are the people of Utikxo." "Who is your king?" Usangalinjan Zansi, 68, "Come up then. But why are you living underground, since people are now living above?" They said, "We are living here with our medicines." "What do you do with them?" "We administer medicines to kings." So the women went away to tell the king. They said, "Behold, there are men. They say they are the people of Utikxo. They say they administer medicines to kings. They say the man who goes to fetch them must take fat, and burn it on the bank of the pool. Utikxo will not come up with his medicines if fat is not burnt." So the king went with an ox, and it was slaughtered at that place, and the fat was burnt. And so Utikxo came up with his medicines, and administered medicines among kings. When he went to dig up medicines, he put on a petticoat, fearing to expose himself to women. But on his appearance, the people who came up first said, "This little petticoat has at length come." Our people said in reply, "These little pigs are living above." 69 So there was a dispute about medicines between those who came up from below and those who were already above. Our people were called, people of the little petticoat. And they called them, people of the pick. They were begotten by a man. That man was Umbala. They separated from each other, and so we went in one direction, and some in another. I say, then, that Utikxo is the Unkulunkulu of our tribe. I do not know another 70 Unkulunkulu of all men. But the Unkulunkulu of our tribe was derived from Uthlanga, from whence all people were derived. Some say in answer to our inquiries, Uthlanga was of many colors. They say, he was white on one side, on the other black. And on another side he was covered with bush. So we say, perhaps they spoke of the hairiness of his body, and so called it bush. 71 And people say that he too gave them existence by begetting them. Ashumgwawane Zimes. Some say, one Unkulunkulu came from beneath, and another descended from above in a fog. They did not understand him who came down in a fog. They say he was altogether white. They say, there descended Ungalaquelich. 72 They say, those who were beneath started on seeing him. He said, "Why do you start at me, since I too am a man, and resemble you?" They say, cattle were taken at the place where he descended, and they slaughtered them for him. But they say he did not eat them, he ate that which he brought with him. He stayed there a long time. Another fog came, and he disappeared, and they saw him no more. I heard this tale from Amatonga, Dutchaine's grandfather, the great chief of the Amabaka. I used to be his chief servant. Ashumgwawane Zimes. Two natives, perfect strangers to me both, came up as I was asking Mpengula some questions on the subject of the previous statements. They overheard what I was saying, and asked, "Are you talking about the origin of men?" I replied that was the subject of our conversation, and asked if they could tell us anything about it. The elder of them replied, "Ba Vela Mlangeni, they sprang from a bed of reeds." I asked what he knew of Unkulunkulu. He replied, "He gave origin to men, he too having had an origin given 73 him from a bed of reeds." I asked, "Wa Veswa Ubani na? Who gave him an origin?" He said he did not know. And added, Unkulunkulu told men saying, "I too sprang from a bed of reeds." 74. I asked how men were produced, and got for a reply only a repetition of the statement that they sprang from a bed of reeds. I asked if he had heard anything of a woman. He replied. Unkulunkulu sprang from a bed of reeds, and a woman, a wife, sprang from the bed of reeds after him. They had one name, viz., Unkulunkulu. 75. I then took him to my study, and wrote the following at his dictation. We heard it said Unkulunkulu sprang from a bed of reeds. There first appeared a man, who was followed by a woman. Both are named Unkulunkulu. The man said, You see us because we sprang from the bed of reeds, speaking to the people who came into being after him. It is said all men sprang from Unkulunkulu, the one who sprang up first. 76. It is said Unkulunkulu had his origin in a valley where there was a bed of reeds in this world. And men sprang from Unkulunkulu by generation. Unkulunkulu is the same as Unkulunkulu. The earth was in existence first, before Unkulunkulu as yet existed. He had his origin from the earth in a bed of reeds. All things as well as Unkulunkulu sprang from a bed of reeds, everything, both animals and corn, everything, coming into being with Unkulunkulu. He looked on the sun when it was finished 77 and said, There is a torch which will give you light, that you may see. He looked on the cattle and said, These are cattle. Be ye broken off 78 and see the cattle, and let them be your food. Eat their flesh and their milk. He looked on wild animals and said, That is such an animal. That is an elephant. That is a buffalo. He looked on the fire and said, Kindle it, and cook, and warm yourself. And eat meat when it has been dressed by the fire. He looked on all things and said, So and so is the name of everything. There sprang up a man and a woman. The name of both was Unkulunkulu. They sprang from a reed, the reed which is in the water. The reed was made by Unkulunkulu. Unkulunkulu caused grass and trees to grow, he created all wild animals, and cattle, and game, and snakes, and birds, and water, and mountains. He made a reed, 79 The reed gave origin to Unkulunkulu and his wife. Unkulunkulu begot primitive men. Unkulunkulu said, I, Unkulunkulu, and my wife are the offspring of Unkulunkulu, he begot us with a reed, it being in the water. 80 At his origin he said, We will fight and stab each other with spears, that the strongest may be manifest who overcomes the other, and he who overcomes the other shall be the great king, and he who is overcome shall be the dependent. And all people shall wait upon him who is the king who overcomes the other. Unkulunkulu was a man who begot Unkulunkulu by a reed whilst it was in the water, and who begot his wife. Unsukazonk Memula. The ancients did not say there is a Lord in heaven. As for Unkulunkulu, we do not know that he left any word for man. We worship the Amatongo. The word of Unkulunkulu which we reverence is that which says there are Amatongo. It is as though we sprang from Uthlanga, we do not know where we were made. We black men had the same origin as you, white men. But we black men at our origin were given cattle, and picks for digging with the arms, and weapons of war. It was said, It is enough, you shall now shift for yourselves. So we departed, and came in this direction. You white men stayed behind with all good things and with laws also which we did not possess. We used to hear it said by our fathers, they too having heard of others, that a man first came into being, and then a woman after him. After that a cow came into being, it appeared walking with a bull. After that a female dog, and after her a dog. 81 And after that all the little animals, and elephants, all came into being in pairs. After that corn came into being. When the corn had come to perfection, the man said to the woman, That which you now see, true 82 Woman, is something for us to eat. We shall eat at once. Behold corn. The woman asked, saying, In what way shall it be eaten? The man replied, Since you see it growing thus, let it be cut. Take a rod, and thrash it, find a stone, and then find a second that it may be an upper stone. 83. He said, There is clay, take it and mold it, and pour water into the vessel. For his work, he cut down a small tree, the uluzi, and obtained fire by friction. He said, Make a fire, we can now cook. The food when cooked was taken out of the pot, and put into a vessel. And so they ate, and said, "We shall never die if we eat this corn." He told the cattle to eat grass, and he told game the same, pointing out to them the same grass. And he told them not to remain all at home. 84. On the day the first man was created he said, as to what happened to them in the bed of reeds, that they did not see their own creation. When he and his wife first saw, they found themselves crouching in a bed of reeds, and saw no one who had created them. As regards the bed of reeds, on the day they came into being, it swelled 85, and when it had burst they came out. After that there broke off the Utikxo 86 of cattle and of all other animals. Ugzumala. Utikxo, a very old Izilu, one of the Isilangani tribe, whose father's sister, Anandi, was the mother of Utikxo, gave me the following accounts. I say for my part that the Unkulunkulu whom we know is he who was the father of Utikxo. Izinyanga was Utikxo's father. After Izinyanga comes Utikxo. Utikxo had no children. After him Utikxo was made king. After that they killed Utikxo, and made Umpan king to this day, those two kings, Utikxo and Utikxo, having no children. Ujama was the father of Izinyanga, the father of the Utikxos, it is he who is Unkulunkulu. 87 There are Omval and Kanji. 88 We used to hear of Undaba. 89 The son of Ukabayani. They Ujama were the ancestors of Ujama. As it was quite clear that he understood my question on the subject of Unkulunkulu to have reference to the names of the immediate ancestors of the Amazulu, I asked him if he knew anything about the first man. He replied. It was said that two people came out of a reed. 90 There came out a man and a woman. At their word 91 There came out all those works which we see, both those of cattle and of food, all the food which we eat. He said he did not know their names. I asked what the natives said of a creator. He answered. When we were children it was said, "The Lord is in heaven." We used constantly to hear this when we were children. They used to point to the Lord on high, we did not hear his name, we heard only that the Lord is on high. We heard it said that the Creator of the world 92 is the Lord which is above. When I was growing up it used to be said, the Creator of the world is above, people used always to point towards heaven. Ukoto Mlongo. Ungwadi, Ujani, Omasumpa, Omatiwana, Uzakali, our father. Ungwadi is Unkulunkulu. Ujani was the father of Omasumpa. Omasumpa was the father of Omatiwana. Omatiwana was the father of Uzakali. Uzakali had many children. He had Ungazana and Umfundisai. We do not know others. Unzwadi was the father of Uswanalabamvu. Uswanalabamvu was the father of Ungabazi. All nations have their own Unkulunkulu. Each has its own. The Unkulunkulu of our tribe is Unjanamafu and Ulithlongwana and Usangalabanzi. 93 At last men said, King, to Umatiwana, in whose house the Unkulunkulu of our tribe were born. 94 At their birth they handled spears that they might be thrown, and we eat each other's cattle. They sprang from the Umdabuko. 95 The Umdabuko is he who gave us all things, and gave us shields also to carry. Uludonga, Aningwane. In the neighborhood there is a very old woman, with whom I had some casual conversation which appeared to be calculated to throw some light on their traditions. I therefore sent Umpengula to obtain from her a connected statement. On his return he related the substance of her remarks as follows. The mother of Ubapa says, at first, that is, when Utikxo was a man and was entering into the kingdom, we girls were beginning to marry at that time. I used continually to hear it said that the corn which we eat sprang from a bed of reeds, there was a bed of reeds, when it was ripe it was red. And people saw constantly a beautiful thing in the bed of reeds. At length they said, just let us taste what kind of a thing this is. They plucked it, and ate it, and said, oh, forsooth, it is good, it is food. So it was taken home 96 and cultivated. When we spoke of the origin of corn, asking, whence came this, the old people said, it came from the Creator who created all things. But we do not know him. When we asked continually, where is the Creator? For our chiefs we see. 97 The old men denied, saying, and those chiefs too whom we see, they were created by the Creator. And when we asked, where is he? For he is not visible at all. Where is he then? We heard our fathers pointing towards heaven and saying, the Creator of all things is in heaven. And there is a nation of people there too. But we could not well understand when that Creator would be visible. It used to be said constantly, he is the chief of chiefs. 98. Also when we heard it said that the heaven had eaten 99 the cattle at such a village, we said, the Lord has taken the cattle from such a village. And when it thundered the people took courage by saying, the Lord is playing. That was the state of the matter till we grew up. But as for Unkulunkulu, Yubapa's mother did not mention him of her own accord. But I tried to direct her attention to him, that she might speak of him of her own accord. 100 But I could not get her to mention him of her own accord. At length I mentioned the name of Unkulunkulu, and she understood and said, ah! It is he in fact who is the Creator which is in heaven, of whom the ancients spoke. But Yubapa said, no. She now begins to speak at cross purposes. She did not say this to the missionary yesterday. She said Unkulunkulu was from beneath. But now she says he was from above. And she said, yes, 101 he went up to heaven afterwards. She left the first account, and began to say, truly Unkulunkulu is he who is in heaven. And the white men, they are the lords who made all things. Yubib, who related the following, was a very old man, belonging to the Amatonga tribe. He had seen much. His people were scattered by the armies of Utikxo, and he showed 4 wounds, received at different times. The chief 102 inquires then what our forefathers believed. The primitive faith of our fathers was this, they said, there is Unkulunkulu, who is a man. 103 who is of the earth. And they used to say, there is a Lord in heaven. When it hailed, and thundered, they said, the Lord is arming. He will cause it to hail. Put things in order. 104 They said this to our mothers, and they set all things in order, cattle and corn. And when the Lord played by thundering they said, if there was any one afraid, why do you start, because the Lord plays? What have you taken which belongs to him? It was said, Unkulunkulu said, let there be men, and let them cultivate food and eat. And the grass was created by Unkulunkulu, and he told the cattle to eat. He said, let firewood be fetched, that a fire may be kindled, and food be dressed. Unkulunkulu said, let there be marriage among men. 105 That there may be those who can intermarry, that children may be born and men increase on the earth. He said, let there be black chiefs. And the chief be known by his people, and it be said, that is the chief, assemble all of you and go to your chief. We do not know the origin of Unkulunkulu. We hear it said, men are the children of Unkulunkulu. Our fathers used to say, Unkulunkulu is he who begot men by Uthlanga. 106 We do not know whence Uthlanga came, or whether Unkulunkulu and Uthlanga both came from one Uthlanga or not. We do not know whether Uthlanga was a woman, for our fathers said we were begotten by Unkulunkulu. 107 We used to ask our fathers about Unkulunkulu, saying, where is Unkulunkulu of whom you speak? They said, he is dead, and Uthlanga also is dead. Our fathers said, we were told that we are the children 108 of Unkulunkulu and Uthlanga. And our fathers told us they were told. Unkulunkulu was a black man, for we see that all the people from whom we sprang are black, and their hair is black. They circumcised because Unkulunkulu said, let men circumcise, that they may not be boys. And Unkulunkulu also circumcised, for he commanded us to circumcise. As to the source 109 of being I know that only which is in heaven. The ancient men said, the source of being is above. 110 which gives life to men. For men are satisfied, and do not die of famine, for the Lord gives them life, that they may live prosperously on the earth and not die of famine. If it does not rain, the heads of villages and petty chiefs assemble and go to a black chief. They converse, and pray for rain. Their praying is this: the heads of villages select some black oxen, 111 there is not one white among them. They are not slaughtered, they merely mention them, one is killed, the others are left. It was said at first, the rain came from the Lord, and that the sun came from him, and the moon which gives a white light during the night, that men may go and not be injured. If there is no moon, it is said, let not men go, it is dark. They will injure themselves. If lightning struck cattle, the people were not distressed. 112 It used to be said, the Lord has slaughtered for himself among his own food. Is it yours? Is it not the Lord's? He is hungry, he kills for himself. If a village is struck with lightning, and a cow killed, it is said, this village will be prosperous. If a man is struck and dies, it is said, the Lord has found fault with him. Ubib. Having requested Mpangula to ascertain from Ubib the meaning of Unkulunkulu more exactly, be made the following report. I have done as you directed, teacher, and asked of Ubib what men meant by the word Unkulunkulu, when they say, the Unkulunkulu of men. He replied, when we say Unkulunkulu we speak of that from which men sprang, and because they sprang from that, we say, the Unkulunkulu of men. Further, as regards that Lord who is above, I never heard our fathers say he had a mother or wife. I never heard such a thing. It is Unkulunkulu only of whom it was said he gave men origin by means of Utikxo 1:13 and so we said, the Unkulunkulu is Utikxo. I requested Mpangula to inquire of Unjan, of the Abambo tribe, a petty chief, who came to the village, what he knew about Unkulunkulu. He reported the following. When I asked him, saying, Unjan, what do you say about that Unkulunkulu, of whom we black men used to talk, he replied, him who, we said, made all things, 1:14 I replied, yes. I inquire that I might know what has always been the truth about him. He said, yes, yes. Do you not understand that we said Unkulunkulu made all things that we see or touch? I said, yes. Just go on. I am listening for the conclusion. And he said, although it was said he made all things, yet for my part one see that it was said 1:15 he was an old man of ours, a man like us. For we did not point to any place where he was, but said he was a man who came into being first of all other men, who was older than all of us, Umblankanji. So then I see that by our word we said Unkulunkulu made all things, but we know not whence he sprang. I asked, where is he now? He said, oh, he is dead. I asked, where is he gone? He replied, we too used to ask, and it was answered, he is dead. But by that it is evident that all things were not made by a man, who is now dead, they were made by one who now is. 116. And when I inquired, saying, do not your teachers 1:17 tell you that the Lord which is in heaven is Unkulunkulu, he replied with a start, how? By no means. I never heard such a word, neither did I ever hear them even mention the name. It is your teacher 1:18 alone with whom I have ever spoken about it. The next day I asked him myself, when he made the following statement. The ancient said that it was Unkulunkulu who gave origin to men, and everything besides, both cattle and wild animals. They said it was an ancient man who gave origin to these things, of whom it is now said that ancient man is Lord, it is said, he is the Lord which is above. 119 We have now heard from you that the Lord which is in heaven is he who made everything. The old men said that Unkulunkulu was an ancestor and nothing more, an ancient man who begot men, and gave origin to all things. Bolangini, an old Ixosa, but one living at a mission station, paid us a visit. I went to him and inquired of him what he knew about Unkulunkulu, because I saw he was a very old man. When I entered the house where Bolangini was, I inquired of him, saying, my father, help me in the matter of Utikxo, and tell me where Utikxo is said to be? And whether the word came into use after the arrival of the missionaries? And Bolangini answered, no, the word Utikxo is not a word we learnt of the English, it is an old word of our own. It used to be always said when a man sneezed, may Utikxo ever regard me with favor. 120. Then I asked, since you merely used the word Utikxo, what did you mean? Since what is very truth about him you knew not, what did you mean? He replied, as regards the use of Utikxo, we used to say it when it thundered, and we thus knew that there is a power which is in heaven, and at length we adopted the custom of saying, Utikxo is he who is above all. But it was not said that he was in a certain place in heaven, it was said he filled the whole heaven. No distinction of place was made. 121. I asked, by what name did the Hottentots call God? He said, how? What Hottentots do you mean? 122. I replied, those reddish Hottentots. He said, I hear. But where were those people that they should use the word Utikxo? Is it not the fact that they used to live in the mountains? And were taken into the households of the Dutch, and so came to live among the people? Utikxo is not a Hottentot word. Everything belonging to the Hottentots was thrown into confusion when they united with the Dutch. We have learned nothing of them. This, then, is what I heard of Alangeni. So I inquired further, have you never heard of Unkulunkulu? He replied, I have for the most part heard Unkulunkulu mentioned when stones are thrown on an ice of Ivane. When a man throws a stone, he says, generations of Unkulunkulu, and passes on. So I said, what Unkulunkulu does he mean? Olangeni said in reply, he means the first man before all other men, who was created by Utikxo first. And men saw him. Utikxo was concealed by Unkulunkulu, and was seen by no one. Men saw Unkulunkulu, and said he was the creator of all things. Umvalankanji. They said thus because they did not see him who made Unkulunkulu. And so they said Unkulunkulu was God. 123. This is what I know about Unkulunkulu. I replied, yes, yes. Olangeni. I see clearly that what you say accords with what I said. But further, your answer is the answer of a man on whom the sun has risen. For you see that which many do not regard in the least. He said, on the arrival of the English in this land of ours, the first who came was a missionary named Wayegana. On his arrival he taught the people, but they did not understand what he said. He used to sleep in the open air, and not in a house, but when he saw a village he went to it, and although he did not understand the people's language, he jabbered constantly to the people, and they could not understand what he said. At length he went up the country, and met with two men, a Dutchman and a Hottentot. He returned with them, and they interpreted for him. We began to understand his words. He made inquiries amongst us, asking, what do you say about the creation of all things? We replied, we call him who made all things Utikxo. And he inquired, where is he? We replied, in heaven. Wayegana said, very well. I bring that very 124 to you of this country. And there were two men, both men of consequence, one was named Unsikana, and the other Unksil. Both became believers. Unksil continued to live at his own village. Unsikana united with Wayegana, the missionary. These men began to dispute about the name Utikxo. Unksil said, Utikxo is beneath. Unsikana denied, saying, no. Unksil. Utikxo is above. I see that he is above from whence power proceeds. The two disputed on that subject, until at length Unksil was overcome, for he said, he is beneath, meaning Unkulunkulu when he said, he is beneath. But Unsikana said, no. Utikxo is in the high place. At length the word Utikxo was universally accepted on the arrival of the missionaries. For we used to speak of the whole heaven, saying, Utikxo dwells in the whole heaven, but did not clearly understand what we meant. But the faith of Unsikana is wonderful. We do not understand what it was like, for when he had refuted Unksil, he composed a great hymn for him, which he called, the Hymn of God, and to this day that hymn is a great treasure among the Amixosa. It celebrates the great power of God. And the man Unsikana did a wonderful thing at his death. He went with his son into the forest. When he entered the forest he sought for a large tree called the umumbu, he found one and cut it down. He measured it by his own size, he carved it and made a box of it, and a cover for it, hollowing it so as to be equal to himself inside. When it was finished he carried it home. He assembled his children and said to them, "My children, you see I have cut this tree, that when I am dead you may place me in it, and not look on my nakedness." And in fact he died a few days after. Umpengulambanda. As regards calling Unkulunkulu, when he is called by little children or by boys when they are herding cattle, he is called at the bidding of old people. I do not mean those who are really old, but those who are grown up more than others. They send children to go and call him. For there is no one who will say, "Why do you like to make sport with a relative of mine?" 125 Do you not know that it is painful to me? It is because the house of Unkulunkulu, which can feel pain for him, no longer exists. All the people who send children to go and call him, do so because they care nothing about him. That sport about Unkulunkulu springs from this. For if children ask who Unkulunkulu is, the old people answer, Umvalankanji, who made all things. But when they ask where is the place where he now is, they say, "He died, and we no longer know the place where he died, nor his grave." This only is what we know, that all these things which we have, he gave us. But there is no such conclusion as this come to, the house which is descended from Unkulunkulu is the house of so-and-so. 126. When the standing of Unkulunkulu is sought out, it terminates in the open plain, and makes no approach to houses which have followed him in succession till those men who now exist are reached. 127. Such then, you see, is the calling of Unkulunkulu. It is as though he was the subject of a mere nursery tale. He is not a fable indeed, though he may be like one, it is because he was the first man. Before him there was not another man from whom we are derived, it is he who is the first among men, we stand this side of him. It is on that account that all children are told to go and call Unkulunkulu. They do not say, "Are we calling an Idlozi? Do we call it for nothing? Do we not know that it will be angry and kill us?" There is no such thought as this about Unkulunkulu, that he is an Idlozi. But if he is an Idlozi, there is no one who can worship him when he kills a bullock. For he is not able to repeat his praise-giving names, as he can those of the Amadlozi of his people which he knows. The name of Unkulunkulu has no respect paid to it among black men, for his house no longer exists. It is now like the name of a very old crone, which has no power to do even a little thing for herself, but sits continually where she sat in the morning till the sun sets. And the children make sport of her, for she cannot catch them and flog them, but only talk with her mouth. Just so is the name of Unkulunkulu when all the children are told to go and call him. He is now a means of making sport of children. But it is not said he is nothing. He is really a man, but children are made sport of through him, when they are told to go and call him. For it is well known that he died. But it is this which makes it clear that he is the means of making a sport of children, for even the place where he died is not known even to the old men. But when children are sent, they are told to go yonder. Or they say that he is here near at hand, or that he is at this very place. And children call and call again and again, but he cannot answer. They return to report that he does not answer. The people say, "Shout aloud, call him with a loud voice." When the children hear it said that they are to shout aloud, they shout aloud until they are hoarse, and their voice is scarcely audible. And they begin to see that they are deceived, and ask, "How is it that Unkulunkulu does not hear shrill words with which we first shouted? Now, how can he any longer hear, since we are now hoarse?" But because they have been told to shout, even though they are hoarse they cannot leave off shouting. The end of their shouting is this: one of the bigger boys goes to call them, saying, "Come back now." He says this because the people have now finished what they wished to do without the children. So the children return, and say, "He did not answer." The people reply, "He is a great way off. It is now no longer of consequence." By this shouting they do not worship Unkulunkulu. But the children, through their ignorance, shout with sincerity, for they think he will appear. But those who send them know that he will not. For a person who is shrewd among them cannot be sent to go and call Unkulunkulu. if he is told to go and call Unkulunkulu, he may say in reply, if you wish to do something in private. Or if you wish to eat that food of yours, which you do not wish me to see, or eat, tell me to go away to some other place, don't tell me to go and call Unkulunkulu, like children who know nothing. So old people are not sent. The account of Unkulunkulu we now see in books, that is, it is coming near to us, whilst we ourselves used to say, Unkulunkulu is the first man. 128 We did not worship him, though we all sprang from him. We worship our Unkulunkulu whom we know, by name, we cannot worship him, for all of us in our childhood were deceived through him. When we were told to go and call him, we shouted and shouted, but he did not appear in the least. But now if a man tell us to worship Unkulunkulu, how shall we forsake these our own Unkulunkulu whom we do worship, and worship him by whom we have been deceived? We cannot assent. 129 For if a man urge us to worship Unkulunkulu, the old sores of all of us will break out again, and we shall ask if the deception which was practiced on us when young is brought up again. It is said, since we have grown up, in the presence of this deceit, have we now forgotten it? We still know that we were much deceived through him. I do not mean that we were deceived because the people thought he was nothing. I mean, we were deceived by being told to go and call him and he would appear, and if we are told to worship him and he will give us so and so and so and so, or health, it will still be like our being deceived. 130. Banda. The account which black men give white men of their origin. It is said the black men came out first from the place whence all nations proceeded, 131 But they did not come out with many things, but only with a few cattle and a little corn, and assegais, and picks for digging with the arms, and some other things which they have, fire to kindle, that they might not eat raw food, but that which is cooked. And potter's earth is a thing which they know, to wit, if we temper earth, and make it a vessel, and leave it that it may dry, and when it is dry, burn it with fire, that it may be red. We know that although water be now poured into it, it will no longer fall to pieces, for it has now become strong. And wisdom which suffices to help ourselves when we are hungry, and to understand the time of digging, that it may not pass and we die of famine, through not knowing suitable and unsuitable times. Our little knowledge just sufficed for helping ourselves, we had no great knowledge. So we came out possessed of what sufficed us, we thinking that we possessed all things, that we were wise, that there was nothing which we did not know. We lived boasting that we possessed all things. But now when the white men have come with wagons, oxen are yoked, they being clothed in fine linen, being very wise, and doing things which for our parts we thought could not be done by man. About which we did not think in the least, that they could help us. We did not know that the ox was useful for many purposes. We used to say, the purpose of the cow is, that it should have calves, and we eat milk. And of the ox that we should kill it and eat flesh, and that was all. We knew no other purpose of cattle. When one is killed we prepare its skin, and make women's clothes, and blankets, and that is the whole purpose of the ox. We wondered when we saw oxen yoked into a wagon, which had goods in it, and go through the country, and go to a distance, there being nothing that is not in the wagon, and when the oxen are loosened, there comes out all the property of those men. We said, those are come who go about with a house. By house we meant the wagon. That, then, made us wonder exceedingly. We saw that, in fact, we black men came out without a single thing, we came out naked. We left everything behind, because we came out first. But as for the white men, we saw that they scraped out the last bit of wisdom, for there is everything, which is too much for us, they know all things which we do not know. We saw that we came out in a hurry, but they waited for all things, that they might not leave any behind. So in truth they came out with them. Therefore we honor them, saying, it is they who came out possessed of all things from the Great Spirit. 132 It is they who came out possessed of all goodness, we came out possessed with the folly of utter ignorance. Now it is as if they were becoming our fathers, for they come to us possessed of all things. Now they tell us all things, which we too might have known had we waited, it is because we did not wait that we are now children in comparison of them. Therefore, as to their victory over us, they were not victorious by armies. They were victorious by sitting still, they sitting still and we too sitting still. We were overcome by their works, which make us wonder, and say, these men who can do such things, it is not proper that we should think of contending with them, as, if because their works conquer us, they would conquer us also by weapons. Umpengulambanda. The white men came out from a great Amatongo with what is perfect. As regards the great Amatongo which is spoken of by black men, they say that we black men at our origin came out with little things, which were merely sufficient for us to obtain food and to live, our wisdom was enough to enable us to help ourselves. As regards, then, that little wisdom, whilst we black men were by ourselves we used not to think we had little wisdom, we thought we had great wisdom, which Unkulunkulu gave us. But now we say it is little, because we see the great wisdom of the white men which overshadows all our little wisdom in which we used to trust. Further, we used not to say that there were those who remained behind when the nations broke off. We used to say, we came out all together. But now we see it was not so, but that we did not come out with anything which made us really men. We see that the white men remained behind, and obtained very much from the great Amatongo. When we say the great Amatongo, we do not speak of one of our dead, that he is a great Amatongo. For it is not said that that great Amatongo is Unkulunkulu, who we say broke off the nations. It is only a word which points out that the white men came out with everything, and possessed of everything that was needed for manhood, they came out perfect. 133 Not like us who came out imperfect, not having cast off the skin of imperfection. And all those things with which we came out we did not know sufficiently to understand them. On that account the word has arisen that the white men came out with what is perfect from a great Amatongo. But I do not know that that Amatongo is said to be Unkulunkulu, but it used not to be said that that Amatongo was one with Unkulunkulu, for he too sprang from Athlanga. We cannot well understand whether that Amatongo is more likely to be Unkulunkulu, or Athlanga. 134 That is by no means clear. 135. Umpengulambanda. The following account was obtained many years ago. It was in fact among some of the very first papers written at the dictation of natives. The native who gave it was an Izilu, who had just come as a refugee from Zululand. I laid it aside as useless because the first answers the man gave were absolutely contradictory to those I have recorded, which he gave when I began to write. But there is reason to think from statements made by other natives, which have been given above, that he was really speaking of Unkulunkulu, the first man, of whom he correctly affirmed that no one prayed to him, worshipped him, or offered him any honor, but to whom he refers the origin, at least the ordering, of things and customs. And of the Unkulunkulu of the Zulu nation, or of his own tribe, of whom he correctly affirmed afterwards that the Amazulu pray to and worship him. Who is Unkulunkulu? We do not know Unkulunkulu. I do not know Unkulunkulu. 136 I point to heaven and say, there is Unkulunkulu. 137. Do the people worship Unkulunkulu? Yes, they worship him. We love Unkulunkulu because we eat corn. 138 and mix it with amasi, and kill our cattle, and eat our maize, and our sweet cane. We love Unkulunkulu because he told us to take 10 wives. We love Unkulunkulu because he told us to eat our meat. But Unkulunkulu erred when he said that we were to be killed, and die, and leave our meat. He said that we were to die and never rise again. He erred therefore when he allowed us to die and rise no more. Unkulunkulu is good because he told us to take our cattle and buy a wife. We love him on this account, because we eat amadumbi in Umflaza. 139 and because he told us to drink our beer. We love him because he told us to eat the flesh of game. Do the people salute Unkulunkulu? Yes, they salute him, saying, O friend. Chief. 140. Do they ask him for anything? Yes. They say, give us rain, O chief, that our maize may grow. 141. The old men say that Unkulunkulu was a man, and had a wife. Neither do I know the name of his wife. The old men say that he had a wife, and that he had children. Unkulunkulu produced children by generation. Having had some conversation with Mr. Thomas Hancock on the meaning of Unkulunkulu, B summoned several old Amabaka living near him on the Umzimkulu, and we inquired the names of the fathers of generations, beginning from the present, and going backward. They gave the following. Ubaba, my father. Ubabamkulu, my grandfather. Ubabamkulu Kababamkulu, my great-grandfather, lit. The grandfather of my grandfather. Ukoko, my great-great-grandfather. Ukulu, my great-great-great-grandfather. They did not go further back, but were inclined to give the names of those who preceded. They said nothing about Unkulunkulu, until we mentioned the word, and asked who he was. They then threw their heads backward and said, he was a long, long time ago, and begot many people. Shortly after, Mr. Hancock sent one Yusuflanu, an old Izilu, one of Utikxo's soldiers, with a note, in which he says, since you were here I have questioned the bearer about Unkulunkulu, as also others. But unless I first give them the idea, they know very little or nothing about it but the name, and that he is one that has begotten a great number of children. He may be the 50th grandfather, or the 500th. I proceeded to inquire of Yusuflanu by the aid of a native, directing him in the first place to ask Yusuflanu to go backwards and tell me what the Amazulu call the fathers of generations, beginning with his own father. He answered. The father of my father is Ubabamkulu, his father is Ukoko, the father of Ukoko is Unkulunkulu, 142 the father of Unkulunkulu is Unkulunkulu. Here he stopped. But when I requested him to go on still reckoning backwards, he added. The father of Unkulunkulu is an anterior Unkulunkulu. And the father of that anterior Unkulunkulu a still anterior Unkulunkulu, Udlamini, Uthlomo, Ahadib, Ungwana, Amashwabade. Beyond these he could not remember, but added, the 5 names here given are those by which they call their houses, that is, families, viz., their Izabongo or surnames. I then requested him to give me his own name, and the names of his father, grandfather, and as far back as he could remember. Which he did as follows. Usalanu. Bumantanda, Ubaba. Uzagwaka, Ubabamkulu. Umlocha, Ukoko. Umsul, Unkulunkulu. Belinda, Unkulunkulu. Uvumandaba, Unkulunkulu on Jembalai. Udlamini, ditto. Ulomo, ditto. Ahadib, ditto. Ungwana, ditto. Amashwabade, ditto. The surnames of all of them are Udlamini, Ahadib, and Umtimkulu. 143. Upon further inquiry it appeared that he did not mean that all the Unkulunkulu here mentioned were the heads of generations in regular retrogression, but that the last 6 were contemporary, and descended from one father. I asked him to go still further back, but he was unable, and added. We end with Umtimkulu and Ungwana and Amashwabade and Uthlomo, because they were the chiefs who divided the nations. As he did not of his own accord go back to the first Unkulunkulu, I asked him to tell me what, when he was a boy, he was told about the origin of man. He said. They told us that we came out of the water, from a bed of reeds, by the sea. We heard it said, there appeared the first man, who came out of a reed. He pointed to the growing corn and said, pluck. That is corn. This was said by the most ancient Unkulunkulu, Ukalai. 144 for Ukalai was the first Unkulunkulu who came out of the bed of reeds, and begot men. The first man is called Unkulunkulu. He came out with a wife, and other men came out of the bed of reeds after him, all the primitive men. He the first was chief indeed, he who begot men. We say, they were begotten by him who came out first. We do not know that the primitive men were begotten. They came, as they were, out of the bed of reeds, 145 and Unkulunkulu came out as he was. We do not see him, and hear only of Uthlanga. 146 so we say he was first, he made 147 the earth, and the mountains, the water, corn, food, cattle, and everything. All things came out of the water, dogs and cattle. We say they were made by him, for when we came into being they were already all in existence. Unkulunkulu came out of Uthlanga with a wife. She, as well as he, is called Unkulunkulu. I asked him to trace back the female heads of generation, as he had already the male heads. He said, "She who gave birth to me is Umame. She who gave birth to Umame is Umakulu or Ukulu. She who gave birth to Umakulu is my Ukoko. She who gave birth to my Ukoko is Ukulukulu. She who gave birth to Ukulukulu is Unkulunkulu. Whether it is man or woman we say Unkulunkulu, both of the female and of the male." Thus, according to this native, the male and female heads of the fifth generation backwards are called Unkulunkulu. Thus, male/female. Ubaba/Umame. Ubabamkulu/Umakulu, or Ukulu. Ukoko/Ukoko. Unkulunkulwana/Ukulukulu 148. Unkulunkulu/Unkulunkulu. I said to him, "Where now is the first Unkulunkulu?" He replied, "All we know is this, the young and the old die 149 in the shade 150 departs. The Unkulunkulu of us black men is that one to whom we pray for our cattle, and worship, saying, Father. We say, Udlamini. Ahadib, 151 Umatimkulu. Uthlomo. Let me obtain what I wish, Lord. Let me not die, but live, and walk long on the earth." 152 Old people see him at night in their dreams. I asked him if, when he was a boy in Zululand, the people ever said anything about a heavenly Lord. He replied, "I, Yusuf Lanu, for my part say there used to be something said about a heavenly Lord, I mean as regards rain, and our prayers when we asked for rain. That did not begin even with Utikxo, even the primitive men used to pray for rain. But Utikxo came, and made his prayers greater than those who preceded him. He summoned the people, a great assembly, consisting of the chiefs of villages. He collected black 153 oxen, and sheep and black rams, and went to pray. He sang a song and prayed to the Lord of heaven, and asked his forefathers to pray for rain to the Lord of heaven. And it rained. This is the song. One part. Ayawu, awu, o ye aye. Second part, or response. Ayawa. 154. These cattle are the cattle of Umzimu, 155 they are collected into one place. When they are killed, the chief men gird themselves with the girdles of young girls. They are skinned and carried by other young persons and put in the chief village, in the huts of the old women, where no one enters. In the morning the great man who skinned them, and the man who helped him, go out, and divide them. And they are boiled together in many pots. When the sun is declining, they take them out and place them on feeding mats, and tell the great men to come up. All the great men come up, the flesh not being touched by any one. All the people are made to sit down by their villages, they have the meat put in an orderly manner in their hands, they hold it without carrying it to their mouths, until all are given, and all carry it to their mouths at the same time. They begin by singing the song before they eat, they sing it very loud, and the ground resounds with the noise of their feet. They take the meat after singing, and carry it all together to their mouths. If one has taken a long time in eating the meat, he puts it on the ground, and sings again, when he has swallowed what is in his mouth. During the conversation he remarked, "You white men remained behind with our great Itongo." I asked what he meant by Itongo here. Pengula answered. When he says Itongo, he is not speaking of a man who has died and risen again, he is speaking of the upbearer of the earth, 156 which supports men and cattle. The upbearer is the earth by which we live, and there is the upbearer of the earth by which we live, and without which we could not be, and by which we are. He also related the following curious tradition. One of our old traditions. It happened that some things came down from heaven. Yes, they were seen at the lower part of the chief Ungwana's village, they were as it were covered with hair, they were beautiful, and had the eyes and form of a man. It was said, "They are wild beasts, let them be killed." There were two. They were killed. The whole country died, the chief was carried away by the wind, because those animals were killed, and the houses were carried away. And we hear that there then began to reign Ugadongwana, the son of Ujob. Ugofana and Umayani, two Amakuza, came to see me. I asked them to give me the names of the heads of generations on the female side. They agreed in the main, but Umayani made Unkulunkulu the head of the 5th generation backwards, and Ugotana of the 4th, Umayani inserting Ukulukulu as the 4th, like Uzathlanu. I then asked them to give me the heads on the male side, in like manner. The result was as under. Ubaba, Umame. Ubabam Kulu, Ukulu. Ukoko, Ukoko. Unkulunkulu, Ukulukulu. Unkulunkulu, Unkulunkulu. I asked Ugofana what they said about the Unkulunkulu of all men. He said they knew nothing about him. They said he came out of a reed. He could not tell me anything about that Unkulunkulu, nor anybody else, for no one knew. All he could tell me was about his own Unkulunkulu, for said he, pointing to 2 others, he has his, and he his. And I mine. Umdanga who first broke off, begot Umsondo begot Uflanguza begot Ujamo, who begot me. I asked them what they meant by Owa Dabuka, who first broke off. Umayani replied, Kiais, from his father. And Ugofana, after a moment's thought, gave his name, Kudladla, from Udladla, the great ancestor of their house, who has given them their surname. 2 Amabaka, an old and young man, gave me the heads of generations as given above. But, I said, is there not another word, Ukulukulu or Unkulunkulu? They said, he is further back, Jembalai. And went on to say that all who were heads of generations anterior to the Okoko were called Ukulukulu, till they came to Umsondwo 157. Who came out first, he is the Uthlanga of men. He is that Uthlanga who broke off men, they having been broken off from him. The Uthlanga is Umsondwo, who broke off, and then broke off men, the Umdalai of the earth. 158. I asked them what they said about the Okulukulu. They replied. They who are anterior to the Okoko are the Okulukulu of the Okoko in continuous retrogression, till they reach Umsondwo, who first appeared, the Umdalai of the earth. I asked what they meant by Uthlanga. They answered. Uthlanga is an old man who made all things, both cattle and in all kinds of property. Dumo, an old man, one of Ukukalila's people, an Ikuza, being unwilling or unable to give me any account of the traditions of the people, I asked him to give me the names of the heads of generations backwards. He gave them thus. He who begot me is Upachiana, my father, he who begot Upachiana is Umzabani, my grandfather, he who begot Umzabani is Uthlomo, the father of my grandfather, he who begot Uthlomo is Unseal, my Ukoko. He who begot Unseal is Uzavunga, the Ukoko of my grandfather, he who begot Uzavunga is Uluzabalukyu. Uluzabalukyu was begotten by Udlamini, the Ukulukulu who broke off the nations. When he came he broke off Ubithla, the chief. And afterwards Ukukalila and Umagaga. I asked him if there was not an Unkulunkulu. He replied, Unkulunkulu and Ukulukulu is one. I again asked him who was the first man. He answered. Udlamini is he who broke off first. He begot Uluzabalukyu, who begot Uzavunga. I again asked him still more pointedly, referring to their tradition of the origin of man. He replied. Udlamini is the name of the whom we call Ukulukulu. 159. I asked, Wadabuka Pai? Where did he break off? He said. It is said that Udlamini broke off from the mountain Ingum, the place of the origin 160 of our tribe. I asked him what were the nations he broke off, Izizwi Owaz Dabula. He mentioned several, but I did not succeed in writing the names, but among them were those of which Ukukalila, Usadoi, and Ufodo are chiefs. The Isibongo or surname of these chiefs is Udlamini, he being their common ancestor. I overheard Uthlangabiza, one of Ukukalila's people, talking with some of the men of the village. He said Unkulunkulu and Ukulukulu is one, and Umvalankanji and Unkulunkulu is one, that all things came out of a mountain in the north. And that Uthlabadi 161 is the name of that Unkulunkulu Owa de Buka Elalangani, who broke off from Uthlanga. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Utikxo. Utikxo, the word adopted for God by the early missionaries among the Xhosa or frontier Kafirs, was not a word known to the natives of these parts, but was introduced by missionaries and others. And it is generally supposed that the word does not properly belong to the Xhosa or any other of the alliterative dialects spoken in South Africa, but has been derived from the Hottentots. The word Utikxo has the nearest resemblance to the Tixwo of the Cape Hottentot dialect. We cannot doubt that this is the word which Kolbe means to express as the Hottentot name for God. Having declared his undoubting conviction that the Hottentots generally believe in a supreme being, the creator of heaven and earth, and of everything in them. The arbiter of the world, through whose omnipotence all things live and move and have their being. And that he is endowed with unsearchable attributes and perfections, he goes on to say, the Hottentots call him Gaunja Gaunja or Gaunja Tikwoa. That is, the God of all gods, and say he is a good man, who does nobody any hurt, and from whom none need be apprehensive of any, and that he dwells far above the moon. If the investigations of Moffat, Appleyard, Casales, and others are correct, Kolbe very much exaggerated the Hottentot notion respecting God, and substituted instead of what they really believed, the belief of a Christian man. Nothing is more easy than to inquire of heathen savages the character of their creed, and during the conversation to impart to them great truths and ideas which they never heard before. And presently to have these come back again as articles of their own original faith, when in reality they are but the echoes of one's own thoughts. But even here in Kolbe's statement we have the idea, more clearly and distinctly enunciated by after investigators, that great, and mighty and good, as, according to him, the Hottentots might have regarded their Tixwo. They believed that he was but a good man. And further on Kolbe tells us they also worship an evil deity whom they look upon as the father of mischief, and source of all plagues. They call him Tikwoa. And say he is a little, crabbed, inferior captain, whose malice against the Hottentots will seldom let him rest, and who never did, nor has it in his nature to do, any good to any body. They worship him therefore, say they, in order to sweeten him and to avert his malice. The two words, Tikwoa and Tikwoa, here given for a good and evil deity, are remarkably alike. And it is not improbable that Kolbe mistook two words, identical in meaning, and applied to one imaginary being, for the name of two beings, a good and evil one. If not, then we must suppose that since the time of Kolbe a great corruption has taken place in the original creed of the Hottentots, and that the good and evil, which were formerly kept distinct and referred to different agents, have become confused, and are indiscriminately ascribed to one being. Observing that Dr. Bleek speaks of Tixwo as being one with Kolbe's Tikwoa or Tikwoa, I supposed he might have more ample reason for thinking them identical than I had. His reasons, however, are simply philological. I quote from his letter on the subject, by identifying this Tukwo with Tikwoa, the name for God found in the vocabulary, where Chamauna is that for the devil, who is called in Nama Hottentot Kawap, I do not think I exceeded the probability. But it may yet be that Kolbe meant a different word. However, considering it fully, I have not much doubt it is really the same word, identical with the Nama Tsuksop, which contain both the vowels in the first syllable of which the two renderings of Kolbe give only each one. I may add that whilst recently on a visit among the Griqua I met with several persons who were acquainted with the Hottentots, and understood their language, they told me that the name they used for God was Tikwa. They did not know any other name for an evil principle resembling it. They also understood the language of the Bushmen, and told me that their word for God was Ikamen, and that the meaning of the word was, Father who is above. Moffat quotes from Dr. Vanderkemp the following. which appears to justify the surmise that Kolb was mistaken in supposing the two words referred to two beings from not observing that he was dealing with a merely tribal difference of pronunciation. 162, a decisive proof of what I here say with respect to the national atheism of the Kafirs is, that they have no word in their language to express the idea of deity. The individuals just mentioned calling him Utikxo, which is a corruption of a name by which God is called in the language of the Hottentots, literally signifying one that induces pain. But Moffat is equally decisive that the Hottentots and Namaquas are just as ignorant of God, and their language just as devoid of a word for God, as Dr. Vanderkemp and others have represented the Kafirs. Whilst pursuing his investigations among the inhabitants of Great Namaqualand, he says, I met with an ancient sorcerer or doctor, who stated that he had always understood that Suikwap was a notable warrior, of great physical strength. That in a desperate struggle with another chieftain, he received a wound in the knee, but having vanquished his enemy, his name was lost in the mighty combat which rendered the nation independent. For no one could conquer the Suikwap, wounded knee. When I referred to the import of the word, one who inflicts pain or a sore knee, manifesting my surprise that they should give such a name to the creator and benefactor, he replied in a way that induced the belief that he applied the term to what we should call the devil, or to death itself. Adding that he thought death, or the power causing death, was very sore indeed. And then he asks, may not the Suikwap of these people be like the Flanga of the Kafirs, an ancient hero? Or represent some power which they superstitiously dread, from its causing death or pain? We see, then, that Moffat comes to a conclusion somewhat similar to that of Kolb, that there is an evil principle or being, feared by the Hottentots, and which has received the name of Suikwap, which is equivalent to Utikxo. But he does not appear to have heard anything of the good principle or being, of which Kolb speaks. Again, Casales expresses an equally decided opinion as to the endemical atheism of the inhabitants of South Africa generally. He says, the tribes had entirely lost the idea of a creator. All the natives whom we have questioned on the subject have assured us that it never entered their heads that the earth and sky might be the work of an invisible being. Shaw also says, the Kafir nations cannot be said to possess any religion. And again, before missionaries and other Europeans had intercourse with the Kafirs, they seem to have had extremely vague and indistinct notions of God. The older Kafirs used to speak of Undalai, the creator or maker of all things, and Uflanga, which word seems to have been used to denote the source or place from which all living things came forth. A similar statement is made by Arbusset. He says, they have scarcely retained the idea of a supreme being. The more enlightened admit that there is a Morena in heaven, whom they call the powerful master of things, but the multitude deny that there is, and even this name of Morena is the same as they give to the lowest of their chiefs. All the blacks whom I have known are atheists, but it would not be difficult to find amongst them some theists. Their atheism, however, does not prevent their being extremely superstitious, or from rendering a kind of worship to their ancestors, whom they call Barimos, or in the singular Marimo. He says of the mountain bushman's faith, they say that there is a Kang or chief in the sky, called also Kuekengteng, the man, that is to say, the master of all things. According to their expression, one does not see him with the eyes, but knows him with the heart. He is to be worshipped in times of famine and before going to war, and that throughout the whole night, performing the dance of the Makoma. The same notion of malevolence is connected in the native mind among the Bechuanas with the word Marimo, which the missionaries have adopted for God. The meaning of Marimo as given by Moffat, and of Malamo as given by Casales, is, like that given to the bushman's Ikamen, he that is in heaven. But, says Moffat, Marimo, to those who knew anything about it, had been represented as a malevolent cello or thing. And again, according to native testimony Marimo, as well as man, with all the different species of animals, came out of a cave or hole in the Baconi country. There is, says Casales, an obvious contradiction between the language and the received ideas. That is, I presume, Casales supposes that the word Marimo or Malamo, a heavenly one, is a testimony preserved in the language of the people against their present infidelity and corruption of faith. And Archbishop Trench, in his work on The Study of Words, has brought this word forward as a remarkable instance of the disappearing of an important word from a language. And with it, the disappearing as well of the great spiritual fact and truth whereof that word was once the vehicle and the guardian. But Dr. Bleek has made it more than probable that Moffat and Casales are mistaken in the derivation and meaning of this word, and that Malamo has a sound by accident only similar to Moalamo, one who is in heaven. He says, in other South African languages, different words are found indicating the idea of a supreme being, but in Setswana at least the word for God has a similar reference to their ancestor worship as the Zulu Unkulunkulu. Thus in Sesotho Molimo means God, and Milimo gods, but Molimo, ancestral spirits, plur. Bialimo. This is a far more probable derivation. And when we remember that Marimo is supposed to have come out of the same hole that gave origin to man and beasts, as Unkulunkulu came out of the same bed of reeds. And that in the native mind there is no connection of thought between a heavenly being and this Marimo, there can be little doubt of the correctness of the view taken by Dr. Bleek. Further, it may be added in corroboration that although the Amazulu do not say Unkulunkulu is an Atongo, an ancestral spirit. They say he was an Ukoko, an ancestor, and not only does it appear that they suppose that at one time he was regarded as an Atongo, and was worshipped among other Amatongo by his own laud-giving names. But we find them incidentally giving intimations of a belief in a great Atongo from whom all things proceeded. Thus they are heard to say in explanation of the superiority of the white man to the color that the former remained longer with a great Atongo than the blacks, and therefore came into being more perfect, with better habits and accoutrements. This view brings the notions of different people of South Africa into a certain similarity and consistency. Whilst on the other view they are neither consistent with themselves nor with each other. Appleyard gives a somewhat similar account to that of Moffat as to the meaning of Utikxo. He says, Shuyaikope is the word from which the Kaffirs have probably derived their Utikxo, a term which they have invariably applied, like the Hottentots, to designate the divine being, since the introduction of Christianity. Its derivation is curious. It consists of two words which together mean the broken knee. It is said to have been originally applied to a doctor or sorcerer of considerable notoriety and skill among the Hottentots or Namakwas, some generations back, in consequence of his having received some injury of the knee. Having been held in high repute for extraordinary powers during life, he continued to be invoked, even after death, as one who could relieve and protect. 163 and hence, in process of time, he became the nearest in idea to their first conceptions of God. If this account be correct, and there appears no reason whatever for doubting its accuracy, it is clear that the early missionaries, in using the word Utikxo for God, adopted an Isibongo, or laud-giving name, of some old brave. To my mind nothing here found conveys the idea that the notion of divinity was ever in the uneducated native mind connected with Utikxo, much less that Utikxo ever meant God, on the contrary that it meant something very different from God. In some instances, at least, an evil spirit, which was worshipped just on the same grounds as the Yezidis worship Satan, because he must be conciliated and reverenced. For as he now has the means of doing evil to mankind, so will he hereafter have the power of rewarding them. And it appears to me to have been unwisely and improperly adopted by the early missionaries. To be explained and excused only on the ground that at first the teachers and taught were unable freely to communicate ideas one to the other. The term Malamo or Marimo appears equally improper. How very objectionable is it to use a word for God in teaching savages the doctrines of Christianity, to which they have a natural or rather educated repugnance. And of the being whom it is meant to represent they can speak as a native chief spoke to Mr. Moffat, when we assured him that God, Marimo, was in the heavens, and that he did whatever he pleased, they blamed us for giving him a high position beyond their reach, for they viewed their Marimo as a noxious reptile. Would that I could catch it, I would transfix it with my spear, exclaimed the chief, whose judgment on other subjects would command attention. At the same time it is quite possible that the confusion of ideas between good and evil, the association of the idea of evil with God, which we here meet with, is a confusion of comparatively recent times. That originally there existed a defined belief in a good and an evil being. But that the common multiform natural phenomena, which are constantly exhibiting the Creator's beneficence, were lost to these afflicted populations amidst phenomena of an apparently opposite character. And especially amidst the sufferings and wants of their daily life. Until created things spoke to them only of suffering, and fixed their attention on a pain-creating being, whom they feared more than reverenced, and whom if they worshipped, it was to deprecate wrath, rather than to express their faith in his love. And may not the legend, so bizarre and bald, given by Dr. Bleek in the Hottentot Tales of a contest between Heitsi Ibip and Kagrip be a confused tradition of some old faith, the fundamental principle of which was that of a contest between good and evil in nature. But which in process of time has been lost, and the good and the evil come to be confounded, and referred alike to one fabulous being. According to Utikxo, we find even at the present time among the inhabitants of the western coast of Africa the worship of a good and evil spirit. He says, Anyambia enjoys the protection of two spirits of very great power, named Abambu and Mwiri. The former is an evil spirit, the latter is beneficent. They are both worshipped. And their accommodations, so far as I was permitted to see, were exactly alike. Abambu is the devil of the Kama. He is a wicked mischievous spirit, who lives near graves and in burial grounds. He takes occasional walks through the country. And if he is angry at any one, has the power to cause sickness and death. In worshipping him they cry, Now are we well. Now are we satisfied. Now be our friend, and do not hurt us. Mwiri, whose house I next visited, is lodged and kept much as his rival. He is a good spirit, but has powers much the same as Abambu, so far as I could see. Being less wicked, he is less zealously worshipped. This coincides remarkably with Kolb's statement. And leads to a reasonable suspicion that his Tukwua, probably only some local or tribal variation of the word now come down to the Kafirs as Utikxo, and the Marimo of the Bechuanas and Basutos, is the same as the Abambu of the people of Anyambia. Yet what missionary would choose Abambu as the name for God, even though he should have ascribed to him, in addition to his own, the only, less wicked, attributes of Mwiri? Dr. Bleek's Hottentot legend just alluded to, begins with the significant words, At first there were two. And among the natives of these parts we have the two words Unambiza and Ugovana to express the good and evil hearts which are supposed to be contending within them. And they ascribe good and evil to the Amatongo which they worship, and worship more sedulously to avert evil than to acknowledge good. Be this as it may, the impression so generally existing among those who have labored long in South Africa of the endemic atheism of the different peoples, and the difficulty universally confessed of being able to determine whether the name applied to some being to whom certain supreme acts are referred, is in the native mind anything more than the name of their great forefather, or of some great hero benefactor of times gone by. To whom with perfect consistency an ancestor-worshipping people would refer such acts, suggest that it would be both more wise and reverent, and more likely to be effectual in attempting to teach them a new faith, to introduce a new name. A name not really newer to them than the idea of the Supreme Being itself. I am myself persuaded that such a new name is very desirable, very necessary. For there is no name, whether Utikxo, or Marimo, or Unkulunkulu, which, without possessing any primary signification referring to divinity, has not much, both etymologically and traditionally, which is highly objectionable, and calculated to mislead the young convert. Bishop Colenso felt this on his first introduction to mission work. And I do not doubt that his impression was the result of devout and intelligent thought, which is not at all invalidated by a change of opinion, which led him to attempt to introduce an equally objectionable word for God. And to which exception has been justly taken by many on grounds similar to those which may be taken against Utikxo. In connection with the word Utikxo, the broken knee, the following interesting and curious corroboration of the idea that Utikxo is but the Isibongo or laud-giving name of some ancient brave, is well worth considering. Among the Amazulu there is a word, clearly an Isibongo, Ugukabiye Deli, which means, he kneels and they get enough of it. And the following explanations appear to show the character and circumstances of the conflict from which he obtained the name. We apply the name Utikxo to a man who has been surrounded by many others, who trust to their number, and expect to be able to confuse him by surrounding him, and so kill him before he can well see what to do. And perhaps they stab him, or without having stabbed him, they see him sink on his knee, and say, "He is falling, we have stabbed him." And they draw near to him, no longer now as when he was standing. They go quite close to him now he has fallen, saying, "Ah, now then, let us make an end of him," but a long time passes without their killing him, it is he alone who kills them, they not understanding in what way he is so difficult to kill. Until at length they say, "How? Are we then at length all killed by one man? Let us let him alone." And so they leave him still in the same place where they first found him, so then when they have left, going away with their faces towards him, they go on looking back and see him still kneeling and watching them. For he thinks they may take heart and come back to him again. But when they do not return he arises and goes away. They have had enough of it forsooth, that is, they are satisfied, and do not go after him any more. Such a man, then, is called Utikxo. It is not the name of a common person. It is a name which we heard from people when the Dutch first came from the Xhosa tribes. They brought some Xhosa people with them. When they took an oath, they said, "Utikxo who is above. Gukabiyadeli." But it is by no means clear whether the word Guka, kneel, came at precisely the same time as the word Utikxo. We heard from the Amaxhosa that Utikxo is the Lord who is above. At first chiefs used to go out with the army, and invade other people with it. But it happened through their shrewdness that the enemy devised a plan, saying, "In order that we may conquer these people, let us kill their king, that they may be discouraged." And in fact they might kill the king and scatter the army. For the kings used to go out, saying, "Then my people will be brave, when they see me there." So the custom of accompanying the army was given up. It is no longer usual. It may still be among some nations. It is no longer the custom among the Amazulu. Among the Amazulu the chief is praised for the conduct of his people among the enemy. They conquer, and it is not said that the conquest was made by the king's people. For instance, if a powerful army appears on the high lands, and the other army is below, a wise officer says, "Oh, the place is bad, we shall be borne down, our position is bad, kneel, and stab them in the bowels." If they succeed by this stratagem, their chief may be called by the name Utikxo, as though it was he who did it, when forsooth it was his people through the bravery which the recollection of their chief gave them. This is the manner, then, in which kings get names, as it is said when lauding the king of the Amazulu, "You who ate up so-and-so, the son of so-and-so, and it was nothing to you." So the chief is praised for the conduct of his army. The power which is exhibited by the army is the source from which the lauds of the chief are taken. So it is that it is not clear whether it was done by him in person or by his people. Hence it appears certain that the word Utikxo is the laud-giving name of an ancient hero, and that it was given in consequence of some conflict in which he repulsed enemies more powerful from numbers than himself by the stratagem of kneeling, and so causing them to approach him under the impression that they could make an easy prey of him. The Lord of Heaven. In the previous pages we meet with frequent allusions to a Lord above or Heavenly Lord. Thunder and lightning and aerial changes appear to be the only natural phenomena which have attracted the notice of the natives of this part of Africa, and led them to believe in a personal power above nature. Struck with terror by a thunderstorm, they encourage each other by asserting that they have committed no crime against the powerful being in heaven who wields the lightning, and that he is not angry, but merely playing. But we shall be much mistaken if we hasten to conclude from this that because they speak of a heavenly Lord, they have any conception of him which identifies him with God. In almost every country there is some such notion of a heavenly being, a relic possibly of heaven worship. Or it may be merely a natural suggestion of the human mind, springing up spontaneously among different peoples, and everywhere leading to a similar conclusion, that where there are such manifestations of power, there is also a personal cause. There is the Indian Indra, called also the Lord of Heaven, the Zeus and Jupiter of the Greeks and Romans, the Eskimo Perksoma, the Mau or Yewhe of Wida, the So or Kevioso of Dahomey, the Kang or chief in the sky of the Bushmen. And the Thor of our own ancestors. We have already seen that the Dahomeyans speak of thunder in the same way as the natives of these parts. They do not say it is the sign of an angry chief, but of a chief who is rejoicing or playing. Arbusset says that among the Bechuanas, when it thunders everyone trembles. If there are several together, one asks the other with uneasiness, is there any one amongst us that devours the wealth of others? All then spit on the ground, saying, we do not devour the wealth of others. If a thunderbolt strikes and kills one of them, no one complains, none weep. Instead of being grieved, all unite in saying that the Lord is delighted, that is to say, he has done right, with killing that man. Op Cit, page 323. In like manner among the natives of Natal, if the lightning kills their cattle, they neither complain nor mourn, but say, the Lord has taken his own. Neither do they cry the funeral wail over those who have been killed in this manner, lest, as they say, they should summon the lightning to kill them too. It is not lawful for them to touch the body of a person killed with lightning, until the doctor has come and applied medicines to the dead, and to the living of the village to which he belonged. Among the Romans those struck with lightning were not buried, neither are they among the Dahomeyans, but they cut from the corpse lumps of flesh, which they chew without eating, crying to the passers-by, we sell you meat, fine meat, come and buy. Burton, Mission to the King of Dahomey. Volume 2, page 142. The following statement by an intelligent, educated Christian native will show how utterly indistinct and undeveloped is their notion respecting a heavenly Lord. It is by no means clear what is really said about the Lord of heaven. For when the heaven, lightning, has struck any place, it is said, the Lord is angry. This is said because of the lightning stroke. It is not very clear which is the Lord that strikes, whether it is the lightning, or whether the lightning is the Lord's power. It is said of the lightning, the Lord has struck. But there are many who are called lords by men, and even beasts, as the boa and the lion. But althong they are thus named, they are notwithstanding killed, that is, their being called lords is not the same as giving the name Lord to the Lord of heaven. There is a bird of heaven, 164 it too is killed. It comes down when the lightning strikes the earth, and remains on the ground, but neither is it said to be the Lord. It is not very clear which is meant by Lord, the lightning, or the Lord which is in heaven. We hear it said there are men in heaven and under the earth. But it is hard to understand what is the condition of these underground men, neither do we know what is the condition of those who are above. All we know is that it is said they are there. Among the Amazulu, when there is a thunderstorm, they say, the heaven of Utikxo is thundering and raining, the heaven of Amatonga and of Umajiba, the heaven of Unkulunkulu. The first three of these names are Izinyanga of the Amazulu, that is, of the royal family, the names of ancient chiefs. But Unkulunkulu is said to be a new name, invented for that Lord of heaven of whom the white man speaks to them. It means the unconquerable. This is explained in the following account. As regards the saying, the heaven of Amatonga and of Umajiba and Utikxo, it is not permitted that there should be anything greater than the chief. The greatness of the heaven was said to belong to Amatonga, who was a great Zulu chief, for you can see by this that it is merely something done for the purpose of exalting a man when it is said that the heaven too belongs to him. It used to be said if any omen happened in a village, that it was occasioned by the chief. For instance, Utikxo once sprinkled the blood of a bullock in the royal house during the night, saying by that means he should know if the diviners were true when they pointed out offenders. But they did not divine rightly, and he killed them all but one, who said, it was done by the heaven, and asked, if he could point out the heaven as the offender. That was all he said, and the people understood that by the heaven he meant Utikxo. For the heaven too was said to be his. This is not true. It is a mere exaltation of the chief. For they say he is as big as the mountains, meaning great mountains. But it is not so. For if he is standing or sitting at the foot of the mountain it would hide him, and he could not be seen. It is the mere exaltation of a human being. Further, the word Unkulunkulu is not a name of Utikxo or Izinyanga Zokubula. It is a name which has arisen here among the English, as a name for the Lord of Heaven. For at first when the Dutch came, the white men used to make us swear to the truth of what we said. For they did not understand what a man said when he swore by our chiefs, so the oath was, Utikxo o Pezulu, God of Heaven. Or, I swear by the Lord of Heaven, and one spat on his finger and pointed towards heaven and said, May he take me if I know this thing. The word Ugukabadil means the Lord of Heaven. And kneeling is a sign of strength. For it is said, if a man wish to make himself very firm, and avail himself of all his strength, he kneels, that he may not be moved from his place, and the man who is fighting with him will go away. That, then, is what is meant by ba deli, they pass on or have enough, that is, they leave him when he has knelt. An old native, in expressing his gratitude for some act of kindness, said, pointing towards heaven, Nkosi, Elako Alanga, Sir, the sun is yours. On asking the meaning of this, I received the following explanation. Among the Amazulu they use the name of heaven, and when it thunders they say, the heaven of the chief thundered. They do not mean the owner of the heaven who made it, but a mere man who is a chief, he is exalted by saying the heaven is his. And many are now in the habit of making obeisance to others, saying, Thou of the inner circle of greatness, the heaven is thine, all things are thine. They say thus because they see no one else but the chief himself, who if he choose can command any particular person to die, and he will die at once. And so they say, that man is the owner of heaven, and everything is his. It does not suffice them to honor a great man, unless they place the heaven on his shoulders. They do not believe what they say, they merely wish to ascribe all greatness to him. Such, then, is the reverence of black men. For the chief did not say, No, you are ascribing to me what does not belong to me, the heaven and the sun are not mine, they have their own owner, for my part one am insignificant. He expected to have it said always that the heaven was his. And now our people address white men in the same way. It happens among black men when the chief calls out an army and he has collected all his bands, he addresses them, and then they sing a song which excites their passions, that their hearts burn with the desire of seeing their enemy. And though the heaven is clear, it becomes clouded by a great wind which arises. And the people say, the heaven of the chief feels that the chief is suffering. Therefore it was affirmed among great chiefs, that the heaven is the chief's. For when he assembles his troops the heaven clouds over, although it had been quite bright. Another native, named Udujala, who was a great courtier, whose highest notion of politeness was the highest hyperbole of praise, wished to borrow half a crown, which I had no wish to lend. At length he said, Mfundisai, Ewing, Ubaba, teacher, you are my father. I asked, how? He replied, Wadabuka emlabini, Wakula, Wabiain Gaka. Mina bi Ngian Gakanj, you broke off from the earth, and grew as big as this, placing his hand 6 feet above the ground winky face, but for my part one only grew as high as this, placing his hand about 1.5 feet from it. By this he meant to say that I was not born like other men, but came out of the ground, like Unkulunkulu. 165. It appears, therefore, that in the native mind there is scarcely any notion of deity, if any at all, wrapped up in their sayings about a heavenly chief. When it is applied to God, it is simply the result of teaching. Among themselves he is not regarded as the creator, nor as the preserver of men, but as a power, it may be nothing more than an earthly chief, still celebrated by name, a relic of the king worship of the Egyptians. Another form merely of ancestor worship. A lad of the Wayao or Adjoa tribe, living on the eastern coast of Lake Nyasa, informs me that among them the rainbow is called Umlungu, that is, God. For Umlungu is the word they there use for the supreme being and supernatural powers. They also call the supreme being Lasoka, the invisible, when they wish to distinguish him from the rainbow. 166. Among the Dahomans, the rainbow is worshipped under the name of Dan, the heavenly snake. Burton, Op. Cit., page 148. Amatongo. Or, ancestor worship. Men say they possessed Amatongo as soon as they came into being. 167 When they came into being, men already spoke of their being Amatongo, and hence they too knew that they existed. It is not something which as soon as they were born they saw to be Amatongo. It is not something which came into being immediately after men, which when they saw they said, those are Amatongo. They saw cattle indeed, which came into being, and said, those are cattle, they having come into being immediately. 168 After themselves. It is evident that we are not speaking of the origin of the first man. When we say the origin of men we speak of those who came after him, for the standing of the first man is unknown. So we, who came into being when men who preceded us already spoke of their being Amatongo, say, we came into being possessed of them. All the first men, then, spoke of the Amatongo. And they told those who came into being after them, as soon as they came into being, that there are Amatongo. And further in the beginning, as soon as they came into being, they had doctors 169 who taught them that there are Amatongo. And so they said that the Amatongo were created 170 by the first man, who said, there are Amatongo who are snakes. The first man is Unkulunkulu, Unkulunkulu. And thus all nations knew of the Amatongo. There was not a single nation which said, we people of such a country have no Atongo. All nations worshipped the Amatongo, because Unkulunkulu commanded them to do so, saying, you see, then, 171 I tell you about the Amatongo, that you may worship them. I tell you about divining Izinyanga 172 that you may inquire of them, and they tell you when a man has been made ill by the Amatongo, they shall hear the Atongo declaring that he has been made ill by the Amatongo. So all nations used to think when they were about to attack an army, that they should be assisted by the Atongo. And although they were killed by the army, the friends of those who were killed said, the Atongo of our people has turned its back on us. They asked, how is it that all our people have at length come to an end, and not one man come back from the army? If there is one who has escaped, he says, as for me I escaped I know not how. The Amatongo had decreed that we should all die. One man 173 would not assent. When we were destroyed by the enemy, where was he I wonder? I escaped I know not how, I no longer expected to be saved when I saw all our people destroyed. At first the people say, the Amatongo of our people are good for nothing. Why has the whole village perished in the fight? So many men as there were. Our whole army destroyed by the enemy. How did it happen that they turned the back on so many? How is it that they never mentioned anything to us that we might understand why they were angry? Have they at last destroyed the whole village? Has it come utterly to an end? Where had the Atongo who saved so and so gone? Why was he not among the other Amatongo? Those who weep for the dead say thus. And those who died in the fight will now become Amatongo. And those who escaped, whose national Amatongo looked on them and saved them, say, we have been saved by the Amadlozi of our people. When they come back from the army, they sacrifice cattle to the Amatongo. They return thanks because they think they have saved them, they pour the gall of the sacrifices on their bodies, saying, let the Amatongo be bright and white and not dark, that they may save us on another occasion. They return thanks with glad hearts. And there is funeral lamentation where they have lost their people, they say, their Adlozi is dark. At length they sacrifice, that if perchance their chief lead them again to attack the enemy, the Amatongo of their people may have no cause of complaint, because they have made amends to them, and made them bright. And now when they reach the enemy they know what they have done, and say, can it be, since we have made amends to the Amadlozi, that they will say we have wronged them by anything? When they see the enemy with which they are about to fight, they remember the Amadlozi, and think of what they have done for them, by sacrificing to them that they may be propitious. They see that in their hearts, and know that they have made amends to the Amadlozi of their people, and that though they die they cannot say there is anything of which the Amadlozi have reason to complain. So truly they are very brave, saying, the Amatongo will turn their backs on us without cause. For when they go to the enemy they say, the Amadlozi of our people go with us, and so they fight with the enemy. And if their Amadlozi are white and do not allow them to die, and they kill on their side only, then they see that their Amadlozi go with them. But on the part of those who are conquered, those who survive say, we have no Amadlozi. Why have we died utterly? Why have our Amadlozi been conquered by the Amadlozi of other people? For those who have not died say, the Amadlozi of so-and-so have been conquered by the Amadlozi of our tribe. Thus it is with black men. They did not come into being when it was said, there are no Amatongo. They came into being when it was already said, there are Amatongo. But we do not know why the man which first came into being said, there are Amatongo. Was there ever a man who whilst living said he was a snake? For we too do not understand why Unkulunkulu said, the Idlozi is a snake. For a man dies having no tail, and even we in that respect do not believe in a snake. For if a man is asleep, and dreams of a snake, he awakes immediately and starts, but if he dream of a dead man, he speaks with him of affairs in a dream, but if he dream of a snake, he does not talk with it, he starts. For my part, I say there are no Amadlozi with tails. And we say Unkulunkulu made a mistake when he said, people are snakes. For old men, when we ask why it is said that the Amadlozi are snakes, say, because they are Amadlozi. And we ask saying, just tell us if dead men have tails. They are puzzled there, and cannot tell us. And so we say, oh, how is it that you do not tell us whether the Amadlozi are snakes? So they repeat the same words. They are puzzled and do not tell us, that we may understand. We understand if they say, the Amadlozi are in snakes, we do not understand if they say, the snake is an Idlozi. Akwaba equivalent to create. Just as when the Lord said, let there be light, and there was light in accordance with the word of the Lord, we say, the light was created, Abua, by the Lord. So the people say, the Amatongo were created, Abua, by Unkulunkulu. So they say, the first man created, Aba, the Amatongo, that is, he gave them being. They say, all things were made by the first man, Unkulunkulu, they were made by him, for Akwabua and Ukwenziwa has one meaning. We then, who come into being at the present time, now say, black men are mistaken. Why do they say that they do not know Unkulunkulu? The people who know are the missionaries, who speak of the commandments of the Lord. We hear his name, and that of his son. We do not know who the first man was, this only we hear, that Unkulunkulu is one with Unkulunkulu, not knowing who was the father of Unkulunkulu. But since the white men came and the missionaries we have heard it said that there is God. We cannot understand what the black men say, for there is no one who tells us that Unkulunkulu first came into being, and what was his wife's name, and that he had a son. But we hear the missionaries say that Jesus is the Son of God. We do not understand what the black men say. We say, they are mistaken. Why do they tell us about Unkulunkulu? We hear them say that he created all the black nations, but we do not hear of the place where he created them. So we do not understand what these people mean, when they say we were made by Unkulunkulu, Unkulunkulu. He is called Unkulunkulu for no other reason but because he came into being first immediately before men. 174 So they say, he shouted saying, let men come forth, let all things come forth, both dogs and cattle, and grasshoppers, and trees and grass. But we could never understand in our hearts when we heard them say that all things were made by Unkulunkulu, and did not hear the name of the river where Unkulunkulu broke off the nations which he created, Aba. We say this matter about Unkulunkulu is a vain thing. They wandered with folly as a companion. We do not know a single thing that was created by Unkulunkulu. As soon as we were born they told us we were made by Unkulunkulu. We say, it is a vain thing. There is no truth in it, for there are none who say, they know the place where Unkulunkulu broke off the people. We say we understand the white men, the true accounts of the Lord which are in books. We say, behold the men who speak the truth, when they say, the Lord is. And even now the Lord is. And we too say that from our birth it was said, the Lord is, he is in heaven, that is, God. We do not understand the account of Unkulunkulu. It is not easily understood, it is a mere fable. For although they say, Unkulunkulu sent a chameleon to go and tell the nations of men that men were not to die, and that after the chameleon he sent a lizard to tell men that they were to die. And the lizard arrived first and said that men must die. The chameleon forsooth loitered at a bush of Utikxo, until the lizard came back again, and the chameleon which was sent first had not yet arrived, stopping to eat the Utikxo. And when it came to men it said, Unkulunkulu says that men are not to die. And when the chameleon had made this proclamation, men refused to listen, and said, We have received the word of the lizard, what you now say is vain. The word which we have received is that of the lizard, which came and said, Unkulunkulu says, man must die. That is the word which we have accepted. We do not understand the matter, chameleon, of which you speak. We thus say, Teacher, that these are false accounts, the tale is not real. Men were made by the Lord. We ask how could Unkulunkulu send animals we creep on their bellies, to take a message to man. We say they are deceived. We do not know the place where Unkulunkulu gave men being, that they might have life. Neither can we any more than our fathers understand this matter. And the ancients who are dead died without knowing the country where Unkulunkulu created men that they might have life, and the old people who are still living do not say they know the country where Unkulunkulu created men. And they too want to be told about the creation of the nations by Unkulunkulu. Other Unkulunkulu of those nations are not heard of, whom their own Unkulunkulu did not create. 175 And if we say to them, Just tell us about Unkulunkulu, that we may understand, they reply, We do not know. We say, How did you hear that there was Unkulunkulu? They reply, We heard it of old men who were before us. We ask, Of whom did those who were before you hear? They say, We cannot tell. We do not know. We say, Unkulunkulu was a mere vanity. Why do you not understand the accounts of Unkulunkulu, which he told the nations which he made? Since you only assert continually that Unkulunkulu was, how can we understand what relates to him? We do not believe. Umpengulambanda. The people say their Amadlozi exist. They believe in that, for they do not know where men go when they die. When they thought of the matter they discovered that they turned into snakes. They say a man dies and when he is dead, he turns into a snake. And they gave that snake the name of Amatongo, and they worship it by sacrificing cattle, for they say the cattle too belong to it, it is it that gives them cattle, and they say it is by it they live, therefore they sacrifice cattle to it. When they are going to sacrifice, they bring home the cattle, if they have been driven out to pasture, or if they are still at home, they drive 3 or 4 together, they do not collect them all. They select those which are with the one they are about to sacrifice to the Amatongo, and drive them into the pen, they close the gateway with poles, and then drive the cattle together in one place. The owner of the bullock having prayed to the Amatongo, saying, There is your bullock, ye spirits of our people, and as he prays naming grandfathers and grandmothers who are dead, saying, There is your food. I pray for a healthy body, that I may live comfortably, and thou, so-and-so, treat me with mercy, and thou so-and-so, mentioning by name all of their family who are dead. And then the one who is going to kill the bullock takes an assegai and goes cautiously towards it, and stabs it in the place where the ox is usually stabbed, that is, in its side. And then the ox bellows, and the owner says, Cry, ox of the Amadlozi. And then he again mentions the Amatongo by name, because he thinks they have given him health, because of the cry of his ox. It is then skinned. When the skinning is completed, the owner takes a little blood, and cuts off a portion of the caul, and burns it in a secret place with the blood, which also he places in a secret place. And he takes incense and burns it, having placed the caul on the incense, thinking, he is giving the spirits of their people a sweet savor. After that they eat the flesh. That is the end. When a man dies among black men the grave is covered over with branches. The person to whom the dead man belongs watches the grave continually. If a son has died, his father watches the branches constantly, that when they see that the branches are rotten they may be satisfied, knowing that nothing can now disturb the remains, for they are rotten. And if he observe a snake on the grave, the man who went to look at the grave says on his return, "Oh, I have seen him today basking in the sun on the top of the grave." So then if the snake does not come home, or if they do not dream of the dead, they sacrifice an ox or a goat, and it is said he is brought back from the open country to his home. And if they do not dream of him, though the snake has come home, they are troubled and ask, "How did this man die? We do not see him, his atongo is dark." They go to a doctor of Ubulawo 176 if it is the chief man of a large village. But nothing is done as to the poor. The doctor comes and mixes Ubulawo, and a goat is killed, it being an animal which makes a great noise and cries, but a sheep is not killed, because it is said it will cause the atongo to be dark. For a sheep is foolish and makes no noise, and therefore it is not usual to sacrifice a sheep to the atongo. The atongo has a goat sacrificed to it, when a man pricks it with a needle, it at once makes a great noise. And so they rejoice greatly and say, "Cry, beast of so-and-so, who did such and such things," mentioning the things he did. We say, "Come home again, that we may now see you. We are troubled if we never see you, and ask, why you are angry with us. For all the cattle are still yours, if you wish for meat, you can say so, and the cattle be slaughtered, without anyone denying you." So the doctor of Ubulawo practices his art, he mixes the Ubulawo, calling the dead man by name, and puts the Ubulawo in the upper part of the hut, and says, "I say, you will see him today, and talk with him. Although you have not seen him for a long time, today he will be clear." Such then is the means employed to bring back a ghost, it is brought back by sacrifice and Ubulawo. The people do not worship all Amatongo indifferently. Black people do not worship all Amatongo indifferently, that is, all the dead of their tribe. Speaking generally, the head of each house is worshipped by the children of that house. For they do not know the ancients who are dead, nor their law-giving names, nor their names. But their Father whom they knew is the head by whom they begin and end in their prayer, for they know him best, and his love for his children. They remember his kindness to them whilst he was living, they compare his treatment of them whilst he was living, support themselves by it, and say, "He will still treat us in the same way now he is dead. We do not know why he should regard others besides us, he will regard us only." So it is then although they worship the many Amatongo of their tribe, making a great fence around them for their protection. Yet their Father is far before all others when they worship the Amatongo. Their Father is a great treasure to them even when he is dead. And those of his children who are already grown up know him thoroughly, his gentleness, and his bravery. And if there is illness in the village, the eldest son lauds him with the laud-giving names which he gained when fighting with the enemy, and at the same time lauds all the other Amatongo. The son reproves the father, saying, "We for our parts may just die. Who are you looking after? Let us die all of us, that we may see into whose house you will enter. 177 You will eat grasshoppers. You will no longer be invited to go anywhere, if you destroy your own village." After that, because they have worshipped him, they take courage saying, "He has heard, he will come and treat our diseases, and they will cease." Such, then, is the faith which children have in the Atongo which is their father. And if there is a chief wife of a village, who has given birth to children, and if her husband is not dead, her Atongo is much reverenced by her husband and all the children. And that chief wife becomes an Atongo which takes great care of the village. But it is the father especially that is the head of the village. Umpengulambanda. It is said that there is the Atongo 178 which is a snake. Men dream. A man dreams perhaps, and is then ill, he says, "I am ill for no other reason than because I have dreamed." Others ask him what he has dreamed. He tells them he has dreamed of a man. If his brother has died, he says, "I have seen my brother." They ask what he said. He says, "I dreamed that he was beating me, and saying, 'How is it that you do no longer know that I am?' I answered him, saying, 'When I do know you, what can I do that you may see I know you? I know that you are my brother.' He answered me as soon as I said this, and asked, 'When you sacrifice a bullock, why do you not call upon me?' I replied, I do call on you, and laud you by your laud-giving names. Just tell me the bullock which I have killed without calling on you. For I killed an ox, I called on you, I killed a barren cow, I called on you. He answered, saying, I wish for meat. I refused him, saying, No, my brother, I have no bullock, do you see any in the cattle pen? He replied, Though there be but one, I demand it. When I awoke I had a pain in my side, when I tried to breathe, I could not, my breath was short, when I tried to speak, I could not, my breath was short. The man 179 was obstinate, and would not agree to kill a bullock. He was very ill. He said, I am really ill, and I know the disease with which I am affected. The people said, If you know it, why do you not get rid of it? Can a man purposely cause the disease which affects him, when he knows what it is, does he wish to die? For when the Amatongo 180 is angry with a man, it destroys him. He replied, Not so, sirs, I am thus ill, I have been made ill by a man. I see him in sleep, when I am lying down, because he wishes for meat, he has acted towards me with tricks, and says that when I kill cattle, I do not call on him. So I am much surprised for my part, for I have killed so many cattle, and there is not one that I killed without calling on him, I always called on him when I killed a bullock. And if I kill a goat, I call on him. And whenever I kill a sheep, I call on him. But I say, he is guilty of an offense, if he wished for meat, he might just tell me, saying, My brother, I wish for meat. But he says to me that I never laud him. I am angry, and say he just wants to kill me. The people who see him when he is ill say, Oh. Do you mean to say that the man 181 still understands how to speak? We speak with you now, where is he, that we too might take him to task? For we too were present at all times when you slaughtered cattle, and when you lauded him, and called upon him by the laud-giving names which he received for his bravery, and we heard. And, son of so-and-so, if it could really be that that brother of yours, or any other man who is already dead, should rise again, could we not take him to task, and ask, Why do you say so? Since so-and-so is continually killing cattle, and lauds you with the laud-giving names which you received for your manliness, and we too heard. The sick man replies, My brother acts in this boastful way because he says he is oldest. For I am younger than he. I wonder when he tells me just to destroy all the cattle. Did he die and leave none behind? 182. They say, Oh, the man died, son of so-and-so. For our parts we say, when we are really speaking with you, and your eyes are still really looking upon us, we say, as regards that man, you should just speak quietly with him, and if you have a goat only, worship him with it. But we say it is a shame in him to come and kill you, without telling you properly, that you may understand. But you are dreaming of him constantly, and are then ill. It is a bad dream. Why do you constantly see your brother in your sleep, and become ill? It were well that a man should dream of his brother, and awake with his body in health, and tell the people his dream, saying, My body is now restored to health. It is without pain. I have dreamed of my brother, telling me pleasant news. But now he comes to you at all times with hostile intent, and you are ill, and so we know that you are ill on that account, because you dream of your brother. He says, Sirs, I will now give him the flesh he loves, for he speaks to me when I dream of him, he demands flesh, he kills me. I say, What prevents him from coming to me by night when I am asleep, and telling me quietly, saying, My brother, I wish so-and-so, that we may talk pleasantly with each other, and it be evident that I have dreamed of my brother. He wrongs me. Daily I dream of him, and then awake in suffering, I say, He is not a man, he was a thing which was a wretch, which liked to fight with people. But, sirs, we have been accustomed to hear you say, as to a man who died being a wretch, one of a word and a blow, is the adlozi of such an one good? We have been accustomed to hear you say thus, that when he is dead his Amatongo becomes right and is good. But forsooth that man is good who had been good long before his death. Perhaps he too who was good becomes bad when he is dead. And he who was bad, when he is dead, is good, and becomes a good Atongo. Both are alike. We deny the truth of what you say, when you assert that a man who died being a wretch of a word and a blow, when he is dead, may have a good spirit. We maintain that the two things are alike, both he who was good will be a wrathful man when he is dead. It does not turn out in accordance with his righteousness which he had when he was still living on the earth, and the wretch when he is dead becomes righteous and becomes a good spirit. They say, Ehe, we agree with you, you speak the truth. The two things are alike. He replies, I say then, my brother has gone away with his wickedness which he exhibited whilst living on the earth. And though he is dead, his spirit resembles him whilst he was alive, for he was a man of a word and a blow. If a man spoke to him he used to wish at once to fight with him, and then a dispute might arise. It was caused by him, and then he would fight, and did not see it nor say, so then the fault was committed by me, I ought not to fight with these people, but he started up and wished to injure the people. And his spirit is like him, it is wicked. It is constantly angry, and when it is angry it sends animals. 183 But I will give him his flesh which he demands of me. I sleep, and when I awake find that he has affected my body with disease. I will give him. If I see that he leaves me and I am well, I will kill some cattle in the morning, if he does not leave me, I will have the cattle, and say, it is not my brother. If it is he, let me ge well and breathe, and my breath no longer cut me, as it cuts me at the present time. They assent and say, yes, yes, son of so-and-so. If in the morning you are well, then we shall see that it is indeed the spirit of your brother, if in the morning you are still ill, we will not say it is your brother, we will say it is a simple disease. When the sun went down he was still complaining of pain, but at the time of milking the cows he said, give me some food, that I may eat. His wives asked how the pain was. He replied, what do you hear me say? They said, we hear you asking for food. He replied, I don't know, my children, even I 184 feel an inclination for food, it is as though you might give me a little, do not give me much, give me a little, let me just try. So his wives gave him amicy. He said, do not put much crushed corn in it, put a little only, that it may be waterish, and not thick, that it may be soft, let me just try if the disease will now allow it to descend by the swallow. They did for him as he asked, the food was fluid, not thick. They gave him and he ate. He was able to swallow, although he had been unable to eat. He did not eat much, he ate a little, he gave his children. He said, just give me some beer. I am thirsty. They took beer and gave him. His wives had confidence in their hearts when they saw their husband taking a mouthful of food. They rejoiced in their hearts, for they had been fearful, saying, is it then that the disease is great, since he does not eat? They rejoiced in their hearts, they did not speak out their joy, but looked at each other only. He drank the beer, and asked for snuff, saying, give me some snuff too, my children, let me just take a little. They gave him some, for he had left off taking snuff too. His wives looked at each other, and wondered to see the man now taking snuff. For the Atongo had restrained him also from taking snuff. His wives had disputed in their hearts, saying, what kind of an Atongo is this that restrains him even from snuff? They were afraid, thinking it was disease and not an Atongo which was affecting him. He took snuff, and lay down, and when he lay down, sleep came. And in the middle of the night his brother came and said, so then, my brother, have you pointed out the cattle? Will you kill them in the morning? The sleeper assented, saying, yes, yes, I will kill one. Why do you, my brother, say to me I never call on you, whilst whenever I kill cattle I call on you by your laud-giving names, for you were a brave, and stabbed in the conflict? He replied, yes, yes, I say it with reason, when I wish for flesh. I indeed died, and left you with a village, 185 you had a large village. He said, yes, yes, my brother, you left me with a village, but when you left me with it, and died, had you killed all the cattle? He replied, no, I had not killed them all. He said, well then, child of my father, do you tell me to destroy them all? He replied, no, I do not tell you to destroy them all. But I tell you to kill, that your village may be great. He awoke. When he awoke he felt that he was now well, the pain which was in his side being no longer there. He awoke, and sat up, he jogged his wife, and said, So-and-so, awake, and light a fire. His wife awoke and blew up the fire. She poured snuff into her hand and took it, and asked him how he was. He replied, Oh. Just be quiet, on awaking my body was feeling light, I have been speaking with my brother, on awaking I was quite well. He took some snuff, and went to sleep. The Amatongo of his brother came again. He came saying, See, I have now cured you. Kill the cattle in the morning. In the morning he arose and went into the cattle pen. But he had some younger brothers. He called them, and went into the pen, and his brothers went in with him. He said, I just call you, for I am now well. My brother says he has now cured me. Then he told them to bring an ox. They brought it. He said, Bring that barren cow. They brought them both. They both came to him to the upper part of the pen, and stood there. He prayed, saying, Well then, eat, ye people of our house. Let a good Amatongo be with us, that the very children may be well, and the people be in health. I ask, how is it that you, since you are my brother, come to me again and again in my sleep, and I dream of you, and am then sick? That Amatongo is good which comes to a man and tells him good news. I am always complaining that I am constantly ill. What cattle are those which their owner devours, devouring them through being ill? I say, Cease, leave off making me ill. I say, Come to me when I am asleep, and tell me a matter, and say, My brother, I wish so and so. You come to me, coming for the purpose of killing me. It is clear that you were a bad fellow when you were a man, are you still a bad fellow under the ground? I used not to think that your Amatongo would come to me with kindness, and tell me good news. How is it that you come with evil, you, my eldest brother, who ought to bring good to the village, that no evil might come to it, for I know that you are its owner? He says these words about the cattle, and returns thanks, saying, There are the cattle which I offer you, there is a red ox, there is a red and white barren cow. Kill them. I say, Tell me a matter kindly, that on awaking my body may be free from pain. I say, Let all the Amatongo of the people of our house come here together to you, you who are fond of meat. And then he says, Stab them. One of his brothers takes an assegai, and stabs the barren cow, it falls down. He stabs the ox, both bellow, he kills them, they die. He tells them to skin them. So they skin them, the hides are taken off, they eat them in the cattle pen. All the men assemble to ask for food, they take it away joint by joint, they eat and are satisfied, and give thanks, saying, We thank you, son of so-and-so. We pray that the Amatongo may be propitious. When we see indeed that it is an Amatongo which makes you ill, we shall see that that Amatongo is the wretch which is your brother. We did not know if we should eat meat with you through your very severe illness. We now see it is the wretch which is killing you, and so we now are glad because we see you are well. Ugways Mdunga. The Amatongo are felt in the shoulders. The sensitive part with a doctor is his shoulders. Everything he feels is in the situation of his shoulders. That is the place where black men feel the Amatongo. If a doctor is touched by another person he is in pain, if he touches him there it is as if he stabbed him with an assegai. He feels at once as though there was a sore place there. And others who are not doctors do not allow another to take hold of them by the shoulders, for they say it causes them pain to be laid hold of. And if a man stands behind a doctor he makes him go away directly, saying, Get away, you are hurting me, it is as if you sat upon me. When we say there is not an Amatongo in his body, we say so because when that has been done which it was said the Amatongo wished, the disease remains, therefore we say, He has no Amatongo, there is not an Amatongo in him. Laying the Amatongo, or spirit. A doctor is summoned when a man is ill, he being troubled by one man. 186 He dreams perhaps of the dead man, and then has pain in his body, in the morning he tells others his dreams. He says, I am troubled. When so-and-so comes to me by night, my body is in pain. I cannot tell what to do. And if his dreaming makes him ill, they summon a doctor to come and close up the way against him. The doctor says to him, Look. When you dream of him, take this medicine and chew it, then take a stone or a piece of firewood, and spit on it the spittle which is in your mouth when you dream of him, mixed with this medicine, spit it either on a piece of firewood or on a stone. And throw it behind your back without looking. If you look, the dreams will recur. And he does so. This is the way dreaming is treated. If the thing goes on, and the dreams come back again, the doctor adopts another plan of treatment, and closes the way against the man's dream. Several medicines are mixed together for the purpose of misleading the Amatongo, that he may see it no more. He goes to a distance to shut him up there, perhaps in an ant heap. What he has in his hand he puts into the heap, and goes home, and he never sees it again. Such is the custom with black men. It is said, a troublesome spirit which appears to a man and makes him ill, is laid. These troublesome things occur most commonly in women who have lost their husbands, and are taken to wife by his brothers or by others. But the spirit of the dead husband follows the wife continually. If she is pregnant, and the spirit of her husband comes to her, and she is ill and miscarries, the Amatongo is at length laid because it has acted thus. If it trouble her when she has gone to another man without being as yet married, if she has left her husband's children behind, the dead husband follows her and asks, With whom have you left my children? What are you going to do here? Go back to my children. If you do not assent, I will kill you. The spirit is at once laid in that village because it harasses the woman. Perhaps another spirit never leaves her until she returns to the village of her dead husband. She never marries again, but remains at home and takes care of her children. It is said the children's father brought her back again. This is how doctors lay a spirit. Pendulum. The Amatongo reveal medicines, and, in dreams. Sometimes men who have medicines distinguish between their own medicines, and those they have been shown by the dead. For instance, Undayeni was frequently given the knowledge of such medicines. It used to be said to him in a dream, Go to such a place, and when you get there dig up a certain medicine, that medicine is the remedy for a certain disease. Undayeni had very many such medicines, which he was shown by the spirits of his people whilst he slept. He made a distinction between the medicines he knew, and the medicines which were revealed to him. And Undayeni was not alone in this respect. There are many like him. I have seen my father also, Unkamidlalel, 187, for he was a great cattle doctor, and he also had many medicines for men. I used to go with him when he was called by anyone whose cattle were ill. I heard him say as we were digging up medicines, Dig up that, I had that revealed to me in a dream, I was told to mix it with certain other medicines. And so it was continually. There was no end of his dreaming of medicines, until he had a great many. Therefore he was useful to cattle when they were ill, he gave them physic, he ordered them for one day to drink no water, but only that into which he had put his medicines. And a large pot was put in the cattle pen full of medicines and water. When the medicines had sunk to the bottom and the water was clear, some drank, others were drenched. When they were allowed to drink water, the medicines were taken to the river and put into the water, and the cattle drank lower down. He obtained many cattle from people for doctoring their cattle. He became a celebrated doctor. If the cattle got well he had one given him. If when he came some were lying down, he said, That one may die. But if it die, I shall cure none of them. And so he roused them up, going into the midst of them in the evening, carrying in his hand a torch, pouring fat on it, and kindling it when in the midst of the cattle. The cattle were much frightened when they saw the great flame, as he ran through the whole cattle pen, and he said, If I hear that one of these cattle has died, never come to me again, I shall not be able to do anything. Sometimes there is a man who is acting with a secret intention of injuring another without his suspecting it, and without his knowing anything about him, he being his friend. But if he hears in a dream a voice saying to him, So-and-so is pretending merely to be your friend. Do you not see that he will kill you? What do you think he means by saying such and such things? Alluding to something he has said, he remembers it and exclaims, yes, surely. So-and-so may hate me on that account. And he begins to separate from him and to be on his guard. And he tells the dream and says, I wonder that I have seen so-and-so killing me about such and such a matter. And he keeps at a distance from him. And if he says to him, so-and-so, now you keep at a distance from me. What is it? What difference has arisen between us? The other puts him off by saying, oh, son of so-and-so, can you think there is anything which has made me quarrel with you? No. There is nothing. I am occupied with such and such concerns. That is all, saying what is really mere subterfuge. Umpengulambanda. A man's Amatongo resembles him in character. Unjikiza, the son of Ukuba, Undulbekazizwa, 188 Anachilwezachila 189 was a celebrated brave, of great strength, and huge body. All his muscles were prominent and hard, and his head was high above the ground. 190. It happened among the Amankalosi with whom he was living, that there came the Amazulu going and killing wherever they were sent. But they did not act in accordance with the chief's law, but acted after their own heart in villages to which they had not been sent, treating the people cruelly, eating their milk and other food, saying, since we are the people of the chief, the rustics will fly as soon as they see us. Who among them will lay a charge against us before the chief? We will do just as we like, and set ourselves our own limit. 191. And indeed they acted thus, until they came to our village. When they came, there were none there but women. There was not a single man there. They did as they liked with the food, they made the children cry by taking away what they were eating, and the women cried saying, if Undulbekazizwa were here, you would not do so. Go on then. He will be here presently. And indeed after a time he came, and heard the noise of crying whilst he was at the gateway. He smote the ground with his huge club, saying, Unothlalamazabuko is hungry. 192. It shall have its fill today. The Amazulu heard, for they know him, the noise was at once hushed, and they went out stealthily and fled away. In the morning they were caught at another village because of the trouble they gave. They were bound and carried to a den and confined in it. Undulbekazizwa told the people to fetch firewood and burn them. The people went into the cave and put down the firewood and lit a fire, and fanned it with their shields, and drove the smoke into the cave. They were unable to breathe, and all died. And it is not known to this day by the Amazulu what became of them. 193. It happened when the land was desolated by the Amazulu, the people fled into the forests with their cattle. The Amazulu found ours. We fought with them, but our people were conquered, and Undulbekazizwa alone remained. The Amazulu said, today is today. We shall see if you will conquer us. For a long time you have plagued us when we have gone to the outer districts. They stabbed him with their assegais in the forest. He killed 20 of them. He then said, kill me now. I have now spread out a mat for myself to lie on. I shall lie on men. They stabbed him in every part of his body. Their spears stuck in him as thick as reeds in a morass. So he died. This is his history. He would lay hold of a leopard by himself in the forest, as though it was a mere child. He would go along crying like a child, crawling on his knees. The leopard would leap on him, and he seize it as though it was a fly and kill it. He was much dreaded. Everyone who had anything pretty whom he met with in the way, he would kill and take what he liked. Many were glad at his death, for he gave much trouble, and did everything in an arbitrary way. He had no patience. No matter was discussed in our village when he was there, he would bring it to a conclusion with a stick. It was discussed when he was absent, but not when he was at home. And his Amatongo is wicked. His name is never mentioned to this day in our village. If anyone mentions him, he is at once silenied, and told not to mention his name in the village, for he might destroy it. He is mentioned only when any cattle are killed. He is not mentioned at other times. 194. Umpengulambanda. A doctor of medicine deceived by the Atongo. A little while ago there was a man among the Amakuza. He lived on the Inflavini near Usigwalai, the son of Sangana. He was a doctor of medicine. Some years ago he left Umahal. It is he on account of whom Umahal quarreled with Umazwana and Ifaku, until they separated one from the other. Umahal drove him away, and they defended him, for he is Umazwana's father-in-law, his name is Unkunkaza. So he came here among the Amakuza, and lived with Usigwalai. At the time when severe epidemic dysentery prevailed, and attacked the household of Usigwalai, it carried off 2 people. Whilst Usigwalai was as yet free from disease, Unkunkaza came to him with medicines, and said to him, Usigwalai, I come to you because the Atongo told me to come and treat you. That Usigwalai is a great man here among the Amakuza. Among his own people, the house of Umbanjwa 195 he is a petty chief, the elder brother of Utwa among the descendants of Umbanjwa. Usigwalai too knew what the Atongo had said 196 and believed. And so did not ask, how is it that the Atongo comes to you, Unkunkaza, without telling me that I am about to be ill, and it is proper that I at once put myself under your care. He asked no question at the time because he was afraid that the Atongo had spoken the truth, and said, See, death has come like an army into my village. He assented at once, saying, Yes, take me under your care. For the man is trusted much for his knowledge of disease. He forgot that he was driven from Umahal's tribe for sorcery, because he had been defended by Umazwana and Ifaku, he had no thought of the bad name which he had had. So he drank the medicine. Unkunkaza said, I give you this medicine, it will act as an aperient, not as an emetic. But the medicine did not act in accordance with his word. It acted both as a purge and an emetic in an excessive degree. The people now began to stare, and said, Unkunkaza, correct the effects of your medicine. Is the man dead whilst you are looking at him? 197 But he was now unable to regulate the action of his medicine, he was quite beaten. And acted without reason, no longer knowing what to do. The medicine became poison, and now wished to take away the dead body. 198. People began to wonder at what Unkunkaza had done. And now the word which pronounced him a sorcerer is heard everywhere, and people say, whoever went to a man who was not ill, without being called by him, of his own accord to treat him for disease. He is indeed a sorcerer. Thus the matter stands at present. We do not know what the result will be. 199. Umpengulambanda. How the Amatongo are worshipped. The Atongo for the most part when it reveals itself enters a village through some individual living there, and seizes on some part of his body, and so he is ill. And his friends ask him, so and so, since you are in such a state, what is the matter with you? He replies, Oh, today I am not happy, having woke with my body well in one part and unwell in another. 200 It is very painful in this place. And it is clear that he is ill, though he makes the best of it, and they say, No, the man, though he makes the best of it, is ill, we see that he is not well. And because the disease does not cess at once they at length go to the diviner. The diviner comes and tells them the cause of the illness. But the sick man himself had said nothing about his illness. For it is generally the case that such people, although they have dreamed and in the morning awoke in pain, do not like to talk about it themselves. For among black men slaughtering cattle has become much more common than formerly, on the ground that the Idlozi has demanded them, but they make reply to one who says so, No. Since a bullock has just been slaughtered, what does the Atongo say? 201 Oh, people are now very fond of meat, and a man says he has dreamed of the Idlozi, and forsooth he says so because he would eat meat. But this is not said openly, but secretly. Therefore a man no longer says, I am ill. I have dreamed of the Idlozi. They have left off saying so, and a man says, Oh, since there are diviners who will say what I have seen, why should I say anything? And even though they ask him, Have you not seen something in your sleep? He denies. For he is unable to say that the Atongo demands a bullock, determining not to mention such a thing, but to let the diviner mention it. For the Atongo does not choose the head of a village only, but also common people. But a mere man who is not the head of a village is not able to say, the Amatongo command a bullock to be slaughtered. It is the head of the village alone who, if he is seized by disease, will not allow them to go to the diviner. If a diviner is mentioned, he will refuse, saying, "No. I have heard. Kill such and such a bullock, and I shall get well. For the cattle and the village are his. There are none among his children who can take upon themselves to say, let such and such a bullock among the cattle of my father be killed, for the Atongo has demanded it. No, neither can a woman. Even though the Atongo has made it most evident to her, she will not say anything about it, even though she is very ill, she will not say anything about a bullock, she trusts only to the diviner. When they have gone to the diviner, he will tell them everything which the man has seen. When they come back again, they scold the man, saying, Why, when you knew the disease, and we asked you so much, did you not tell us? What were you afraid of? Did you make yourself ill? Was it not the Amatongo only? He replies, I said, Hear the diviner. And he assents to what the diviner has said, saying, Yes, yes, he says all that I saw. And so the bullock is killed. Before it is killed, the head of the village goes into the cattle pen, carrying incense in his hand. If the bullock is tame, he gently rubs it again and again with incense on the back, and says, All hail. Spirits of our tribe, the word, All hail, tells all the people to listen to what is about to be said in the prayer which is made to the Amatongo. And truly they are silent, not a sound is heard, nor the least talking. The chief man only speaks, and the people listen whilst he is speaking to the Amatongo, saying, Is it proper that people like you should habitually, instead of asking for food in a proper manner, should habitually come to us at all times in the form of sickness? Is that proper? No. Do you not then see that you are disgraced this day, having been smelt out by the diviner? For it is proper if you demand food, that I should not refuse it. There then is your food. All ye spirits of our tribe, summon one another. I am not going to say, so and so, there is thy food, for you are jealous. 202 But thou, so and so, who art making this man ill, call all the spirits, come all of you to eat this food. If it is you, I shall then see by the recovery of this man whom, it is said, you have made ill. I now no longer know what you can demand. I have already given you what you ask. Let the man get well. Come together all of you of such and such a people, which did so and so and so and so, that is, he lauds them by recounting the mighty actions which they did whilst living. He is very earnest, saying, I now greatly wonder that you too, so and so, who used to do such and such mighty things, now continually come as a thief, whilst you were still living it was not so, you used to do everything openly. Let this coming to me stealthily be at an end. Go openly, that I may see you, for that which you ask for I will not refuse, for you gave it all to me, the cattle, the children, and the corn. And thou, old woman 203 of our tribe, we call you to come and eat, and the infant which is dead, let it come and eat, that we may rejoice. Such, then, is the worship with which they worship the Atongo, and so the bullock is killed. They unite all the Amatongo in one invitation, for some of them they no longer know by name, but the dead know all of the living, and continually help them and do not forsake them, and on that account the living say, Come, all of you, and eat. For at first those who were known were called by name, but by doing so they summoned disease, and it was very great, and they went to the diviner, saying, How? What is the meaning then of this, that we have killed so great an ox of our tribe, and yet cannot get any breathing time? What is the meaning of this? And the diviner tells them, there is a man whom they have not worshipped, whom they do not know, an old woman or an infant, it is they who find fault. And thus arose the custom of making no distinction, and all are now invited together. Such then is the manner in which people worship the Amatongo, and then the bullock is killed. And if when another appointed for the purpose stabs it, the bullock cries 2-0 for the head of the village again worships, saying, Cry, bullock of our people, and he then accounts the valorous deeds of the dead, mentioning the names of the Amatongo of their tribe. The bullock drops. When it is skinned, it is laid open and a small piece of the caul is taken and a sherd and a live coal, and incense, and they go with it into the house of the sick man. Or into the chief house of the village where it is said the Amatongo dwell, for it is said that the Atongo lives in the great house. And the smoke arises in the house, and there is the odor of the burnt caul. Then the sick man pours the gall on his body. He pours it on himself, and talks. I do not mean he is angry, for sometimes okuteta means to return thanks. And all the people of the village have the gall poured on them. Some pour it on their feet, some on their heads, others drink it. Such then is the account of the Amatongo. The contents of the bullock's stomach are sprinkled in all the houses, that the Amatongo may eat. And that is the end of it. And then the flesh is eaten. After that they look for the recovery of the man. If he does not get well, another bullock will be killed, until he kills all he has. And forsooth he has some other disease not occasioned by the Amatongo. But notwithstanding sometimes what is said about the Amadlozi turns out to be true, for black men steadily affirm that the Amatongo exist and help them. For when they say that the Amatongo help them, they do not say so from what diviners have said but from what they have themselves seen. For instance, when they are asleep, a dead man appears, and talks with one of them, and says, so and so, it is well that such and such be done in this village, telling him something that will happen. For instance, black men used to be commanded to make a great deal of beer, and so they made it, and said, the Adlozi says, I will give you corn. If they obtain it that year they bless the Amatongo. And at the end of the year 205 they return thanks for the corn, which they were promised. It is this which blinds them, and they say, but do they not speak with us, and we do what they tell us to do and obtain health? Do they not demand a certain bullock of a man, and he gives it and gets well? The mode of slaughtering a bullock. When an ox is slaughtered, the owner of it appoints someone to watch lest it should be spoilt. And each one who cuts off a leg leaves a portion of it behind, that he may afterwards take the piece of flesh thus left, and put it in his own pot. For among those who separate the legs from the carcass, each one leaves portions still attached to the carcass, that he may afterwards cut them off and put them in his own pot. Those who are sitting round the fire ask for meat of those especially who cut off the legs. As they cut them off they throw continually small pieces of flesh to them, and they shout even with their mouths full, we are burnt. 206 And each one has his assegai and eats standing, until the bullock is opened. And each one that skins the bullock has his own pot, that he may pour the blood into it. When the carcass is completely opened, one arises to dip out the blood into all the pots, he dips it out with a cup and pours it into each vessel, the people giving way for each other until all the pots are full. The person who skins the bullock has the power of purloining, and he goes home with his pot full, and meat too stuck on rods which is not put into the pots. He enters his house, and his children eat, and it more than suffices them, just as though he had himself killed an ox of his own. The meat is carried into the house and placed at the upper end in one place. It is not cooked on the day it is killed, but the blood is eaten. On the following morning it is cut up when it is going to be cooked. They separate the legs and the ribs 207 in the Izinyanga, 208 and give to those who are of their house. For this is the custom with black men, the Izinyanga is taken to the eldest, the ribs are given to the next, or the shoulder, and the leg is given to the officer. When the meat is cooked, for it is eaten when the sun is declining, men belonging to all the villages of the tribe, and strangers who are neighbors, press together to the village. When the meat is about to be taken from the pots, all the people go into the cattle pen, for among black men cattle are not eaten indoors, but always in the cattle pen, that those who are eating, and those who are not, may be seen. The chief of the village takes out the meat and puts it on the various feeding mats, and it is carried into the cattle pen, and put in one place, that it may be distributed. He distributes it in accordance with the positions of the assembly. The young men have their mats, those with head rings, and the chief men have theirs, and strangers have theirs. And if there be only one who belongs to another people, his feeding mat is by itself, and they say to him, here is the meat of such a place. He thanks them, and takes people belonging to the place that he may eat with them. When all have eaten, and some have finished before the rest, they join themselves with those who are still eating, and say, "Oh, let us join with you, we see you are in trouble." When it is all eaten they do not begin to take leave. But the broth, and the blood which is still uneaten, are brought out after the meat. When all is finished, the head man and another man who carries a feeding mat go a little towards the head of the cattle pen, and the head man says, "Be perfectly silent." And the assembly becomes very silent. He says, "Yes, yes. Our people, who did such and such noble acts, I pray to you, I pray for prosperity, after having sacrificed this bullock of yours. I say, I cannot refuse to give you food, for these cattle which are here you gave me. And if you ask food of me which you have given me, is it not proper that I should give it to you? I pray for cattle, that they may fill this pen. I pray for corn, that many people may come to this village of yours, and make a noise, and glorify you. I ask also for children, that this village may have a large population, and that your name may never come to an end." So he finishes. So all strangers take leave, and go home. And if it is a time of plenty, much beer is also made. And the meat of the women is by itself. When the men have departed and the place is still, the women come together and take out their meat. And neighboring villages send messages one to another to come and eat meat at the village. So it is all eaten, and they go home. Laying the spirit of divination. The account of barring the way against a spirit of divination which visits a man when he does not understand the meaning of his dreams. He dreams continually of many snakes encircling his whole body whilst he is in a pool of water. He quits the water heavy with snakes, or he dreams he is crossing a flooded river. At length his body is relaxed, he not knowing what is the meaning of those daily dreams. At length he becomes ill, and there is certain food he is obliged to abstain from, being told in his sleep not to eat such and such food. So he no longer eats that food. If he eat it from opposition, his health suffers. At length he leaves it alone, saying, "A spirit has visited me." If he wishes to be a diviner, he goes to a diviner. The diviner prepares for him white abulawo, and makes him white, that his dreams may be clear, and no longer uncertain. If he does not wish to be a diviner, nor his friends, they take a sheep for the purpose of barring the way of the spirit, and a doctor who is not a diviner is consulted, a doctor of celebrity, for the purpose of barring the way. When he has dreamed a great deal of the spirits, and they initiate him into the knowledge proper to doctors, the doctor is called, and comes with black medicines. 209 A sheep is killed, and the contents of the paunch are taken, and the black medicines bruised, and the man is made to drink them. He throws the contents of his stomach into a vessel, and the contents of the sheep's stomach are added to them. This is taken to a cave into which no man enters, it is buried there in the earth, and closed up with soil, and the doctor does not look behind him till he gets home. This, then, is the method of barring the way against a spirit. And though it came to him by night, it is no longer distinctly visible, but obscure, and the man no longer sees it distinctly as at first, and so it departs, and he eats all kinds of food, and abstains from nothing. And with some the way is barred successfully, with others without success, it is tried to no purpose, and the man dies through being claimed at the same time by the Amatongo and by living men, and dies very soon. This, then, is what I have heard. The subject of the following narrative was a convert of some 11 or 12 years standing. He has always manifested great uncertainty of character and a very impressible nervous system, and for many years has had from time to time subjective apparitions, and been in the habit of dreaming strange, lifelike dreams. One day he suddenly left the mission station. The following account was obtained from a native who was sent to inquire of him at the village where he was living. I have had an opportunity of seeing him since the underneath was given me. He has many symptoms of hysteria, appears fully to believe in his feelings, and yet at the same time to be practicing deceit on others, and probably too on himself. The account of the illness of James, which is not intelligible among Christians. For although a person may appear to be affected with those symptoms which precede the power of divination, yet when he goes to a mission station all that ceases through continually hearing the word of God. There are many who were so affected, but are now so no longer. But as regards him who is now so old, it is marvelous that he should begin to be so affected, as though he had only just come to a Christian village. I and Paul reached the place where he is, going with the intention of taking him by surprise, saying to each other, "Do not let him hear or see us. Let him first see us when we are already in the hut, before he puts himself to rights, that we may see what he does now when no man is looking at him." When we came he was lying down covered with 2 blankets, one black, the other grey and old. When he saw us he remained lying and was silent. I aroused him, saying, "Arouse." He writhed himself and said, "Just have patience. I am about to arise. Make haste and tell me. Make haste and tell me. What has happened at home?" But was a long time before he arose. At length he arose and saluted us, and we saluted him. I asked him, saying, "James, how are you?" He said, "I am very ill." I said, "What is the matter with you?" He said, "I have a disease with which I am not acquainted." I said, "Tell me all about it." He began by saying, "Oh, truly, you are right. If it were a mere boy who asked, I would not say a single word. But since it is you who ask, I will tell you everything. At first I was afraid, and said, 'What will men say?' But now since this disease has separated me from you, I can make no concealment. Long ago this disease began, even before I quitted the house on the other side of the river to go to my new house. It began whilst I still lived in the village. And the family of Omapanchi know it. But it sazed off again. It first began by creeping up from my fingers and toes, it then crept up my arms and thighs. It ran and spread itself over the whole body, until it reached the upper part of the body, and stopped in my shoulders, and caused a sensation of oppression, and there was a great weight here on my shoulders. It was as if I was carrying a heavy weight. But now it is not that only, but now there are things which I see when I lie down. When I left home I had composed 3 songs, without knowing whence they came. I heard the song, and then just sang it, and sang the whole of it without having ever learnt it. But that which troubles me most now is, that there is not a single place in the whole country which I do not know. I go over it all by night in my sleep, there is not a single place the exact situation of which I do not know. I see also elephants and hyenas, and lions, and leopards, and snakes, and full rivers. All these things come near to me to kill me. Not a single day passes without my seeing such things in my sleep. Again, I see that I am flying, no longer treading on this earth. I asked him, "Since it is thus with you, do you still remember your Lord?" He said, "No. To do so is death to me. If I try, saying, 'Let me pray,' it is as if I summoned all kinds of death to come and kill me at once. The Lord's tidings are plucked out of me by this disease. It alone has now the dominion over me." I said, "Do you remember that old dream 2:10 of yours?" He said, "Do you speak of that of the boats?" I said, "Yes." He replied, "Oh. I do not forget it. I see clearly now that the boat is my faith, which has now sunk into the water. And the dogs which I saw are now devouring me." I said, "But if your Lord is now your enemy, who will save you?" He replied, "No. I am now dead altogether. I do not think that I am still a man who can enter into a new position, which I do not in the least understand. 2:11 I do not know what I am. Attend, for I am a man who loves my children dearly. But now I do not care whether they are alive or not. The great thing is this disease alone." He continued, "And now I begin to go out by night, having an internal intimation about medicine. 2:12 It is said, the medicine is in such a place, go and dig it up. I go out and reach the place, but do not find the medicine. 2:13 I merely walk up and down, and at length return. This is my present state. There are many things which I seem to see, but when I go to them I cannot see them. At length it happened one day very early in the morning, I was told to go and dig up some medicine. I went to the place, but did not see the medicine, and came back again. When I reached home, it was said, "Why have you left the medicine? It is that which you saw. Go and dig it up." At length I went to the place and dug it up. Again I threw it away, for I did not know what to do with it. I was told to go and dig up another medicine on the ice of Latankangu. I refused, and I have not been to this day. But the great thing is meat. It is said constantly, "Let a bullock be killed." 2:14 It is as though I could eat meat daily. This disease longs for meat, but I will not kill cattle. I am harassed by the dogs. It is as if where I am the dogs must not be beaten. I am greatly afraid of the noise. And it is as though I could not look on a diviner. He may come, I am at once in a dying state, and fall down and die. It is this, then, that troubles me. And now I no longer love anyone. My heart no longer loves men. It is as though I could stay where it is perfectly still, where there is not the least sound. When you tell me to return, I do not know where I could stay, for the bell of our village sounds again and again. I do not like such a sound as that. I am much afraid. I shall not stay. I shall be driven away by the bell. And then we spoke of his return, I saying, "Come home, if you are ill here." Your wife, not seeing you, does not suppose at all that you are under medical treatment. To her way of thinking, you have merely forsaken her. Therefore when her father comes he will come and take her away with him. You know yourself that our wives talk, and although a man is not sick, they tell us that if a husband rebels and returns to a heathen life, attracted by its pleasant things, yet his wife, because she does not know any pleasant things of heathen life, will at once separate from him, and not die with the death with which another willfully kills himself. Do you not know that our wives say thus? He assented and said, "Yes. Hannah came here some days ago. She told me to get rid of this disease. And if I did not get rid of it, we should separate." I answered her and asked, "What is meant by getting rid of it? Am I fond of it? Did I produce it? Oh, I do not know how the disease can be got rid of. The disease is master of the sick man." And so we separated. And I am now about to return home for that saying of hers, "If the disease does not cease we shall separate." I will now come back, that my wife see for herself that which can get rid of the disease. I cannot fix the day. You will see me when I come. My body is in pain, for on the night before you came I saw you coming to me, but you were white men. A white man hurt me. He came in here and struck me on the thigh which was broken and broke it again. I arose and threw ashes over him. 2:15 I am ill from that then. I cannot tell you the day. I am not ill every day. Some days I am quite well, especially on Sunday. On Sunday, although I no longer know it is Sunday, I am very well. I now know by my body that it is Sunday. Such then is my disease. Go. I will accompany you, I will come back from the top of the hill. So then we went with him. But he now goes naked, and wears the umuncha. I just caught sight of his umuncha. The hinder part was black. Further, I asked him, "Why did you leave home unknown to our teacher, who is a doctor of all diseases, without telling him?" He replied, "I did not tell him, for I was afraid," and said, "If I tell him, he will say I am mad, and seize me and send me to Pietermaritzburg, and I shall stay there a long time." I feared that then, and did not tell him, thinking, "Oh, since a madman destroys people's property, and I do no harm, but my sickness is an injury to myself only, oh, no, let me not tell him. It may be I shall get well if I find doctors for myself. Let me go." So I went away. So we left, and separated from him at a place above the village. He walked without limping, his thigh has not dried up, it is of the same length as the other. But when he is going downhill, it is evident that he is a man who has been injured. But when he goes uphill, he looks like all other men. There are only 3 kinds of food that he eats, meat, and the dregs of beer mixed with boiled maize. If these cannot be had he eats wild herbs. That is the food on which he lives. He does not put amasi into his mouth by any means, he dislikes it, and it disagrees with him. Again, once at night he was told to awake and go down to the river, and he would find an antelope caught in a euphorbia tree, and to go and take it. So, said he, I awoke. When I had set out, my brother, Umenkamain, followed me. He threw a stone and struck an aloe. James was frightened, and ran back to him and chided him, saying, Why did you frighten me when I was about to lay hold on my antelope? That was the end of it, and he was not again told by anything to go and fetch the antelope. They went home, there being nothing there. James's people say they are of a family who are very sensitive, and become doctors. There are 2 of his brothers in Zululand who are doctors. James told me, saying, Hebert came to us on his arrival from Zululand. He told me that my brothers in Zululand are now doctors, so and so and so and so. And so James said, He then is the man who brought this disease on me. Whilst he was telling me I was seized with a fearful dread. I did not answer him, but remained silent. I am now ill because he spoke of what I myself was experiencing. But I did not speak of it, for I did not know what disease it was. He made me understand, and I understand it to this day. It is said that James's father, Unkulunkulu, was the steward of the Zulu king. But he was seized with the disease which precedes the power to divine. The king was angry when he heard it. He ate up all his cattle. That was the medicine which cured Unkulunkulu. That was the end of it. Others are doctors here in the country of the English. His sisters have the initiatory symptoms. There are many who have James's disease. Some have the Amatongo laid. With others the disease ceases of its own accord, it is tired, and leaves them. Another, not one of James's relatives, I heard Ujojo mention her, she was a girl of the Abambo, the daughter of Amatonga. It is said, she was affected, and did as James does. But she was treated by many doctors. They could not cure her. She still went to the mountains, and did not stay at home, she was a married woman. At length she was treated by Ujojo, the son of Umenzezulu, he cured her. He killed 2 goats, or, rather, a sheep and a goat, the goat was white, the sheep black. He treated her with them. The black sheep made the Amatongo indistinct, and no longer bright, the white goat made the Amatongo white and bright, that it might make her see clearly. 2:16 So he laid the Amatongo, and she went home. He caused her to live at home. And she is now a human being. It is said, for a long time she lived in the mountains. But it is now no longer apparent that she ever did so. The diviners tell James that he too is beginning, and will soon be a doctor. But they say he must not be treated with black medicines to lay the Amatongo, for he will die, he must be just left alone. His friends therefore do not know what to do, since it is said, he will die. They merely look on. The diviner's word is their law, they can on no account go beyond it. Banda. How to distinguish snakes which are Amatongo from common snakes. The snakes into which men turn are not many, they are distinct and well known. They are the black imamba, and the green imamba, which is called Inyandezulu. Chiefs turn into these. Common people turn into the Umfulwazi, and chieftainesses. Another snake is called Ubulyub or Inkwakwa, and another Umzingandlu. Common people turn into these only. These snakes are known to be human beings when they enter a hut, they do not usually enter by the doorway. Perhaps they enter when no one is there, and go to the upper part of the hut, and stay there coiled up. A snake of this kind does not eat frogs or mice, it remains quiet, until someone sees it and calls others, it is not afraid so as to run away, and it is left alone. Some say, let it be killed. Others say, what, kill a man? If the snake has a scar on the side, someone, who knew a certain dead man of that place who also had such a scar, comes forward and says, it is so and so. Do you not see the scar on his side? It is left alone, and they go to sleep. During the night the chief of the village dreams, and the dead man says to him, do you now wish to kill me? Do you already forget me? I thought I would come and ask for food, and do you kill me? I am so and so. In the morning he tells his dreams, and says, let a sin offering be sacrificed, lest the Amatongo be angry and kill us. They fetch a bullock or goat, and pray and eat the flesh. They look, and the snake is no longer there. It has now entirely disappeared. A mere snake, when it comes into a hut, looks from side to side, and is afraid of men, and it is killed because it is known to be a wild snake. A snake is also known by its mere appearance to be an animal, even though it does not look from side to side, because it is neither an Imamba 217 that is a man, or the Izinyanga Zokubula 218 which is known to be a man. Those which are men and those which are not, are distinguished by their color. The puff adder, the Ivuzamanzi, the Inflangwana, and the grey and spotted Imamba, are known to be mere beasts. It is impossible for them to be ever men. They never become men, they are always beasts. And those which are men are always men, as soon as they are seen they are known to be men, and truly they speak in dreams, and even if they do not, it is known that they are men. Those which are men are known by their frequenting huts, and by their not eating mice, and by their not being frightened at the noise of men, they are always observed not to be afraid of the shadow of a man. Neither does a snake that is an Amatongo excite fear in men, and there is no feeling of alarm as though there was a wild beast in the house, but there is a happy feeling, and it is felt that the chief of the village has come. When men see it, it is as though it said as they look at it, be not afraid. It is I. So they are able at all times to associate with it. If it has been killed by someone who is ignorant, it comes to life again, and has the marks of the rod on its body by which it was killed, and complains in a dream of the treatment it has received. And after that a sin offering is sacrificed. This, then, is how snakes are distinguished. He who had a scar is recognized by that, and he who had but one eye is recognized by the snake into which he has turned having one eye also, and another is recognized by the marks of injuries. And a lame man is known by the lameness of the snake. That is how they are known, for men usually have some marks, and the snakes into which they turn have similar marks. The man who had no mark speaks in dreams. And if it is seen that it is an Amatongo, but it has no mark, it is said to be a man, but we do not know who it is. He reveals himself by speaking. This is how they are known. Again, if a snake which is an Amatongo lies on its back, with it belly upwards, it is a cause of alarm, and it is said something of consequence is about to happen, or, the village is about to be destroyed. The people sacrifice and pray, and go to a diviner, and he tells them why the Amatongo has done as it has. They do as they are directed. If a snake coils around a vessel and will not allow anyone to take it, the people bring a sacrifice and worship, and it goes away. And if a snake which is an Amatongo enters a house rapidly, 219 it is known to be the Amatongo of a man who was a liar whilst he lived. And he is still a liar. They sacrifice something to such an Amatongo. This is what I know about the Amatongo. Umpengulambanda. Men turn into many kinds of animals. It is said that men turn into many kinds of animals. It is said that one becomes a wasp, another an Inkosazana, 220 another an Imamba, 221 another an Izinyanga Zokubula. 222 but the greater number turn into the Umfulwazi, 223 which may be green or brown. As regards the two kinds of Umfulwazi, a person may allow that they are men, because they do not stare fiercely like the other four. The Umfulwazi is not afraid of a man, it moves slowly, if a person sees it lying, it remains quiet until many come and look at it, and if they arouse it, it moves slightly, and again remains quiet. Therefore it is said to be an Amatongo, for it never bites anyone, it is a beast which is less fierce than all others. The green and brown kinds resemble each other in gentleness. And the others, although they are called Amatongo, yet the eyes do not get accustomed to them, 224 for they belong to a kind of animal which bites. The Imamba which frequents open places, and those which frequent houses, are not distinguishable by color, their color is the same, their eyes are alike. And when they are in an open place, their stare is of the same character, the stare of an enemy, which makes one afraid, and a man does not pluck up courage by saying, this snake is an Amatongo. I can approach it. No. He says it is an Amatongo when he is at a distance from it, without approaching near to it. But we say the Umfulwazi is an Amatongo, and go up to it. But the Amamba is said especially to be chiefs, the Inkosazana, old women. And the Umfulwazi, common people. As regards the wasp, it is not clear that it is an Amatongo, because it appears to a man, it is as it were an Amatongo because it is sent, it is an Amatongo through being seen, and so it is said to be an Amatongo. For people say of it, it resembles something that has been sent. The order in which the Amatongo are worshipped. All the Amatongo are called upon by the name of the first Amatongo who is known. It is called just as a nation is called after a certain person, ours is the nation of the Amapete. The family name is Gwala, the first man, that is, the Unkulunkulu of the Amapete. It is he who is the head of the whole nation. We pray by his name. And when we sacrifice we say, Ye people of Gwala, come all of you to eat. Behold your food. But now since there are diviners we no longer begin in this way, for it is known who among the dead has caused disease. He is known by inquiring of the diviners, they tell us, since so-and-so is ill, he is made ill by so-and-so, one of your people. You know him, he says, how is it that when you have food you forget him? Therefore he is called upon first, and it is said, so-and-so, son of so-and-so, he being lauded by his laud-giving names, then they proceed to his father, and he too is mentioned in connection with the disease. And so in time they come to the last. And so there is an end, when it is said, Ye people of Gwala, who did so and so, his great deeds being mentioned, come all of you. Such then is the distinction between Amatongo. They are distinguished, because it is one among them which causes the disease. The others say nothing. So he is called upon first, as though he complains saying, How is it that my name is no longer mentioned? That is how it is. Just as with us, our uncle was ill, the diviners said, He is made ill by his brother, because he says, In that village when they have food, I am no longer remembered. And he asks, How is it that you do not begin with him when you call on the Amatongo? The Amatongo continually trouble men on that account. Each one of them constantly puts in a claim, that each may have his own cattle, sacrificed for him individually, though the names of all be called upon. And a certain one remembers they never worship him first by killing for him a certain cow. And he says, I will reveal myself by disease. This then is the word about making a distinction between the Amatongo. Umpengulambanda. Tale of an Amamba. The account of the Amamba which is the Amatongo of our people among the Amapete. The chief of that nation was Umazia. 225. That chief became an Amamba when he went out of his human body. He was killed by the Abambo. When the people were scattered from the country of the Amazulu, they wished to come here to the English. But he had been dead for some time. It was his son, Umayaka, who remained in his father's place, and his brother too, Umgwadwiana, died, and left two sons, one named Amatakane, and the younger one, Ubafako. But at the time of the scattering of the people the lad Ubafako had a bad sore on his thigh. They were then living in the open country and had quitted their homes, when he was ill with that sore, and it had been already treated with medicines. But the medicines would not adhere, and the sore increased continually. At length it happened one day, as they were living in the temporary booths erected in their flight, an Amamba entered. The child was asleep. The people started up and were frightened when they saw the beast enter the house, but it neither took any notice of them nor was in the least afraid, but pressed onward to go up to the child. The mother now cried out, The snake will kill the child. But it was already known that it was the chief, but they had not any courage on that account, for he had now a different body, to which they were not accustomed, the body of a beast. It reached the child and placed its mouth on the sore, and remained still a little while, and then departed and went out of the house. After that they went to the diviners, that they might hear what was the meaning of so great an omen. But the doctors said, It is your chief, he comes to heal the child of his son. So the people waited in patience, and the sore contracted, and at length healed. And it used constantly to happen, when they were traveling towards this country, when they had set out, the Amamba too was seen where they crossed at the fords of rivers. It used to cross lower down constantly, until they reached Table Mountain, where it still was when his son, Umayaka, went down to the Ananda, flying from the Dutch. But the chief 226 refused, saying, I will not go to a country by the sea. I shall stay here, and eat grasshoppers. 227 And so indeed it was. At length Umayaka was very ill, and it was said to him in a dream, Why did you forsake your father? 228 He is calling the people, let them return. But they would not agree, fearing their feud with the Dutch, for Umayaka had stolen their cattle. 229. So it was until our eldest uncle went up to our father, 230 who was younger than our own father. Our father departed, leaving our eldest uncle, and returned to the old site of our chief's great kraal. But he was on the other side of the stream to it, he did not build on the old site, but dug there only. Until on a certain day our father whilst asleep dreamt the chief was talking with him. And as at that time it was winter, and the water was very cold, he said to him, Ungukwane, it would be well for you to make a bridge for me, that I may cross on it and come home, for I am cold, and the water makes me colder still. And truly I heard my father calling me and saying, My child, come, let us go yonder to the ford which leads to the old site of Umzimvubu, the village of the Nembla chief, and make there a bridge for the chief to cross over. And truly we cut down many mimosa trees and elephant trees, and laid them across the stream, and poured earth on the top of them. A few days after, for I was then the herd boy who closed the cattle pen, I put off for a long time going to close it, until it was dark, and did not set out to do it until the usual time had passed. As I was going, I saw yonder something glistening on the poles with which the gateway was closed. But I did not trouble myself as to what it was. I went in a hurry, wishing to close the gateway at once, for I left them about to eat amasi in the house. Therefore I wished to close the gateway at once. But I took the first pole, it was heavy, I could not raise it. And it was the same with another, the poles were too heavy for me. I began to examine intently into the cause why the poles were too heavy, since they were old poles. I looked intently, and forsooth it was a great snake which was lying on them. I shouted. They came out of the house, and asked what it was. I replied, Here is a snake. My father came immediately, and looked intently, and said, Do not close the gateway. I inquired, What is it? He said, It is the chief. I said, What, this snake? He said, Yes. We returned to the house. In the morning he told us, saying, The chief asks why you were afraid of him. Did he not tell us to make a bridge, that he might cross? Then my father gave praises, praising the snake with the laud-giving names which the chief had whilst living, praising in concert with our grandmother, the mother of my father. For such is the custom with us. The Amatongo dwells with the great man, and speaks with him, and when worship is performed at a house, it is the chief man, and the oldest old woman, who knew those who are dead, who worship. Under these circumstances, one of the chief's kraal at length came up to where we were living, and we lived together till Nsunguze came and turned us out by the direction of Usamsu. We were scattered, and went to other places. That, then, is a thing which I saw. After that Umayaka, the chief, came up. The people said, Let us go to the old dwelling to call the chief, the present chief's father. For the village is perishing because the chief did not consent to go down to the coast. So then they brought a dun-colored cow in the afternoon, and all the chief men, both old and young, were assembled. They sang a song of their father which used to be sung on great festivals, to arouse him to the recollection that his children were truly in trouble because he was not among them. This is the song which was sung. Dig for 231 the chief, and watch our gardens which are at Isiwandai. 232. Those words are not. 233. Dig for the chief, and watch our gardens which are at Isiwandai. Those words are not. Which are at Isiwandai, Z 234, which are at Isiwandai. Those words are not. A large circle was formed outside the old site. They danced. There were there also all the women with beer, and the damsels. At length they separated when the sun was going down and it was raining, and they went home to our village, for the abundance of beer was fearful, so they consumed beer and meat and sang hut songs. 235. In the midst of these doings, one of the young men, named Umathlati, went out. On his return he said, "The chief has come even whilst we are singing. There he is, coiled up on the house." A hole was made in the house, that he might look on at the singing. They sang until it was near morning, rejoicing exceedingly because it was said, "The Idlozi of our people has now united with us, our village will stand." Thus then it was. That is the end of the tale. And the place where the snake stayed was in the fence of the cattle pen, and it may be even in the great house. And it was said that the many snakes which were in the village belonging to the great house, were the chief's attendants which accompanied him. They were said to be the men who were killed at the same time as the chief. After that he disappeared on the arrival of the chief's kraal, and was no longer seen frequently at our kraal, but only occasionally. The Amamba is the Atongo of the great house. The common people do not become Izimamba, they become Imathlatsi. This snake is green and white on its belly, and has a very small head. Its custom is, when looking at a man, not to look like an animal which fears to be killed. It looks without alarm, and many people may gather around an Umflatsi. And even if a man touches it with a stick, it does not run away, but just moves. The Umflawazi is much tamer than other snakes. It moves about the whole house, and fears nothing, and it is seen in the roof, and it remains among the garments. And a man takes up his garment gently and leaves the snake on the ground, and it does nothing. It is said to be an Atongo. Banda. Removing from one country to another. When we are about to go to another country, if the people do not see the Atongo at the new village, it having stayed behind, a branch of Umpafa is cut, and perhaps they take a bullock with them, and go to sacrifice it at the old site. They give thanks, and call on the Atongo, and sing those songs which he used to sing whilst living. This is a sign of weeping for him, to excite pity, so that he may say, "Truly, my children are lonely because they do not see me." And the branch is dragged when they set out, and they go with it to the new village. Perhaps the snake follows, perhaps it refuses, giving reasons why it does not wish to go to that place, speaking to the eldest son in a dream. Or it may be to an old man of the village, or the old queen. Royal attendants. Amangsusa are people of a chief like servants, who go about in company with him. And even when the chief is dead, and especially if he has been killed together with his Amangsusa, they go with him, that they may prepare things beforehand, and get food for him. It was especially the case with us at first. When a chief died, he did not die alone. For at first the bodies of the dead were burnt, and when a chief died, and they went from their home to dispose of the remains, they took shields and adorned themselves with their military ornaments. And when they came to the place where the remains of the chief were to be burnt, they cut down much firewood, and as there were oxen there too, the chief ox with which he made royal festivals was killed with him, that it might die with him. When the fire was kindled, the chief was put in, and then his servants were chosen, and put into the fire after the chief. The great men followed, they were taken one by one. They said, "So-and-so is fit to go with the chief." When the fire began to sink down, they said, "Put the fire together, so-and-so." And when he was putting the firewood together, they cast him in. They went and took all the great men one by one from the chief houses of the chief's brothers, and from those who were not his brothers. Many people were killed on that day. Such then are the Amangsusa. When a chief dies the people conceal their children, some saying, "I know that if I let my child go to the place where the king has died, he will never come back again." So they usually conceal them. Others too feign sickness, and cause the report of their sickness to be spread abroad in all directions. They say, "So-and-so is very ill indeed." When the chief is entirely consumed, they take the ashes and throw them into a pool of the river. Amangsusa are men who used to wait upon Utikxo. And after his death all the great men who used to wait on him, when they died, joined him that they might wait on him. It is said there are many snakes among the Amazulu, these snakes are Amangsusa. When Utikxo is seen, then too are seen the snakes, for it is said he is a large Amamba, B is seen continually, followed by snakes, and they are all said to be Amangsusa. It is said that he was once seen fighting with Utikxo, when both were dead. They fought a long time, until at length a very great number went out to see the fight. It is said Umpand wished to help Utikxo and kill Utikxo, because Utikxo had wished to kill Umpand, but Undlila 236 saved him. The Amangsusa remain in the chief house of our chief among the Amapete. The Amangsusa used to remain in Usokane S237 house, a great man. One day a woman said, I am troubled. I am sometimes unable even to put down a vessel, there being always snakes in the way. Those who knew them said, they are Amangsusa of the chief, people who were living with the chief before he died. Umpengulambanda. Izinyanga. The lizard is said to be the Amatongo of an old woman. There is a tale about the Izinyanga, an animal which resembles the Intolwa, but it is not an Intolwa, it is a kind of Isibanqua. But the Isibanqua is smooth, and purple on its back, and whitish on its belly. But the Izinyanga is rather ugly, and very rough, it is not liked, and it is active, and runs away quickly. But it does not commonly run away, but hides itself. And if a man sees it on this side of anything, it at once goes round to the opposite side. If you see it first, it makes haste to go round to the other side. If you point it out to another, saying, I saw an animal here, it is already hidden on the other side. He may say, let us look, but it sees the shadow of the man as soon as it appears, and turns back in the opposite direction. Until he disputes, saying, how is it that one so old as you tells lies? And the one who saw it appears foolish, for he no longer sees it. They may see it if they separate, and one stands still, and the other goes round the tree. For so they see it, when it runs away from one of them, it appears to the other. If it is seen in the house, it hides itself among the wattles, or it may be on the post of the house. Perhaps an old person sees it, but says nothing, not wishing to make much of the affair, for they say an old person is wicked if he see a thing which is like an omen. He troubles the people. They will be smitten with fear, and continue to think of that which has been seen. If something bad happens in the village, the Izinyanga is seen continually in the same place, and it is said to prognosticate death. Then he who saw it says, for some days I have seen an Izinyanga in so-and-so's hut. I said nothing will come of it, and hid what I had seen. But now since the evil has come, it is proper that it should be known. Some say, let us go to the diviner. Others say, what do we want? See, there is the omen come of its own accord. It is proper to get something if there is such a thing, to send away the Izinyanga. And so they sacrifice a goat or a calf. These animals are called Izinyanga, little old women. It is not said to be the Amatongo of a man or of a child, but the Amatongo of some old woman. Neither is it called by the name of any particular person. It is merely called Izinyanga. It is not known who the Izinyanga is. But these lizards are hateful to black men, they are not like the Amatongo which is a snake. For when they see an Izinyanga, they are troubled because they know that it is an omen of future evil, that evil comes in its train. Perhaps it appears, and then much fever occurs in the village, which carries off many people. And that is said to be in the train of the Izinyanga, or a man is stabbed in battle, after an Izinyanga has been seen in his house. And so that too is said to be something which has come in the train of the Izinyanga. But we heard this tale from our grandmother, our father's mother. She told us about these lizards when I killed some in the cattle pen with stones. For they are animals which are very fond of the sunshine during winter. When the sun rises you can find them sticking to a post, basking in the sun. So then when I killed them I told grandmother, saying, I have killed some little rough lizards in the cattle pen. Grandmother reproved me, saying, those lizards are chiefs of the village, they are not killed, they are reverenced. But we saw it was a mere wild animal, it became domestic from being called an Amatongo by the people. But no evil consequences arose when I killed them, but when the men saw them, they constantly looked out for some evil to arise. If they are frequently seen, and disease arises, a bullock is sacrificed if there is one, and the people say, "Eat, and go home." What do you want here? Why are you an enemy come to destroy the village? Go home. Here is food for you. Eat and depart. But though they say thus, they do not depart. On the following day we still see them where they were the day before. But the old people are not afraid afterwards, for they say, "We are no longer guilty of aught, for we have paid a ransom." Crying at the holes from which medicines have been dug. It is a custom with black doctors, for a doctor when digging up medicines, to dig worshipping the Amatongo at the place where he is digging. He says, "Here is a bullock I may gain, ye people of ours. I dig up this medicine trusting in you, that you will give it power to take away the disease from the sick man, that I may become celebrated among the nations, as a great doctor, by your power, ye people of ours." He digs up the medicine, then, with a pure heart, expecting the man to get well. But when he has applied his medicines, the people try to eat him up by craft, and say, "Let us tell him that I took his medicine, but gained no relief. It was as though I had taken nothing but corn." For it is common among black men to conceal the power of medicines, they are but few who praise them. In consequence of this craft there came to be appointed secret spies. The doctor says to a man, "So and so, do you go and listen for me. There is my medicine. I know that the people will conceal its efficacy, and say it was useless, for they are slow in giving me a bullock. I therefore appoint you to look out for me." So then when he has treated the patient, he waits to hear what happens, that he may know how he is. And when he hears him say, "Oh, son of so-and-so, I am still ill, as yet I am in pain all over. And as to that medicine of yours, it was as if I had only eaten corn." So the owner of the medicine wonders who understands its action in the human body, when he hears the man denying that it even brought anything away, saying, "No. There came away nothing but water." But his spy tells him that his medicine worked well in the man, that the people deceive him, and the man now goes to wedding dances and to beer drinkings, that he is quite well. But it is hard for him give a bullock, he makes more of the disease which remains than of the health which has been restored. At length the doctor says, "So and so, since you refuse to give me a bullock, I shall now remember the holes where I dug up the medicine which has cured you, and cry there. Something will happen to you, if you eat my bullock deceitfully. Do not say I am a sorcerer. Keep the bullock. I no longer wish to have it." If he is really deceiving him, he refuses, saying, "Oh, son of so-and-so, for my part one do not say the disease has beaten you. I say you are my doctor, although I took your medicine without feeling any effects from it. Yet it feels as if my body was about to be that of a man, if you persevere in getting medicines for me. I am your bullock. How do you think, if I get well, I can hide myself? Do not talk about crying at the holes where you dug up the medicines. You will kill me if you do so. Just doctor me. Your bullock is ready for you." If he does not agree with him, the doctor awakes in the morning with his heart much pained because he hears from witnesses that he has really helped the man, but he will not allow that he has been helped. So he goes to the holes where he dug up the medicines, and scrapes away the earth and sheds tears, and tells the Amatongo of his trouble, saying, "Why are you eaten up by a man whom I have cured? Let the truth appear. Let not my bullock be eaten by a living man, let the power of my medicines be evident, and not be a mere vain thing. I tell you, the medicines were yours. I cured him by your power. Is it pleasant to have your cattle eaten?" He says this weeping. For it is said if the holes where the medicines were dug up be opened and the doctor weeps there, the man will be ill and die, if he has really concealed the power of the medicines. Thus it is. With us it is a fearful thing that the doctor should go to the hole to cry, and it is said if he does so he calls down death on the patient. This, then, is what is meant by crying at the holes. Sneezing. Among black men sneezing is said to be a lucky sign that a person will now be restored to health. He returns thanks after sneezing, saying, "Ye people of ours, I have gained that prosperity which I wanted. Continue to look on me with favor." Sneezing reminds a man that he should name the Amatongo of his people without delay, because it is the Amatongo which causes him to sneeze, that he may perceive by sneezing that the Amatongo is with him. If a man is ill and does not sneeze, those who come to see him ask whether he has sneezed or not. They ask that they may take heart and believe that the disease will pass away. If he has not sneezed, they murmur, saying, "The disease is great." And if a child sneezes, it is said to it, "Grow," meaning by this that it should continually advance in prosperity. It is a sign of a man's health, and that the Amatongo is with him. So then sneezing among black men gives a man strength to remember that the Amatongo has entered into him and abides with him. And he returns thanks with great joy, having no doubt about it. When a man, on sneezing, says, "Chiefs," it is because he does not like to say, "So and so of our people," because he does not know who it is of the Amatongo who has bestowed on him the benefit. Therefore he puts them all together and says, "Chiefs, do not turn your back on me." When he says, "My father," the man who speaks sneezes, perhaps, shortly after his father's death, and his heart does not yet forget him. And so he says, "Father, look upon me, that I may be blessed in such matters as at present I have not." Or if his mother has lately died he says in like manner, "My mother, do not turn thy back on me." He says, "My fathers," uniting in one all the Amatongo of his people, the brothers of his fathers who are dead, and so he says, "Fathers, look upon me, and do not turn your back on me." And though they may not be in reality his father's brothers, yet since they are dead they are now preservers, and therefore he says, "My fathers." The Utikxo say, "Utikxo of our people, look upon me, and be ever with me, that I may live in prosperity." It is not known what they used to say before they used the word Utikxo, who is the Amatongo of the Utikxo. 238 And now among the Utikxo believers when they sneeze no longer say to the Amatongo, "Father," but, "Preserver, look upon me," or, "Creator of heaven and earth." Thus a change has taken place. When a man among black men sneezes, he says, "I am now blessed. The Idlozi is with me, it has come to me. Let me hasten and praise it, for it is it which causes me to sneeze. As I have sneezed, I will see the things for which it is proper for me to praise the spirits of the dead belonging to our family, and say, Ye of such a place, which did such and such great actions. I ask of you that I may get cattle and children and wives, and have children by them, that your name may not perish, but it may still be said, that is the village of so and so yonder. For if I have no children, it will not be said, that is the village of so and so yonder. If I am alone, it may be I shall live long on the earth, if I have no children, at my death my name will come to an end. And you will be in trouble when you have to eat grasshoppers, for at the time of my death my village will come to an end, and you will have no place into which you can enter, you will die 239 of cold on the mountains. Other Amadlozi bless their people. And I too say, Give me abundantly, do not forget me. Why are you unable to give me, I being alone? If we were many, how would it be? Vows to sacrifice to the Amatongo. If a person is ill, and there is not time to sacrifice an ox, for they have not been to a diviner, the father of the child addresses the Amatongo thus, If it is you, people of our house, who are doing this, I make a vow. Behold, there is such and such a bullock, let the child get well, that you may eat. Or he may not say, devote, but, I set apart a bullock, there it is. Let the child get well. Or if he does not possess a bullock, the father cries, saying, If you wish for food, why do you not cure my child, that I may go and get you a bullock, and kill it for you, that you may eat? How shall I know that it is you, if the child does not get well? Or he may say, I vow to you to go and fetch you a bullock, that is, wait for me, I am going to find you a bullock, and will bring it home for you. It may be worthwhile to note the curious coincidence of thought among the Amazulu regarding the Amatongo or Abapansi, and that of the Scotch and Irish regarding the fairies or good people. For instance, the good people of the Irish have ascribed to them in many respects the same motives and actions as the Amatongo. They call the living to join them, that is, by death. They cause disease which common doctors cannot understand, nor cure. They have their feelings, interests, partialities, and antipathies, and contend with each other about the living. The common people call them their friends or people, which is equivalent to the term Abakubo given to the Amatongo. They reveal themselves in the form of the dead, and it appears to be supposed that the dead become good people, as the dead among the Amazulu become Amatongo, and in the funeral processions of the good people, which some have professed to see, are recognized the forms of those who have just died. As Utikxo saw his relatives among the Abapansi. And the power of holding communion with the good people is consequent on an illness, just as the power to divine among the natives of this country. So also in the Highland tales, a boy who had been carried away by the fairies, on his return to his home speaks of them as our folks, which is equivalent to Abakwitu, applied to the Amatongo. And among the Highlanders they are called the good people, the folk. They are also said to live underground, and are therefore Abapansi, or subterraneans. They are also, like the Abapansi, called ancestors. Thus, the Red Book of Clanranald is said not to have been dug up, but to have been found on the moss. It seemed as if the ancestors sent it. Dreams, etc. Dreams, subjective apparitions, and similar psychical phenomena are in the native mind so intimately wrapped up with the Amatongo, that this is the proper place for considering their views on such matters. Without which their views on the Amatongo would be incomplete. The Amatongo make revelations by dreams. If during sleep you dream of a man whom you do not thoroughly know to be of such a character that he may do you an injury, yet in your sleep you dream that he suddenly stabs you, not openly, but by stealth, when you awake you are much amazed and say, "Oh! Forsooth I thought such a one a really good man. And does he hate me? I thank the Atongo of our people which has revealed the man to me, that I may know him. Now I know him, for the Atongo has caused him to approach me. And he came to kill me. I do not know in what respect I have injured him." And you continue on your guard against the man, believing that the dream does not lie, but that there is something in the man with which you are not acquainted. Again, if in your sleep you dream of a beast pursuing you and trying to kill you, when you wake you wonder and say, "How is this that I should dream of a wild beast pursuing me?" And if in the morning they are going to hunt, whether wild beasts or game, you go knowing that you are in jeopardy, you know that the Atongo brought the beast to you, that you might know that if you do not take care you may die. If you go to the hunt, you are on your guard. Perhaps you do not go, saying, "I Salakatxelwa hears through trouble. 240 Let me stay at home." And you stay at home and take care of yourself, saying, "What do I want further, when the Atongo has already told me that I am going into danger?" 241. Again, if during sleep you dream of returning to your people from whom you separated a long time ago, and see that so-and-so and so-and-so are unhappy, and when you wake your body is unstrung. 242 You know that the Atongo has taken you to your people that you might see the trouble in which they are, and that if you go to them you will find out the cause of their unhappiness. And you continue listening and expecting to hear news if any one comes. And truly a man may come from the neighborhood, and you ask after the welfare of your people. If he tells you they are in bad circumstances, you say, "Oh, I merely ask. I have already heard the news in my dream." And if one dies, and there is one who laughs at his death and does not mourn for him, and if the dead man return again and inquire of another who is still living, saying, "Does so-and-so laugh at my death because he will not die?" It is known by the dream that the other laughs. It is said the shade of the dead comes with the message. Further, among black men, when enemies are numerous, many people are saved by the Atongo. It comes in a dream. Perhaps in the middle of the night a man dreams that one of his people who is dead wakes him, saying, "So-and-so, awake, and take your children and cattle, and go away. An enemy is coming into this village." And through despising it and thinking it a mere dream, he goes to sleep. And the Atongo comes again and says, "Awake." And at length he cannot sleep well. And he begins to see there is something real in the dream. Perhaps just as he has got out of the way the enemy surrounds the village, and he hears the people crying. He then returns hearty thanks to the Amatongo of his people. When a dead man comes, he does not come in the form of a snake, nor as a mere shade, but he comes in very person, just as if he was not dead, and talks with the man of his tribe. And he does not think it is the dead man until he sees on awaking, and says, "Truly I thought that so-and-so was still living, and forsooth it is his shade which has come to me." And when he returns he has the same clothes on as those in which he died, and the clothes are known. Sometimes among black men a snake enters the house. When it is seen they call one another, saying, "There is a snake." All the people hurry to look at the snake if it does not run away. They say if it were a wild snake 243 it would run away when it sees men. But as it does not run away, it is a tame snake. 244 Others say, "It is a beast, let it be killed." They dispute, and one kills it and throws it away. They go to sleep, and a dream comes, and the dead man says, "How is it that you kill me when you see me? It is me whom you have killed. I am so and so." The man awakes, and tells his dreams, and the people wonder. It is on this account, then, that they say that the Amatongo is a snake. They say so because the dead man tells them in dreams that he is the snake which they have seen. Ecstasy and dreams. Ecstasy is a state in which a man becomes slightly insensible. He is awake, but still sees things, which he would not see if he were not in a state of ecstasy. Undayeni was a clever man, who used to say he was able to see things afar off from him. He would sometimes see what was going on the other side of a hill, and tell the people, saying, "There is a man coming by that path," whether it was a friend, or a stranger. 245. Sometimes in our country they hunted buffalo. If he had slept at night, he would awake in the morning and tell us, saying, "Sirs, if we go to hunt buffaloes today, we shall be lucky. I saw some buffaloes during the night, we were hunting them, they were just like cattle." That was all such dreams made known to us. When we found the buffaloes, they were just like cattle, as he had told us, we killed them, and did not get so much as a scratch. On another occasion, if there was a hunt, the men having already agreed, saying, "Sirs, on such a day it is well for us to go and hunt buffaloes by such a river." They would agree, and when the morning arrived set out on their journey. As they were setting out he would say to them, "Sirs, but I have seen in my sleep, although we are going to hunt, do you hunt like men? For I say the buffaloes are full of rage." And truly it was so when they came up with them. Although they did not kill any one, they tossed the men or dogs continually. But they went to the hunt made cautious by his dream, and escaped again and again by dodging. We noticed that although he was not an Izinyanga, yet his dreams were good. He was besides a brave man and courageous. If there were a buffalo in an open spot, where was no tree upon which a man could climb, he would say to the people, "Do you climb into the trees? I will go and draw him towards you, that we may kill him." But the people could not see that, but said, "How will he draw the buffalo towards us, for he cannot fly, and is not able to run fast? What will he do? How will he escape?" But he went to the buffalo, and began the attack by stabbing it, and then ran away to where the people were, and climbed into a tree, and if there were any men who had assegais, they killed it. The people used to say of him, that he was a diviner though he did not divine, for he said what was true, and diviners sometimes say what is not true. He was also an eloquent man, for what he said came to pass. It was said, the Amatongo of his own people and the Amatongo of his maternal uncle disagreed. Those of the maternal uncle wished to make him a diviner, those of his own people did not wish it. After that he was unable to divine like a diviner, but said what was true without divination. But his habits were those of a diviner, though he was not one, for he used to yawn and sneeze continually, and this is done by diviners. Although he did not divine, he was midway between divining and not divining. There is another thing which I remember of Undayeni. We were living on the Umjanai, there was in the neighborhood a rock, in which was a hollow, where water stood. And that water was the looking glass in which all we younger ones used to look at ourselves. One day on awaking from sleep he asked us, saying, "Is there a place in the rock which you gaze in as a looking glass?" We replied, "What harm is there in that?" He replied, "No. I merely ask because I have seen what I have seen during the night." Then we told him that there was such a place. He replied, "I tell you never to go to that place again. There is someone who for some time has seen that you are accustomed to look at yourselves there. And he has put bad medicine 246 into the hollow. Leave the place." And because he was a man whom we knew, we saw that he spoke the truth, and did not refuse to obey, but left the place. This he did not see in an ecstatic state, but during sleep. And even in disputes, if there was anyone who was in fault, and Undayeni said to him, "So and so, you will lose the case," if the man knew Undayeni he would no longer want to go into court. But was now ready to act rightly to the other without going into court. Such then was the character of Undayeni. This is what I remember of his acts. And as regards the ecstasy into which he fell, he was a man who did not like to sit in the midst of many people, but liked to sit alone, for he was a man who, we said, spoke the truth. 247 I do not mean that he never sat amidst other people, but he did not usually do so. In like manner among black men the real meaning of dreams is not known. For some dreams have every appearance of reality, but they are not true, others point out something which is about to happen. For among black men it is supposed that if a man dream of a great assembly, where they are dancing, if there is anyone ill, we have no confidence that he will get well. But immediately the man who dreamt of the dance is much alarmed, and if he is not a man of the same village as that where the man is ill, he continually listens, expecting to hear the funeral wail. And although the wail is not heard on the same day, he is still fearful and without confidence. But a dream which produces confidence among black men, when anyone is ill, is one in which they dream that someone is dead and about to be buried, and that they see the earth poured into the grave, and hear the funeral lamentation for him. And see the destruction 248 of all his things during the night. They say of such a dream, because we have dreamt of his death he will not die. We do not understand how this happens. For as regards living and dying, it would appear proper that he who is about to die should die, if when he is ill people dream he is dead, and he who is about to live should live, if people dream that he is well. But in truth I have seen both. I have dreamt of a wedding dance, and the man died. Again, I have dreamt of the death of a sick man, but he got well. For example, when some years ago our teacher was ill, I dreamt that he was dead, and that he had died at Pietermaritzburg. But he was not buried in a grave, but was placed in the middle of a house which was white inside, and it was full of dead men, and he was placed on the top of the dead men, his head was directed towards the east, and his hair covered his eyes. This I saw in my sleep. When I awoke, I waited, saying, "Let me look out for the letter which will come shortly." It will came and say, "Oh, it is so, he is dead." I did not wait for that, but saw it was already really true, and at once wept during the rest of the night. I was afraid for a letter to come, thinking it would tell us of his death. I longed that it might be a long time before it arrived. My eyes remained full of tears because of the dream. But when the letter came it was not so. But I heard it said, "Our teacher has sent for the wagon to go to Pietermaritzburg, to fetch him." So I said, "Oh, truly, to dream of death does not show that death will take place." I have not yet come to a certain conclusion that this is true, for some dream of death, and death occurs, and sometimes of health, and the person lives. And I do not say that a dream turns out to be true, sometimes I dream of something, and in fact the thing happens as I have dreamed. But I speak especially of the death or life of one who is ill, that the event turns out different from what it ought to, and goes by contraries. People say, summer dreams are true, but they do not say they are always true. But they say that summer dreams do not usually miss the mark. But they say the winter is bad, and produces confused imaginations, that is, very many unintelligible dreams. And therefore it is said that winter causes bad dreams, and if a man has dreamed and tells another, he will at once answer him, saying, "Oh, so and so, that is nothing but the confused imaginations caused by the winter." He says thus because there is no sense in the dream. In like manner it is said there is not much that is false in the dreams of summer. But when the winter comes the people will bring much rubbish, that is, false dreams. A dream which is said to be sent by the Amatongo, is one which comes with a message from the dead, inquiring why such and such a thing is not done. For example, among black men, if one has an abundant harvest, sometimes the head of the village dreams that it is said to him, "How is it, when you have been given so much food, that you do not give thanks?" And as soon as he wakes he has no doubt as to what food the dream means. But he perceives at once that the dream speaks to the point. And he immediately commands his people to make beer, for he is about to sacrifice. So he praises the Amatongo for the food which they have given him. And if he has gained many cattle he does the same. It happened once when the Amazulu had gone out to battle. 249 The word was passed among the people telling them that the cattle were standing without guard at Idloquit. 250 And all the people started up, thinking they should get cattle. And even old men went out, leaning on their staves, and at length our father was carried away by the infection. And as the news came in the afternoon, he said to our mothers, "Make me some bread, that I may eat on the journey." But whilst he was asleep a voice came to him, saying, "Do not go where the others are going, not one will come back again." So in the morning, as it was a shame to a man to say he was not going, he said, "Oh, for my part, neighbors, when I lay down I had got ready to go, but now my leg prevents me, I have become lame." In fact he pretended to be lame. They set out thinking they should gain very many cattle, and forsooth death made a very great gain of them. Oh, one only came back, whose name was Utikxo. He came with an assegai wound by his ear. He said, "You see me only." That was a confirmation to my father that he had been truly warned by the dream. And after that he told the dream, saying, "I too was going, but I saw what has happened in a dream." Again, if when making an incursion into another country one has dreamt that he stabbed a man first and killed him, he murmurs saying, "Oh, how is it that I have dreamt that I killed a man?" No. The dream goes by contraries. It is I who shall be killed. So he goes cautiously, does not go in front, but behind the others, but when the two armies have joined battle, then he enters into the engagement, when the enemy is confused, and stabs someone. He does not forget the dream, but bears it constantly in mind. Umpengulambanda. Ugwe's dream. My heart is heavy. I have had a bad dream. I dreamt of a funeral lamentation, many people were weeping. How heavy my heart is because I have dreamt of many things. I dreamt also of a wedding dance, many people were dancing. I thought in my heart, a wedding is a bad dream. If you dream of a wedding, there is something not right. There is someone who has died, the wedding is a sign of lamentation. If you dream of men dancing, it is a bad dream. And I woke in the morning and told the people, saying, My heart is heavy. I have dreamt of a wedding dance, and of a funeral lamentation. The people said, You have dreamt of a bad thing. A wedding dance is a sign that there will be a funeral lamentation. Since when you left home there was someone ill, the funeral lamentation is a good dream, the dream of a wedding is of no consequence. Your dream of a funeral lamentation is good, the dream of a wedding is bad. They further said, and sometimes if you frequently dream of a wedding, it is nothing, or if you dream of it once only, it is not a sign that can be depended on. I said, some time ago I dreamt of a wedding. When I awoke I said, it is not right at home. My mother-in-law is dead. Immediately after I had dreamt of the wedding, a man came, and I was alarmed. As soon as I saw him I went out of the cooking house, and saluted him, and said, Although I thus salute you, as soon as I saw you I felt alarmed, it felt as if there was something you have come to tell me. For as soon as I saw him I felt alarmed. He said, Oh, you felt alarm with reason. There is bad news at your home. Your mother-in-law is dead. I said, Of what disease did she die? He said, She complained of pain in her throat. And on that very day we heard the funeral lamentation. We could not tell who had died. But asked, "What is it? Since there is lamentation, what has happened?" They said, "Uguay's mother-in-law is dead." We asked, what was the disease? For only the day before yesterday we were with her, and she was not ill. They answered, "Oh, we do not know, and we too are startled. We too hear only by the lamentation." We said, "Oh, what disease is it said to be?" They said, "She complained of pain in her windpipe. Then her head was affected, and she died." The man wondered at death when the person was not ill. And some said, "Let us go to the diviners, that we may hear what the disease is which kills a man without his having been ill." They went to the diviners. The diviners said, "She has been killed by someone. He who has killed her is a great man. He wishes to destroy the village, he is a great man, a captain of villages. So I say, I have dreamt today, and am alarmed. My heart remembers the dreams which I formerly dreamt. And my heart asks, can it be, since this dream of a wedding comes to me again, that it is not right at my home? For when I left my home, my wife and mother were ill. Why have I dreamt a dream which I dreamt formerly and it came true?" Our people, Umpengula and the rest, answered me, saying, "The dream of a wedding is a bad sign. Your heart is heavy with reason, to dream of a wedding is like dreaming that a man is ill. If you dream of him when he is very ill, you may dream that he is fat, and decked in his fine things, and that man is dead, he does not get well. When a man is ill, it is well to dream he is dead, and that they are weeping for him. Then that man will get well, he will not die." It was Umpengula who answered me thus, and he said, "Yes, yes, Uguays, but since you have dreamed of a wedding dance is a bad dream." And Ucklis answered, "Oh, as to that, Uguays, one dream will turn out to be a bad omen, and a man may dream the same dream another time, and it turn out to be but a dream, and nothing come of it." Umpengula answered, "Yes, yes, you say truly, Ucklis, it is so sometimes, a man dreams merely of another, and nothing comes of it. And I too, Uguays, once dreamt a dream. Undayeni was ill. During his illness I dreamt I saw him dressed in his best attire, with his amuncha of wild cat skins, and having put on his tails, I dreamt there was a dance. I awoke in the morning, Uguays, with my heart depressed. I told the people my dream, and remained waiting, my eyes filling with tears. I said, if Undayeni is dead, as I was saying those words, for I was working with the white men, I said, I will turn my eyes towards the road, and I saw a lad coming. It was a lad belonging to us. I said, oh, Undayeni is dead. The lad is coming to tell us. As soon as he came I said to him, lad, you have come because Undayeni is dead. The boy said, yes, yes. I come merely for the purpose of telling you that Undayeni is dead. I replied, I too had already seen that it was so. My heart is no longer heavy. But it says if there is anything the matter, I shall see someone coming to tell me. My heart sees that what the men of the place say is true, and I too now see that if there is anything the matter I shall see a messenger coming to tell me. But I am still in deep expectation, and my heart will be satisfied when many days have passed after the dream. Then I shall say, no, there is nothing the matter. But sleep has filled my mind with mere senseless images. Uguays. Subjective apparitions. As regards those wild animals which a man sees when he is going to pray in secret, I too have seen them again and again. When I was beginning to kneel, or when I was saying the first word perhaps, there was something beginning to approach me, as though it said, now he has closed his eyes, and will no longer see me. Let me draw near and bite him, or lay hold of him, or stab him. If I steadily refused to arise, oh, at once there came a great noise which took away all my courage, and led me to say, this is something real. The first was a little thing. Now there is coming a great thing to kill me. When these things come to anyone they always come separately. There comes a snake with great eyes and very fearful, so that when I have knelt, I could not remain firm, but rose up again. If it was not a snake, a leopard would come on stealthily to lay hold of me, for I could not see, but was looking on the ground, intending to pray to the Lord. But my prayer was no longer steady. I began to pray a little in my heart, praying and stopping that my ear may not only listen to my prayer, but also to the crackling made by the leopard as it came to seize me. When I saw that it was something real, and that the leopard was preparing itself to seize me, I arose. And if it was not a leopard, it would be a man who hated me, with a long assegai in his hand, approaching to kill me, that I may die in that place, and he too went stealthily, that I might not hear him. For under these circumstances a man who went out to pray would not pray with the heart only, but speak aloud, therefore those animals saw me because they heard the murmuring of my voice, and drew near. And I saw the man when he raised his arm to stab me, or when he really tried to thrust the assegai into my body. When I prayed under such circumstances I no longer prayed with singleness of heart, but in hurry, wishing to look without delay to the place from which the danger threatened me, for I was in danger. And when the man was now stabbing me, I would arise, the sentence which I was uttering being unfinished, it was already begun but not ended, but cut in two. I arose that I might escape. When I arose with a start, and looked to the place whence the man came, but did not see him. It was no longer possible for me to return to my prayers and finish what I had begun to say. No. There was now an end of it, and I could no longer say what I wanted for the false alarm which had frightened me. Oh, this was repeated again and again. It happened continually in my prayers. I arose ashamed because I had been frightened by fantasy, and believed in it. But at length I saw that it was fantasy, and that it happened because I went out before it was light, leaving the people still asleep, doing so because I should then have time to pray for myself to the Lord. For if I went out while it was day, they too would have gone out to do their daily work, and would hear, and whisper about me one to another, saying, "Oh, that man is now a believer, I heard him praying." It is well for us to go to the place where he prays, and arouse him, or beat him, that he may not repeat such things. The animals I saw because I went out whilst it was still dark, before the day had fully dawned. But at last I saw that it was not real because they appeared continually for many days, until I despised them, saying, "Oh, of what use will it be if when I pray I am made to arise from my knees by beasts which devour me? When forsooth they are not real? For I cannot get that for which I awake early to pray to the Lord, being prevented by the beasts which I see. Just let me strengthen myself until I feel them really seizing me, and persevere in prayer without ceasing." And indeed when I was kneeling there came a snake to do as on other days. I said, "No. Today let me feel by my body that it has already seized me." Then I conquered. There came a huge leopard. I said also to it, "Let me feel by my body." I conquered. There came a man, running to stab me at once. Since I had despised the leopard, I said too of the man, "Let me feel by my body." I conquered him. I went home having ascended a rock of safety, saying, "Oh, forsooth I have been hindered by fantasies." I did so again, and the things no longer continued to frighten me. And at last they ceased altogether, and have not returned to the present day. Many are hindered by such things. When they merely begin to pray, they see these beasts which come to devour them, and they at once start and go up, and no one thinks of going to the same place again. But a man says, "Tomorrow it will be well for me to go to such a place, and see if the same thing will happen again." It does happen again, and he is afraid ever after. Thus it happens with some. But with the generality these things are known to be fantasies, for if a man is hindered by them, he tells someone else, saying, "Oh, I wonder, for I am impelled to pray to the Lord. But before I begin to open my mouth, lo, there is a beast, a snake, or a man, these come to kill me, and I start up and am hindered by these things." He is encouraged by the other to whom the same thing has happened. He says, "It is nothing. Though you do see such things, do not look, it is proper to be firm, you will go home uninjured, you will not be really devoured as it appears to you that you will be." And so it turns out. And he tells his friend, "Oh, so and so, forsooth I was deceived by fantasies." Pendulum. It happened when I was being instructed for baptism, I used habitually to pray at all times in secret. I did so because when I prayed it was as if I really saw the Lord, and I went away from prayer with my heart very white indeed. I did so because I saw that it would be well for me too to believe in the Lord, and to become his child. But once when I was praying I saw a venomous beast coming to me as though it was about to injure me. I started up and left off praying. But forsooth I saw nothing. This happened twice. But on the third time I strengthened myself and said, let me just see if it will injure me or no. I strengthened myself till I had ended my prayer. And I saw nothing when I had finished. I doubted about it, and asked what it meant. But I had already heard from believers that when a man prayed alone, venomous creatures came to him when they were urged on by Satan. I saw by that I was merely tempted by Satan. But this continued without cessation, until I took courage, and saw that it was nothing. And then there came with power a great light to me, and when I found myself full of light, I reproved myself for being continually startled by nothing. But I strengthened myself with the strength of the Lord, and saw that he was with me always. After that when I prayed I saw that the Lord is, and it was as if I could fly away to him for the joy which overflowed my heart. So it was. But I do not say that I have mentioned everything that I saw at that time before the time came for me to be baptized. 251. Usitemba Dladla. Inkosazana. Inkosazana, princess, or little chieftainess. The following superstition as regards the Inkosazana appears to be the relic of some old worship, and is therefore properly considered in this place. The account of the Inkosazana who came out on the same day that men came out of the earth. She is not commonly seen. We hear it said the primitive men knew her. No one existing at the present time ever saw her. She is said to be a very little animal, as large as a polecat, and is marked with little white and black stripes. On one side there grows a bed of reeds, a forest, and grass. 252. The other side is that of a man. Such is her form. If she meet with a man she conceals herself and speaks with him without his seeing her. He hears only a voice saying to him, turn your back, do not look on me, for I am naked. Saying thus because her buttocks are red like fire. And so the man no longer looks in that direction, but believes that it is indeed the Inkosazana about whom he has heard, and turns his back from fear, because it is said that if a man look on her face to face, he will be ill and very soon die. She goes followed by a large troop of children which resemble her. Sometimes if a man meet with her in his garden she says to him, this year you shall have food, although for a long time there has been famine, it shall be so no longer. Besides it is she who introduces many fashions among black men. She orders the children to be weaned. And although they are very young, they are at once weaned in obedience to her commands, for they are afraid if they do not wean them they will be seized with some disease and die. She makes such laws as these. And her laws are obeyed and not despised, for they say, the Inkosazana has said. And the reigning chief does not say it is a fable, the word of the Inkosazana is greater than the chief's. When she orders the children to be weaned she does not speak to many people, she speaks but to one man, sometimes meeting with him in the fields, sometimes at his home, coming by night to the man she loves and telling him. And he repeats her word to the people, and every one is afraid to hide her word, for he may die, her word is not kept secret. And this exists to the present time. Sometimes she orders much beer to be made and poured out on the mountain. And all the tribes make beer, each chief and his tribe, the beer is poured on the mountain, and they thus free themselves from blame. For example, there used to be a man in this country, living on the Amlatsi, named Ubabobo. 253 He was a man who troubled people much by appointing customs by asserting that the Inkosazana had spoken to him, and said, let much beer be made and poured on the mountains, let the children be weaned. Let the damsels marry young men, and reject the old. Another year he would say, she says, I give the damsels to the old men, let them reject the young. And many other such commands were all observed, and were published throughout the land. And whatever Ubabobo was told by the Inkosazana was rumored in all directions. This is what I know about it. It is not said that she is an Amatongo spirit, for she speaks with men of her own accord. I never heard that they pray to her for anything, for she does not dwell with men, but in the forest, and is unexpectedly met by a man, who has gone out about his own affairs, and he brings back her message. Izinyanga Zokubula. Or, diviners. The initiation of a diviner. The condition of a man who is about to be an Inyanga is this: at first he is apparently robust. But in process of time he begins to be delicate, not having any real disease, but being very delicate. He begins to be particular about food, and abstains from some kinds, and requests his friends not to give him that food, because it makes him ill. He habitually avoids certain kinds of food, choosing what he likes, and he does not eat much of that, and he is continually complaining of pains in different parts of his body. And he tells them that he has dreamt that he was being carried away by a river. He dreams of many things, and his body is muddled. 254 and he becomes a house of dreams. 255 and he dreams constantly of many things, and on awaking says to his friends, "My body is muddled today, I dreamt many men were killing me, I escaped I know not how. And on waking one part of my body felt different from other parts. It was no longer alike all over." At last the man is very ill, and they go to the diviners to inquire. The diviners do not at once see that he is about to have a soft head. 256 It is difficult for them to see the truth. They continually talk nonsense, and make false statements, until all the man's cattle are devoured at their command, they saying that the spirit of his people demands cattle, that it may eat food. So the people readily assent to the diviner's word, thinking that they know. At length all the man's property is expended, he being still ill. And they no longer know what to do, for he has no more cattle, and his friends help him in such things as he needs. At length an Inyanga comes and says that all the others are wrong. He says, "I know that you come here to me because you have been unable to do anything for the man, and have no longer the heart to believe that any Inyanga can help you. But, my friends, I see that my friends, the other Izinyanga, have gone astray. They have not eaten impipo. 257 They were not initiated in a proper way. Why have they been mistaken, when the disease is evident? For my part, I tell you the Izinyanga have troubled you. The disease does not require to be treated with blood. 258 As for the man, I see nothing else but that he is possessed by the Amatongo. 259 There is nothing else. He is possessed by an Amatongo. Your people 260 move in him. They are divided into two parties. Some say, "No, we do not wish that our child should be injured. We do not wish it. It is for that reason and no other that he does not get well. If you bar the way against the Amatongo, you will be killing him. For he will not be an Inyanga. Neither will he ever be a man again, he will be what he is now. If he is not ill, he will be delicate, and become a fool, and be unable to understand anything. I tell you, you will kill him by using medicines. Just leave him alone, and look to the end to which the disease points. Do you not see that on the day he has not taken medicine, he just takes a mouthful of food? 261 Do not give him any more medicines. He will not die of the sickness, for he will have what is good. 262 Given to him. So the man may be ill 2 years without getting better, perhaps even longer than that. He may leave the house for a few days, and the people begin to think he will get well. But no, he is confined to the house again. This continues until his hair falls off. And his body is dry and scurfy, and he does not like to anoint himself. People wonder at the progress of the disease. But his head begins to give signs of what is about to happen. He shows that he is about to be a diviner by yawning 263 again and again, and by sneezing again and again. And men say, "No. Truly it seems as though this man was about to be possessed by a spirit." This is also apparent from his being very fond of snuff, not allowing any long time to pass without taking some. And people begin to see that he has had what is good given to him. After that he is ill, he has slight convulsions, and has water poured on him, and they cease for a time. He habitually sheds tears, at first slight, and at last he weeps aloud, and in the middle of the night, when the people are asleep, he is heard making a noise, and wakes the people by singing. He has composed a song, and men and women awake and go to sing in concert with him. In this state of things they daily expect his death. 264 He is now but skin and bones, and they think that tomorrow's sun will not leave him alive. The people wonder when they hear him singing, and they strike their hands in concert. They then begin to take courage, saying, "Yes, now we see that it is the head." 265. Therefore whilst he is undergoing this initiation the people of the village are troubled by want of sleep, for a man who is beginning to be an Izinyanga causes great trouble, for he does not sleep, but works constantly with his brain. His sleep is merely by snatches, and he wakes up singing many songs, and people who are near quit their villages by night when they hear him singing aloud, and go to sing in concert. Perhaps he sings till the morning, no one having slept. The people of the village smite their hands in concert till they are sore. And then he leaps about the house like a frog. And the house becomes too small for him, and he goes out, leaping and singing, and shaking like a reed in the water, and dripping with perspiration. At that time many cattle are eaten. The people encourage his becoming an Izinyanga. They employ means for making the Amatongo white, that it may make his divination very clear. At length another ancient Izinyanga of celebrity is pointed out to him. 266 At night whilst asleep he is commanded by the Amatongo, who says to him, "Go to so-and-so, go to him, and he will churn for you a metakabulawo, that you may be an Izinyanga altogether." Then he is quiet for a few days, having gone to the Izinyanga to have abulawo churned for him, and he comes back quite another man, being now cleansed and an Izinyanga indeed. And if he is to have familiar spirits, there is continually a voice saying to him, "You will not speak with the people, they will be told by us everything they come to inquire about." And he continually tells the people his dreams, saying, "There are people 267 who tell me at night that they will speak for themselves to those who come to inquire." At last all this turns out to be true. When he has begun to divine, at length his power entirely ceases, and he hears the spirits who speak by whistlings 268 speaking to him, and he answers them as he would answer a man, and he causes them to speak by asking them questions. If he does not understand what they say, they make him understand everything they see. The familiar spirits do not begin by explaining omens which occur among the people. They begin by speaking with him whose familiars they are, and making him acquainted with what is about to happen, and then he divines for the people. This then is what I know of familiar spirits and diviners. If the relatives of the man who has been made ill by the Amatongo do not wish him to become a diviner, they call a great doctor to treat him, to lay the spirit, that he may not divine. But although the man no longer divines, he is not well. He continues to be always out of health. This is what I know. But although he no longer divines, as regards wisdom he is like a diviner. For instance, there was Undayeni. His friends did not wish him to become a diviner, they said, "No. We do not wish so fine and powerful a man to become a mere thing which stays at home, and does no work, but only divines." So they laid the spirit. But there still remained in him signs which caused the people to say, if that man had been a diviner, he would have been a very great man, a first-class diviner. As to the familiar spirits, it is not one only that speaks, they are very many. And their voices are not alike, one has his voice, and another his, and the voice of the man into whom they enter is different from theirs. He too inquires of them as other people do, and he too seeks divination of them. If they do not speak, he does not know what they will say, he cannot tell those who come for divination what they will be told. No. It is his place to take what those who come to inquire bring, and nothing more. And the man and the familiar spirits ask questions of each other and converse. When those who come to seek divination salute him, he replies, "Oh, you have come when I am alone. The spirits departed yesterday. I do not know where they are gone." So the people wait. When they come they are heard saluting them, saying, "Good day." They reply, "Good day to you, masters." And the man who lives with them also asks them saying, are you coming? They say, they are. It is therefore difficult to understand that it is a deception, when we hear many voices speaking with the man who has familiar spirits, and him too speaking with them. The way in which a person begins to be a diviner. Uthlobo 269 is known by causing a sensation of perforation 270 of the side, and the man says, I have pain under the armpit, beneath the shoulder blade, in my side, in the flesh. It causes the feeling as if there was a hole there. The pain passes through my body to each side. The men ask, what is this disease? For it resembles nothing but Uthlobo. He replies, yes, yes, I too say it is Uthlobo. It is that which comes out 271 from the side of my body and will not let me breathe, neither will it let me lie down. At length the doctor who knows the medicines for Uthlobo cures it. But black people call it also Uxulo 272 and say it is caused by the Amatongo 273, and when a man is constantly affected 274 by Uthlobo, black men say the Amatongo is walking in him, Amatongo are walking in his body. If the disease lasts a long time, they at length go to inquire of diviners. They come and say, he is affected by the Amatongo. He is affected by his people who are dead. 275 There was one of them who was an Izinyanga. And this man has the Amatongo in his body, his people wish him to have a soft head, 276 and become a diviner, when he has been initiated. The diviners say, do not give him any more medicines. Do you not see when you get Uthlobo medicines for him, the disease does not cease? When you give him medicine, do you not thereby increase the disease? Leave him alone. His people are in him. They wish him to dream. And if one of his people who is dead was an Izinyanga, the diviners who come to divine call him by name, and say, so and so is in him, it is he who says he is to be an Izinyanga. It is a great Izinyanga that possesses him. That is what the diviners say. They say, the man who was an Izinyanga, who is walking in his body, was also an Izinyanga who could dig up poisons. 277 He used to dig them up. And since he who used to dig up the poison of the sorcerers by which they destroyed others has taken possession of this man, he too as soon as has been initiated will have a white Amatongo 278 and will dig up poisons as so and so. One of his people, used to do. Leave him alone as regards medicines. Throw away medicines, and give him no more, you will kill him if you do. You think they will cure him. They will not cure him. He is purposely thus affected. The Amatongo wish him to become a white 279 Izinyanga. Be quiet, and see if the Amatongo do not give him commands at night in his sleep. You will see him come home in the morning, not having seen him go out, having had medicines revealed to him which he will go to the mountains to dig up. You will see he has dug up cleansing Abulawo, and he will churn it and make it froth and drink it, and cleanse himself by it, and so begin to be an Izinyanga. And at other times he will be commanded to fetch him pipo, which he will go to the marsh to pluck. The Amatongo tell him to kill cattle, for the dead are very fond of demanding flesh of one whom they wish to make an Izinyanga. He slaughters them for his people who are dead. And others enter his kraal. 280 He slaughters constantly, and others again come in their place, the cattle being derived from his treatment of disease, and from divining, and digging up poisons. When men are perishing, being destroyed by sorcerers, he goes and digs up the poisons, and purifies those whom the sorcerers are poisoning. When the Amatongo make a man ill, he cries, hi, hi, hi. 281 They cause him to compose songs, and the people of his home assemble and beat time to the song the Amatongo have caused him to compose, the song of initiation, a song of professional skill. Some dispute and say, no. The fellow is merely mad. There is no Amatongo in him. Others say, oh, there is an Amatongo in him, he is already an Izinyanga. The others say, no, he is mad. Have you ever hidden things for him to discover by his inner sight, since you say he is an Izinyanga? They say, no. We have not done that. They ask, how then do you know he is an Izinyanga? They say, we know it because he is told about medicines, which he goes to dig up. They reply, oh. He is a mere madman. We might allow that he is an Inyanga if you had concealed things for him to find, and he had discovered what you had concealed. But you tell us what is of no import, as you have not done this. As they are talking thus and disputing about concealing things for him to find, at night when he is asleep he dreams that the man of his people who is dead, and who is causing him to begin to be an Inyanga, tells him saying. They were disputing with each other, saying you are not an Inyanga. He who is beginning to be an Inyanga asks, why do they say I am not an Inyanga? He replies, they say you are not an Inyanga, but a mere madman, and ask if they have hidden things for you to discover, since the others say you are an Inyanga. He says, tell me who they are who say so. He replies, so and so were disputing. The man asks, do you say they lie when they say so? He replies, be quiet. Because they say so, I say you shall be a greater Inyanga than all others, and all men in the world shall be satisfied that you are a great Inyanga, and they shall know you. The man who is beginning to be an Inyanga says, for my part one say they speak the truth when they say I am mad. Truly they have never hidden anything for me to find. Then the man who was an Inyanga, he who is initiating him, says, just be quiet. I will take you to them in the morning. And you appear on a hill, do not come upon them suddenly, but appear on a hill which is concealed, and cry, hi, hi, hi. Cry thus on the hill which is concealed, that they may hear. When you cry, hi, 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 if they do not hear, then go on to a hill which is open, do not expose yourself much. As soon as you expose yourself, cry, hi, 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 so that they may just hear. When they hear that it is you, go down again from the hill, and return to the one which is concealed. So I say they will see and understand that they have spoken of a man who is beginning to be a doctor, they shall know by that when they said you were a madman and not an Inyanga they were mistaken. So he does so. He cries, hi, 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 on a hill which is hidden, they do not hear him distinctly, they hear only a continual sound of nkeen, 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 nkeen. 282 One of them says, it sounds as though there was someone singing. Others say, we do not hear. We hear only an echo. The Amatongo comes to him and tells him that they cannot hear, and bids him go out a little on the open hill, and then return again to the hill which is hidden. So he departs at the word of the Amatongo, and goes out to the open hill, and cries, hi, 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 and they all hear that it is he. They are again disputing about him, and as soon as they hear that it is he, they say, can it be, sirs, that he comes about the matter we were disputing about, saying, he is mad? Others 283 say, oh, why do you ask? He comes on that account, if indeed you said he was not an Inyanga, but a madman. The great man of the village to which the Inyanga is approaching, says, I too say he is mad. Just take things and go and hide them, that we may see if he can find them. They take things, one takes beads, and goes and hides them, others take picks, and go and hide them, others hide assegais, others bracelets. Others hide their sticks, others their kilts, others their ornaments, others their pots, others hide baskets, and say, just let us see if you will find all these things or not. Others hide cobs of maize. Others the ears of amabile, or sweet cane, or of ujiba, or the heads of upoko. Some say, oh, if he find all these things, will he not be tired? Why have you hidden so many? They say, we hide so many that we may see that he is really an Inyanga. They reply, stop now, you have hidden very many things. They return home, and wait. Then the Amatongo tells him on the concealed hill, for it had already said to him, keep quiet, they are now hiding things, do not begin to appear. They wish to say when you find the things that you saw when they hid them. Be quiet, that they may hide all the things, then they will be satisfied that you are an Inyanga. Now the Amatongo tells him, they have now hidden the things, and gone home. It is proper for you now to go to the home of the people who say you are mad and not an Inyanga. So he comes out on the open mountain, and runs towards their home, being pursued by his own people who are seeking him, for he went out during the night, and they did not hear when he went out very early in the morning, when it was still dark. When the horns of the cattle were beginning to be just visible. 284 He reaches their home, and his own people who were looking for him, and have now found him, come with him. On his arrival he dances, and as he dances they strike hands in unison. And the people of the place who have hidden things for him to find, also start up and strike hands. He dances, and they smite their hands earnestly. He says to them, Have you then hid things for me to find? They deny, saying, No. We have not hidden things for you to find. He says, You have. They deny, saying, It is not true, we have not. He says, Am I not able to find 285 them? They say, No, you cannot. Have we hidden then things for you to find? He says, You have. They deny, declaring that they have not done so. But he asserts that they have. When they persist in their denial, he starts up, shaking his head. He goes and finds the beads. He finds the picks, and the kilts, and the bracelets. He finds the cobs of maize, and the ears of the Amabile and Ujiba and of Upoko. He finds all the things they have hidden. They see he is a great Izinyanga when he has found all the things they have concealed. He goes home again as soon as he has found all the things, and not one thing remains outside where they had hidden it. On his return to their home from the river whither he had gone to find what was hidden, he is tired, and the Amatongo say to him, Although you are tired, you will not sleep here, we will go home with you. This is what the Amatongo say to the Izinyanga when he is tired with finding the things. The Inyanga's people who accompany him say, Just tell us if he is not an Izinyanga. And he says, I have found all the things you hid. There is nothing left outside, all things are here in the house. I was commanded to come to you, for you said I was not an Izinyanga, but a madman, and asked if my people had hidden things for me to find. Just say who told me the things about which you were speaking. You said I was mad. You thought you were just speaking. Do you think the Amatongo 286 do not hear? As you were speaking, they were listening. And when I was asleep they told me that I was a worthless Izinyanga, a mere thing. Then the people make him presents. One comes with beads and gives him, another brings a goat, another an assegai, another a bracelet. Another brings an ornament made of beads, and gives him. The chief of the village gives him a bullock, and all the chief men give him goats, because he had come to their village at the bidding of the Amatongo. Utikxo. The doctor of divination, the Isanusi, Ibuda, or Amongoma. The doctor is called Isanusi 287 or Ibuda 288 or Izinyanga of divination 289 or Amongoma 290 for when people are inquiring of a diviner, they say, True, Amongoma. Doctors who treat disease are different from those who divine, for a man is a doctor of disease if he is able to treat disease, and diviners point out the doctor of medicine who is successful. They tell those who inquire of them to go to a certain doctor whom they know to have successfully treated the disease from which their friend is suffering. And so they go to the doctor of medicine that has been pointed out by the diviners. And if he has the disease which the diviners say he has, he will be cured by the medicines of the doctor that they point out. But if the doctor of medicine treats the sick man and he does not get well, he says, This disease masters me. Since the diviners did nothing more than send you to me, just go and hear what other diviners say, then perhaps some diviner will tell you the medicine with which I can cure this man. So they assent, saying, Oh, you say truly. It is proper for us to go to hear what other diviners may say, perhaps we shall find one who will tell us the medicine with which you can cure him. So they go to other diviners to hear whether they will all give the same advice. When they come to the diviner, they do not say to him, We are come to inquire. They merely go and salute him, saying, Yes, yes, dear sir. Good news, 291. Thus the diviner understands that they have come to inquire. So they sit still, and the diviner sits, and salutes them, saying, Good day. They reply, Yes, yes, dear sir. He says, Oh, let be. These people have come in a time of dearth, we have no food ready, we are hungry. And the beer which we had, we finished yesterday. We cannot tell where you can get any food. They reply, "Oh, sir, we cannot get much food, we are very hungry, food cannot be obtained. For our parts, if we get boiled maize, we shall say we have got food. We were not wishing for that food you are calling for, sir, we for our parts are wishing for nothing but boiled maize, we understand that you are calling for beer." He says, "Oh, get them some food, cook them some porridge, cook for them very thick porridge." So his wives cook for them. When their food has been cooked, he pours some snuff into his hand, and takes it there in the house. He shudders and yawns, and then goes out of doors to a clump of trees and sends a man to call them. The man calls them, and they go to the clump of trees to the diviner. He tells them to pluck rods for beating the ground. They go and pluck the rods, and return and sit down. He takes out his snuff box, pours snuff into his hand and takes it, and they do the same. When they have taken snuff, he tells them to smite the ground. Some say, "Here." Others say, "True. You are come to inquire about sickness." They smite the ground for him. He says, "It is a human being that is ill." They smite the ground. He says, "It is a great man. You have already been to another friend of mine." They smite the ground vehemently. He says, "Smite the ground, that I may understand what that friend of mine to whom you went seeking divination said to you." They smite the ground. He says, "There is my friend 292 who told the disease by which he is affected." They smite the ground vehemently, and say, "Right." He says, "There is someone to whom that friend of mine sent you, he is a doctor, not a divining doctor. He is a doctor of medicine." Upon that they smite the ground vehemently. He says, "Do you question me? Do not leave me." They say, "We cannot question you. For you speak the very facts themselves. We put to the question a man that talks at random, and does not mention the very nature of the disease." Then he says, "Smite the ground again, that I may understand what medicine my friend told him to give to cure him." They smite the ground, and say to him, "Diviner, tell us at once the medicine that will cure him, for since you have seen the man to whom your friend directed us, we shall hear from you the medicine too that will cure him." He says, "I am about to tell you." Our people 293 say, "They will tell you." They say, "We are glad, diviner, that your people are white, 294 and unite with our people, that the case may turn out well. For we have no more hope that he will recover. For as regards the doctor whom your friend pointed out, we trusted in our hearts, saying, since the diviner has told us the doctor that can cure him, he will now be cured, and get well. We went to the doctor whom your friend mentioned. But lo, we saw the disease passing onward, tending to get worse and worse, and began to wonder, saying, Let be. For we were trustful and of good courage, saying, Perhaps he will get well, for the diviner says so. They go on, we have just said these words, because you said them first, you saw that we had already been to another diviner. If you had not said we had already gone to another diviner, we should not have said them. We say them because you already said them. He says, Smite the ground, that I may tell you the medicine that will cure him. They then smite the ground vehemently. He says, For my part one tell you that the medicine that will cure him is Inyamazane. 295. The man has Umsizi. 296. They then smite the ground, and say, We will hear from you, diviner. For our parts we know nothing, now we can do nothing. Now we are fools, there is no longer any wisdom in us. And as for the words you say, promising to tell us the medicine which will cure him, in our hearts we no longer say that even the medicine you mention will cure him. We now say that death will carry him away captive. We have no more courage, for the disease is there, we do not understand, for he is now affected with hiccup. He says, Smite the ground then. Smite the ground then at that point of hiccup, that I may tell you. They smite. He says, The hiccup is nothing. I will give him medicine for hiccup, and it will cease. They say, We are glad, diviner, for what you say. But we do not know. It is customary for all doctors to say so, and yet the man gets worse, and dies. You doctors no longer inspire us with courage. It is customary for them all to speak thus. And we now rejoice when we see a man already in health. And then we say, he is a diviner, when we see the man getting well. If the disease increases, we do not say the Izinyanga has divined. We say, he has wandered. He is lost. If a man has got well, we say, the diviner has divined. And we praise him much, saying, he is one who divines. Forsooth we say so because the man has got well. He says, smite the ground, that I may tell you. They smite the ground. He says, the hiccup is nothing. Our people say it is not dangerous, they say, the hiccup is nothing. They say they will tell you a medicine that will cure him. They find fault with my friend to whom you went seeking divination. They say, he did not see what medicine would cure him, he merely pointed out a doctor to treat him, and did not mention the medicine which would cure him. Then they smite the ground. He says, smite the ground vehemently. They do so. He says, he never named the medicine which would cure him. So I am going to tell you the medicine which will restore him to health, and you leave off the tears you have been shedding. 297 Thinking he was already dead. They reply, diviner, we will hear what you say, we merely beat the ground. 298 We weep, tears are our portion. 299 Whilst we are here, we do not know what will happen, whether during this day's sun we shall find him still living. He says, smite the ground. You will find him still alive. Smite the ground, that I may tell you of a man who treats disease, who will do him good, who will come to him, and cure him on the very day he comes. They smite the ground. He says, I say, go to such and such a doctor, of such and such a place. He will give you Mzizi medicine. And he will himself come and give him an express juice 300 to drink, and he will drink it. After that he will scarify him, 301 and give him medicine. 302 He will get well on the day the doctor comes with the express juice. I will give you hiccup medicine, and do you give it him? It will keep him alive 303 until the doctor whom I have mentioned to you comes. He will cure him. So he gives them hiccup medicine to keep him alive. Then they go back to the diviner's house to eat the food which has been cooked for them. They enter the house, and the people give them food, they eat and are satisfied, and their hunger ceases. They inquire if it is dark. Some say that it is now dark. The diviner who has just divined for them says, oh, sleep here, and go in the morning. They refuse, saying, oh, on no account, diviner, we must go, for, see, you have given us medicine. We wish that the man should drink this medicine whether we reach home in the night, or whether we reach home in the morning, it will not matter, we wish him to take this medicine. So the diviner agrees, saying, surely, you are right. But if you reach him with this medicine of mine, and the doctor is ever so far away, until he comes it will keep him alive. Further, as to this medicine, even if I come to a man so ill as to be raised by others, he being unable to raise himself, and make him drink this medicine, he will raise himself, even though before he could not do so. They set out at once by night, and reach their home in the morning. They find the people assembled in the sick man's hut. They squeeze out for him the hiccup medicine, they have brought, into a cup, he being still affected with hiccup. They make him drink it. When he has drunk it, he is seized with hiccup again, and he becomes sensible. 30 For the people in the hut are alarmed, and say, truly, is he not now just about to die? 305. Those in the house look at each other, and inquire of those who have brought the medicine, saying, oh, how the man has lighted up. What kind of medicine is that of the doctors? They say, oh, as to the doctor, we merely bring the medicine. The diviner gave it to us, and said it would keep him alive till the doctor came to treat the disease. He said he would not die if we reached home with this medicine, until the doctor came whom he named. But he lights up only, and does not die. They take courage from what the diviner said. They stay one night, and on the following morning say, oh, yes, the diviner pointed out a doctor of such a place to come and treat him. He said he has Mzizi, and that the doctor will bring medicine for him to drink, then he will give another medicine, and scarify him. So now we will go to that doctor. They rejoice and say, "We are glad, it is well for you to go. Truly, since you gave him the hiccup medicine he has not had the hiccup all night. We now see that you went to a diviner who speaks 306 truth, and knows the disease, you have brought the right medicine. We now have confidence. We now see that his eyes are bright." So they go to the doctor which the diviner has pointed out. They do not go any more to the first doctor, for he told them he could not do anything for the sick man, and asked why the diviner had not mentioned the medicine with which he might cure the patient. They reach the doctors. When they reach him, they make obeisance, saying, "Dear sir." They go into the house, they salute them, saying, "Good day," and they return the salutation, saying, "Yes, sirs." They say, "Whence do you come?" They say, "From our home." "Where are you going?" "We have come to this place, 307. What business have you here?" They say, "Oh, sirs, we are come to the doctor. One of our people is ill." They say, "Is there then any doctor here?" They reply, "Oh, sirs, you can tell us where the doctor is, we have come to him." Those in the house laugh. The others say, "Oh, sirs, do not laugh at us. We are in trouble." They say, "What troubles you?" They say, "Oh, we are troubled by disease. One of our people is ill." They ask, "As you have come here, have you heard that there is a doctor here?" They say, "Yes, we have heard that there is one here." They say, "Who told you?" They reply, "Oh, sirs, we cannot make a great secret of it. For we have come here because we went to a diviner, and he showed us the path, and told us there was a doctor here. We did not know it. For we had gone to another diviner, and he pointed out another doctor, who, he said, would cure the sick man. We went to that doctor, and he treated him, but could do nothing. At length he told us he could do nothing, and that the diviner of whom we had inquired erred, because he did not name the medicine with which he could cure the patient. So we agreed with that doctor, and went to another diviner. On our arrival, he told us that there was a doctor here who could cure the sick man. And now you see us, sirs, we have come. They say, "Oh, yes, yes, there is a man here who treats disease." They say, "Tell us where he is." They say, "There he is." And he says, "Yes, yes, it is I, tell me why you have come here to me." They say, "We come, sir, on account of sickness. For the diviner sent us here to you." The doctor says, "Did the diviner, when you asked him, tell you with what medicine I could cure him?" They say, "We asked him, and he told us the medicine with which you could cure him. He said he had Umsizi, and that you could cure him with Umsizi medicine." He says, "What have you brought for me, 308? They say, "Sir, we have not brought anything. When you have cured him, you shall pick out for yourself the cattle you like at our home." He says, "What will you give me to cause me to quit my hut?" They say, "Sir, we will give you something to cause you to quit the hut, it is at home, a goat." He says, "Is it possible that you come to take me away with a goat, to go to a man whom I am going to cure?" They say, "Oh, dear sir, do not trouble yourself with talking, there is also a bullock at home to take you away." We say that as we have only the diviner's word, you will never cure him, for he is very ill. He says, "I shall cure him, because the diviner told you to come to me." And asks, "What medicine did the diviner say I could cure him with?" They reply, "Oh, dear sir, he said you would cure him by giving him an express juice, and then you would give him another medicine, and scarify him. And that he would get well on the very day you go to him." That is what the diviner said. He says, "Go home then, and I will come the day after tomorrow." They object, saying, "Oh, dear sir, go with us, do not stay behind." And at length he assents, saying, "Well, then, I will go with you." So he goes with them, taking with him plants to express their juice for him, and other medicines, and medicines to rub into the scarifications. At length they reach their home with the doctor. On his arrival he makes the man drink the expressed juice, and then gives him other medicine and scarifies him. He asks for a goat, and kills it, and makes medicine with it, and gives it to him. He asks also for a bullock, and makes medicine with it, and gives him. The people see that he will cure him. 309 He becomes strong, and eats the flesh of the goat and the bullock. They ask, "How is the pain now?" He replies, "Oh, be silent, sirs. I am still earnestly looking out for it. I shall feel whether it is still there tomorrow, and then tell you. I have indeed had some sleep. I will tell you tomorrow, sirs, whether that man is a doctor or not." Indeed, night comes, and there is no return of the pain. He sleeps. In the morning they ask him how he is. He says, "Oh, sirs, I shall now get well." The doctor then says, "I have now cured him. Show me my cattle, I am going in the morning. I wish to see them, and in the morning drive them home. I say, let me see them before I lie down." They say, "Oh, yes, dear sir, you are right. We now see that your patient is nearly well." So they shew him his cattle. They point out a young cow with a heifer by her side, and a calf of a year old, 3 altogether. They say, "Say what you think, doctor." We say, "There are your cattle." He says, "I thank you for the cattle. But give me something to wipe my eyes with." 310. So they give him a goat. He kills the goat, and places the gallbladder in his hair. He says, "I shall leave medicines with you, that you may wash him with them. I have now entirely finished for my part." The diviner mistaken. It is said a man begins to be a diviner by being ill. It is said he is made ill by the Amatongo, and he has many goats killed for him. And when they have been killed he carries the gallbladders in his hair. It is a sign that a man is becoming a diviner if he wears many gallbladders. After that he begins to be a diviner. On his initiation, he goes like one mad to a pool, and dives into it, seeking for snakes. Having found them, he seizes them and comes out of the water with them, and entwines them still living about his body, that the people may see that he is indeed a diviner. After that they begin to try him in many ways, to see whether he will become a trustworthy diviner. They then go to him, and the diviner hears them say they have come to divine. And he tells them to smite the ground, that he may understand why they have come. And they smite the ground and cry, "Here." And he then says, "You have come for such and such a matter." And then they smite the ground. He then says, "You have come for so and so," and he proceeds to tell them what has taken place as regards that about which they have come, and he tells them what the man about whom they have come has done. They then reward him if they see that he has divined about matters which they understand, and depart, and when they reach home they do as the diviner tells them. Perhaps it turns out in accordance with what the diviner has said. Perhaps it does not so turn out. When they see that it has not turned out in accordance with his word, they go to another diviner, and perhaps what he says comes to pass. That is what I have heard. Once at Pietermaritzburg a heifer belonging to Mr. G, my white master, was lost. We looked for it, but could not find it. We then asked Mr. G to give us a shilling, that we might inquire of a diviner, for we were now troubled with looking for it, and did not know where to look for it any further. He gave us a shilling, and we went to a diviner who lives near the Zwartkop. On our arrival we found him sitting in the cattle pen, and we saluted, saying, Dear sir," and sat down. They saluted us, and we replied. The diviner's people asked us whence we came. We told them we came from Pietermaritzburg, and had come to inquire of the diviner. They said, "Why have you come here?" We told them we had come on our own account, some cattle 311 having been lost. We then asked for snuff, and they gave us some and we took it, and after that the diviner said, "Let us go yonder outside the village." He went out, and we followed him. He said to us, "Strike the ground, that I may understand, my friends, what is the reason that you have come to me?" We smote our hands together, and said, "Here." He said, "You are in trouble." We said, "Here." He said, let me just understand what kind of a bullock it is." We smote our hands together. He said, "It is a cow." We smote our hands. He said, "No, it is an ox." We smote our hands. He said, "No, it is not an ox." We smote our hands. He said, "You are in trouble, lads." We smote our hands. He said, "But the cow was lost a long time ago." And there he spoke truly. We smote our hands. He said, "Just let me understand if it was stolen by anyone." We smote our hands. He said, "No, it was not stolen by men, but it is still living." We smote our hands. He said, "It is one that is lost." And there too he spoke the truth. We smote with our hands. He said, "Let me just understand of what color it is." We smote with our hands. He said, "It is a red and white cow." But there he made a guess, and did not speak truly. We smote our hands. He said, "No, it is a heifer, it is not yet in calf." We smote our hands. And there too he spoke truly. He said, "Let me understand if the heifer is still living or not." We smote our hands. He said, "No, the heifer is dead." We smote our hands. He said, "No, it is still living." He said, "Let me just understand where it is." We smote our hands. He said, "It is in the mimosa thorn country." We smote our hands. He said, "Just let me understand in what part of the thorn country it is." We smote our hands. He said, "It has gone down the Nsunguze." We smote our hands. He said, "Just let me understand if it is still living." We smote our hands. He said, "It is still living, and eating umtalo and amonga. 312 Go and look for it there, and you will find it." We thought we understood that he had now told us the place, for some time we had not known where to go to look for it. Then we gave him the shilling, and returned to Pietermaritzburg. When we came to Mr. G, we told him that the diviner said it was in the thorn country, and that we were to go and look for it down the Nsunguze. He told us to go and look for it in the place mentioned by the diviner. We went to look for it, going down the Nsunguze. As we went along we looked for it, going towards the thorn country which he had pointed out. At length we got as far as Ts, and sought for it in that neighborhood. We could not find it, for the thorns were very thick. As we went we inquired at all the native villages in the thorn country. The people said they knew nothing about it, and others told us to go to T, the white man who ate up the cattle of the people that were lost. 313 But we were afraid to go to him, for he is a passionate white man who beats any colored men whom he does not know if he see them passing through his land. So we went back to Pietermaritzburg without going to T, and told Mr. G that we had not found the heifer at the place pointed out by the diviner. So he told us to give up the search. We did so, and that was the end of it. Usitemba Dladla. The account of Ukanzi. The following narrative gives an interesting and striking instance of the power a bold man may possess even over venomous snakes. The snakes caught by the diviners and hung in festoons about their bodies, are probably charmed in some such manner as here related of Ukanzi. It is quite possible that both possessed medicines which are either offensive or pleasing to snakes, by which they cause them to be afraid or gentle. But it is not necessary to suppose that Ukanzi used any such medicines. The mere daring and yet cautious coolness with which he approached the snake is quite sufficient to explain why it became so cowed before him. But how are we to explain his insusceptibility to the snake poison? Why did the poison fangs broken off and remaining in his lips produce no symptoms? It is likely that he was naturally insusceptible to the influence of such animal poisons, just as others possess a natural intense susceptibility to it, so that the sting of a bee has in them been followed by fatal consequences. This is much more likely, than that he possessed any powerful remedies by the use of which he rendered the snake poison innocuous. The son inherited the same insusceptibility. Of course all statements as to the invariable efficacy of some particular remedy possessed by savages, must be received with great caution, and if subjected to rigid inquiry would probably prove not to be founded in well-observed facts. The account of Ukanzi, the son of Unjoko, and of his knowledge of snake poison. He is a man who causes us to wonder much at his knowledge. There is no one in our country like him who can render inert the poison of snakes. He is a man trusted to the uttermost in cases of snake bites. If any one is bitten by any kind of snake, he does not say he does not possess the remedy 314 for that kind of snake poison. No, for his part he is only gladdened by all kinds of snakes. Nothing prevents his curing the bite of any of them. If a man is said to have been bitten by some deadly snake, he at once selects the proper remedy. And he continually separates the remedy for the poison which is in the body, and that which is in the viscera, and keeps them distinct. A proof that he is a doctor is that the snakes which he catches are to him no more than mice. I once saw this with my own eyes, and did not merely hear it by report. He caught a great snake called Umdlambula, the rock Imamba, when we were hunting. When we, the hunting party, came under a precipice, there was a snake in a tree basking in the sun. We saw it occupying the whole tree. It was of a grey color, its eyes were piercing, it was fearful when it looked at any one. We called him, saying, "Here is your game." He came running and asking where it was. We pointed it out, and he saw it. He laid his weapons on the ground, and climbed the tree and went to it. I said in my heart, I shall now see. For since he has not taken a stick, what will he do to this snake which is as large as a post? 3:15 Will it not devour him? 3:16 He put his hand in his mouth and gently bit it all over. He took it out and extended it towards the snake. It started and raised its head, and turned in every direction, wishing to escape. But his hand followed it constantly wherever it went on the tree. When I thought it would strike him on his head, he withdrew himself and it did nothing. And then raised his hand again. At length it became gentle, and laid its head in his hand, not placing it there in a hostile manner, but laying its head with all gentleness in his hand, and letting him do what he liked with it. He seized its head, and put it in his mouth, and chewed it. The snake's teeth broke in his mouth. He picked out the teeth when he had killed the snake, and nothing happened. It was as if he picked out thorns merely. He took no medicine to counteract the poison, he merely picked out the teeth. We who were standing on the ground wondered, and said Ukanzi was a sorcerer. He drew the snake towards himself, and twisted it round his body, and came down with it. He got some grass and tied the snake up in it, and went home with it, saying, "For my part one have now killed my game, I shall prepare it at home." So he carried it away. And his son Ujadinga resembles his father in his power of catching snakes, he having learnt of his father. When he reached home with the snake, he skinned it, and separated the skin and the flesh, and selected different portions of the body. He roasted it that it might not decay, but dry. He boiled it with other snake poison remedies. The heart was set aside by itself, and the body by itself, and he had thus two remedies, that obtained from the heart, and that from the body. If a man walking with Ukanzi were bitten by a snake, he would give him a little powder to lick with his tongue, and say, "That is all. I have now cured you." The man would go on in fear, not believing that he was cured, for he had not seen much medicine, or much treatment. But at length he saw when they had gone a great distance and nothing happened, and there was no swelling, and it was as if his being bitten at all was a mistake. Such, then, was how he acted. But as to his knowledge, no one knew by what means he cured all kinds of snake bites in this manner. But it was said he first treated himself with powerful medicines. For even if a snake ran into a hole he would catch it by the tail, and it would turn round and bite him. It was no matter to him, but he would catch it by the head and kill it by placing it in his mouth, and adopted no treatment whatever for the bite any more than if he had been bitten by a mouse. Consulting the diviner. If a man is ill, the people go to a diviner, to inquire of him. He says the man is suffering from disease. Or perhaps he says, he is injured by someone who is a sorcerer. They go home, now knowing the man who practices sorcery. But others dispute, saying, "No. The diviner lies, that man is not a sorcerer." Others say, he speaks the truth. At length the man hears that the diviner has pointed him out as a sorcerer. He is angry, and leaves the place, and goes to be a dependent among other people. But the people believe in what the diviner says. But others do not believe. If a man is ill, they go to inquire of the diviner. He says, the man is made ill by the Idlozi. Let them eat an ox, the man will get well if they eat an ox. They eat an ox. They worship the Amatongo, and kill it. When they have eaten all the flesh and the man does not get well, but is constantly ill until he dies, some say, the diviner lies. Others say, he was called by the Amatongo, a diviner cannot conquer the Amatongo. When he is dead, they go to inquire of the diviner. He says, he has been called by the Amatongo, they wish him to die, and go and live with them. And yet people do not cease to inquire of the diviner. Sometimes they say, the diviner is true. Sometimes they say, he is false. For when a man is ill they will inquire of a diviner, and the diviner says, if they kill an ox the man will get well. They kill an ox, and the man gets well, and then they believe in the diviner's word. And yet forsooth the man would have got well after a time. But the people believe he has been saved by the Amatongo. When a man is ill, they call doctors to see him. They treat him, and when he gets well they demand cattle, telling him he must pay because they have cured him. He pays, and after he has paid, he is ill again, and goes to the same doctor whom he has paid. He treats him, but does not remove the disease, and tells him, it masters him. And the sick man asks his ox to be sent back, that he may go to other doctors. They go to others, they treat him, perhaps they cure the disease. Then the first doctor feels hurt, and says that the sick man was cured by him, but they have paid the man that gave him physic last. When a doctor treats a sick person, he kills an ox, and cuts away the tendons of the legs, and mixes them with medicines, and chars them, till they are dry. When they are dry they are powdered, and the sick man is scarified, and the medicines are rubbed into the scarifications, and the gall is poured on him, that the Amatongo may come and see him and lick him, that he may get well. Men go to the diviner that he may tell them what they wish to know. They merely go to him, and on their arrival do not tell him for what purpose they have come. They are silent. But he tells them they have come on some matter of importance. They assent by striking the ground. If they strike vehemently, they do so because they hear the diviner mention things which they know and about which they have come to him. If he mentions things unknown to them, they strike the ground slightly. If he mentions the very things they know, they strike vehemently. If anything is lost, an ox for instance, they go to a diviner, and he tells them that if they look for it in a certain place they will find it. They go to the place he mentions, and find it. But if they do not find it where he says, they say, the diviner is false, he does not know how to divine. They then go to another, who is known to divine truly. He tells them, and they go and seek there. If they find it, they believe in that diviner, and say, he is a true diviner. To bar the way against the Amatongo and against disease supposed to be occasioned by them. When a doctor bars the way 3:17 for man who has Isidlaho, 3:18 he takes certain known medicines with him to the sick man, and takes some of his blood and goes to a hard anthill which the ants will repair again if broken down. He makes a hole in it, and places in it the medicine with the blood of the sick man, and closes up the hole with a stone, and leaves the place without looking back 3:19 till he gets home. So it is said the disease is barred out, and will never return again. When we bar the way with a frog of the river, we catch a frog and take it home. When the patient has been scarified over the most painful spot, the blood is taken from that place, and is placed in the frog's mouth, and it is carried back to its place. It is handled gently, lest it should die. So the disease is barred out from the man. Again, if a woman has lost her husband, and she is troubled excessively by a dream, and when she is asleep her husband comes home again, and she sees him daily just as if he was alive, and so she at last wastes away, and says, I am troubled by the father of so-and-so, 3:20 he does not leave me, it is as though he was not dead, at night I am always with him, and he vanishes when I awake. At length my bodily health is deranged, he speaks about his children, and his property, and about many little matters. Therefore at last they find a man who knows how to bar out that dream for her. He gives her medicine, and says, there is medicine. When you dream of him and awake, chew it, do not waste the spittle which collects in your mouth whilst dreaming. Do not spit it on the ground, but on this medicine, that we may be able to bar out the dream. Then the doctor comes and asks if she has dreamt of her husband, she says she has. He asks if she has done what he told her, the woman says she has. He asks whether she has spit on the medicine he gave her to chew, the spittle which collected in her mouth whilst dreaming, she says she has. He says, bring it to me then, and let us go together to the place where I will shut him in. The doctor treats the dream with medicines which cause darkness, he does not treat it with white medicines, for among us black men we say there are black and white abulawo. Therefore the doctor churns for the woman black abulawo, because the dream troubles her. So he goes with her to a certain place, to lay the Amatongo, perhaps he shuts it up in a bulb of Inkosazana. 321 The bulb has a little hole made in its side, and the medicine mixed with the dream spittle is placed in the hole, and it is closed with a stopper. The bulb is dug up, and placed in another hole, and the earth rammed down around it, that it may grow. He then leaves the place with the woman, saying to her, take care that on no account you look back. But look before you constantly, till you get home. I say the dream will never return to you, that you may be satisfied that I am a doctor. You will be satisfied of that this day. If it returns, you may tell me at once. And truly the dream, if treated by a doctor who knows how to bar the way against dreams, ceases. And even if the woman dreams of her husband, the dream does not come with daily importunity. She may dream of him occasionally only, but not constantly as at first. The people ask her for a few days after how she is. She replies, no. I have seen nothing since. Perhaps it will come again. They say, formerly was there ever a time when he did not come? The woman says, there was not. There used not to be even one day when he did not come. I am still waiting to know whether he is really barred from returning. The doctor prevails over the dead man as regards that dream. At length the woman says, oh. So-and-so is a doctor. See, now I no longer know anything of so-and-so's father. He has departed from me forever. Such then is the mode in which dreams are stopped. 322. Umwalini, the diviner. There was a great Izinyanga among our people, whose name was Umwalini. If a sorcerer came by night, he would awake in the middle of the night and drive the man away. Perhaps he would scold him for quitting the hut, saying, so-and-so, go back to your own village. I see what you are doing. And he would drive him away in the middle of the night. He was a very celebrated Izinyanga of our people. Sometimes he would go out when it was about to dawn, and proceed to the river, and go into a pool, and would come out having his face smeared with white earth, and go home having his neck entirely circled with a living imamba. He would catch it and twist it round his neck, or wear it as a fillet. When he reached home he was fearful to look at, and he would call the people of the village to come and sing the songs he had composed. He was a very active doctor. He hopped about the whole house like a bird, starting from one place and pitching in another. And the songs were said to be songs which the Amatongo gave him. His songs were different from ours. He composed a first part for the women. And then a second part. The women smote their hands and sang the first part for him, and he sang the response alone indoors, playing many pranks. But the Izinyanga of the present time are said no longer to resemble those of former times. For this Umwalini, in order that men might see that he was an Izinyanga, had many things concealed for him to find on the day he was formally declared to be an Izinyanga. All the things which are hidden, whether great or small, become the property of the Izinyanga. The people then acted thus with Umwalini, and tested his skill as an Izinyanga, that it might be known that he was an Izinyanga indeed. When he came to find the things which were concealed, he had his body ornamented and daubed with white clay. When he reached his home, the people had already hidden all kinds of things in very obscure places, both out of doors and in the houses, for him to find. Oh, he resembled a madman entering the house. Already many crowds of people were assembled, who had come to see the wonder. He went rapidly and took out of the place of concealment whatever was hidden, and placed it before the people. He entered the house, and took out whatever was hidden there. He went down to the river, and took out whatever was hidden there. All these things became his, that he might be celebrated, and people say, Umwathini is a diviner. For it is the custom among black men to conceal things for a diviner to find, that he may be seen to be a diviner. So this was done for Umwathini. But among diviners of the present time there is no longer any clear evidence that they are diviners. And we now say, they have not eaten impipo, and we call them Amabuddha, that is, things which do not speak the truth. When we say, a diviner has not eaten impipo, we speak of reality. Impipo means true knowledge. If anyone has eaten the impipo which is eaten by real diviners, or if he says he has really eaten it, we say, no, it is not the impipo which diviners eat, he ate another kind. But when it is said he has not eaten impipo, we mean that his divination does not resemble the divination of real diviners. Impipo means especially that clearness of perception 323 which a diviner possesses. Nothing is too hard for him. But he sees a difficult thing at once. So we say of such a diviner, he has eaten impipo. It is this which the diviners people say. This is the impipo which we see. But as regards the impipo of which we are speaking, we do not say that a man may eat it because it is said to impart to diviners clear inner sight, and so become a diviner himself. No. It cannot make him a diviner by itself, if there is nothing within him which can unite with the impipo and make him clear-sighted. There are two kinds of impipo. White impipo has its own peculiarities. We believe especially in white impipo. But we do not believe at all in the black impipo. 324 That which arises after eating it is dark. For example, if a man dreams continually of a man he does not wish to see, he eats the black impipo, and drives him away by it, that should he come again he may not see him distinctly, nor understand who it is. Or when we sacrifice we do not take the black impipo, but always the white. And one always finds the white impipo in the folds of the sleeping mats of old and young, that they may have distinct dreams. Divining with sticks and bones. The account of diviners when they begin to enter on divination. No one knows that a man will be a diviner. He begins by being affected with sickness, it appears about to cease, but it does not. It is in this respect at the commencement that diviners, and those that have familiar spirits, are alike. They differ in their mode of divination, for the diviner with familiar spirits does not resemble another diviner. When a diviner divines for people, even he tells back to the people the truth which he first took from them. If as regards that which is done by the diviner we put all together, we shall say, it is the people who divine. For the diviner does not begin with anything that he has not heard from the people who come to divine. There appears to be great cunning in the diviner, for when he divines he says, smite the ground, that I may understand why you have come. The people strike the ground. He says, there is one thing only about which you have come. They strike gently. He tries to establish that which he says, and tells them to strike the ground. But they again strike gently as at first. And he leaves that which he was saying, and perceives that they do not assent, and that he is going astray. Then he goes on nibbling till he hits upon something they know. When he says, as you came on such an account and nothing else, why do you not strike the ground? Then they smite and freely use the divining sticks, saying thus to him, you hit the mark there. Now then he will proceed carefully, following that footprint of truth, and trying to make it into a continuous track. 325 They assent to some things, to others they object by striking gently. They continually turn him back from his wandering by striking gently. At last he perceives that the real importance of the disease starts from that point which he just touched on at first. And he continually starts from the first words to which they gave their assent, and continually goes near them, till he finds out the truth by asking and nibbling until he is on the right track. Having succeeded thus far, he now begins to speak also about things with which they are not acquainted, knowing that they will now believe in the things he says, though they are not acquainted with them. But because he has satisfied them by the truths he spoke at first, they will not despise any of his words, but everything he says will be true in their eyes. Such is the method of diviners. We say he is told, because he too asks of himself in the hearing of the people, denying the correctness of what he himself has said, and says, "Just let me see what the disease is," turning about continually and looking hither and thither. It is evident that he is seeking, and that the thing is lost to him, and as to his finding it, if those who come to inquire do not know, it is not found at all. Therefore we say the diviners too are told. For there are those who do not know how divination is managed, and when disease occurs one is sent who forsooth never went to inquire of a diviner before, and does not know how it is managed. And even if he does know he murmurs in his heart, saying, "Oh, when I go to a diviner who knows, I find him just like myself, and he too wants me to tell him the truth, there is no such thing as a diviner. A diviner, forsooth, ought to tell me things which I know and which I do not know, and not nibble at the affair like a man who knows nothing." The wise man then says in his heart, "No, I see that these diviners are told. By themselves they know nothing. Why do they nibble at the affair instead of telling the truth at once?" So then such a man when he goes to inquire says, "For my part one shall be a man who knows nothing. And you too, so and so, it is well when the diviner tells us to smite, for us to smite vehemently at everything, even when he does not speak truly. We will be set right by him, we will say that everything is true that the diviner says. For we do not know anything, we are going to inquire of one who knows." And so they dispute nothing the diviner says. They smite in assent to everything, till the diviner is confused, and at length asks them, saying, "Oh, my friends, did you ever smite in this manner when inquiring of a diviner before?" They say, "Oh, sir, again and again. We are they who inquire." He asks, "Have you acted thus with all diviners?" They say, "Yes, for as to us truly we neither know what is false nor what is true." The diviner will distinguish in all such matters. He remains silent, takes snuff, and shakes his head, and says, "No, my friends, you do not smite properly. The diviner is the thumb. 326 Why do you smite the ground vehemently whatever I say, there being nothing which you dispute?" They reply, "Oh, truly, sir, we should not have come to you if we had known any one thing. Have we not come to you to hear from you what is the very truth?" He says, "No. You do not understand. We diviners are told. If people smite as you smite, we know nothing." Such is the position of diviners. We may entertain doubts about them, they are not like those who have familiar spirits, they are told, for they take the words from the people who come to inquire. John, for example, went to inquire of a diviner when his sister was ill, wishing to know what was the cause of her illness. But when he smote the ground he smote mechanically, assenting to everything the diviner said. For he said to himself, "For my part one know nothing. It is the diviner that shall point out to me the real facts of the case." The diviner reproved him, saying, "Surely, my friend, did you ever inquire of a diviner in this way before?" John replied in the affirmative, saying, "Oh, it is I indeed who inquire." 327 For I am now the responsible head of our village, there is no other man in it, there is no one but me. The diviner said, "I see. You do not know how to inquire of a diviner." At length he devised a plan with one of his own people, saying, "This man has not the least notion of divination. Just go and ask him, that he may tell you why he has come, that you may smite the ground for me in a proper manner." So indeed the man said to John, "The diviner says you do not know how to divine. Tell me the cause of your coming. You will see that we smite the ground for him vehemently when he speaks to the point, and if he does not speak to the point, we do not smite much." John said in answer, "For my part one do not understand what you say. I have merely come to the diviner for no other purpose than to hear of him the nature of a disease. I did not come to talk with you about it. For my part one shall hear from the diviner what the disease is." So he refused to tell him. And the man went back to the diviner. He said, "Let him come to me again, that we may hear." So John again smote the ground vehemently, and thus expressed his assent to everything the diviner said. Until he became quite foolish, and said, "Oh, my friend, I see indeed that you do not know how to inquire of a diviner." He said this because there was no point where John assented very much, nor where he assented slightly, that he might see by his assenting slightly that he had not hit the mark. He expected if he hit the mark John would smite the ground vehemently. But if he missed it he would strike gently. So he left off divining, and said, "No, my friend, I never met with a man who inquired like you. He could do nothing." John said, "Oh then, my friend, as you do not see the nature of the disease, thou give me back my shilling, that I may betake myself to another diviner." So the diviner gave him back the shilling. His name was Unkulunkulu. 328. John then went to Unamantianshi, one who divined by means of pieces of stick. The name of these pieces of stick is Umbukula. The mode of divining by them is remarkable. So John came to the sticks. Their owner took them and laid them on the ground. He chewed some medicine, and puffed it over them, that they might tell him truly the very facts of the case. Divination by these sticks does not resemble that by a diviner. For the owner of them inquires of them. Unamantianshi asked them, saying, "Tell me, how old is the person who is ill?" And they said. But as they have no mouth they speak thus: if they say no, they fall suddenly. If they say yes, they arise and jump about very much, and leap on the person who has come to inquire. In this way they told John the character of his sister's illness, and traced out every little ramification of it which was known to John. So John assented, and left his shilling with the sticks, and said, "This is what I want, that the diviner should tell me things which I know without having asked me any question. I shall know that he has divined by his telling me the symptoms of the disease which are known to me." Their mode of speaking is this: if it is asked ere the disease has seized the patient, the sticks jump up at once and fix themselves on the place where the sick man is affected. If it has affected the abdomen, they fix themselves on the abdomen of the man who has come to inquire. If the head, they leap upon his head. They go over every joint of the body that is affected by the disease. Or if they are asked ere the doctor is who can cure the sick man, they leap up and lie down in the direction of the place where the doctor lives. If the owner of them knows for certain the name of a doctor who lives among the tribe to which the sticks point, he mentions the name to them. If it is he they mean, they jump up and down and fix themselves on their owner. And he knows thereby that they assent. Many believe in the Umbukula more than in the diviner. But there are not many who have the Umbukula. Those whom I know who have them are that same Unamantianshi and Utikxo. These I know. There is a third, Undangizi, a red man of the house of Undlovu, of whom my uncle used to inquire when I was a lad, and came back with many things which the Umbukula had said. The Umbukula of which John inquired gave him an exact account of his sister's illness, saying truly where the disease began, and where they had gone to inquire as to its nature. He believed fully, and went home satisfied. This, then, is the account of the Umbukula and of the diviner. They differ from each other, they are not the same. As regards divination by bones, the bones of all kinds of wild beasts are used. There is that of the elephant, and that of the lion, and the bones of all great and well-known wild beasts. The diviner by bones, when any one comes to him to inquire, unfastens the bag in which the bones are kept, chews some little medicine, and puffs on them. He then pours them out, and picks out the bones of certain animals with which he is about to divine. They fill both his hands, he brings them all together and throws them on the ground, all the bones fall. But what the bones say is not clear to the man who comes to inquire. If he is not accustomed to them he sees nothing, and does not know what it means. The owner of the bones manages them all properly. When one in falling rests on another, if for instance it is the bone of an elephant and of the hyena, he says, "What does the elephant and hyena say?" And afterwards by his management of the bones, he tells the inquirer that the bones say so and so. That he sees that the bones say this and that. And the man replies, yes, the bones mention that for which I came here. Then the owner of the bones says to the man, just take them yourself, and ask them why it is so. He throws them down, and the owner then manages them properly, and tells him what the bones say. He says, you see this bone standing in this manner, it speaks of a certain matter in your village. This says you must do so and so. They say everything the man knows. And a person by accustoming himself to divine with bones, himself manages them properly, from that proper management the matter is made evident, and he sees for himself. The diviner just points it out to him, and then follows him, when he has already seen by himself what the bones say. Such then is the mode of divining by bones. I myself once went to inquire of the bones. There was a goat of Utikxo, one of my brothers, which had been yeaning for some days, and we wondered why it did not give birth to its young. We went to a diviner, the brother of Utikxo, who divined with bones. On coming to him we made obeisance, saying, friend, your affairs. 329 We went home with him to his village. He took a little medicine and chewed it, and puffed on his bag in which the bones were kept. He rubbed them, and poured them out on the ground. He managed them, and said, oh, what does the goat mean? There are 2 kids, one white and the other, there it is grey. What do they mean? We replied, we do not know, friend. We will be told by the bones. He said, this goat, which is a female black goat, is yeaning. But it is as though she had not yet yeaned. But what do you say? You say, the goat is in trouble. Oh, I say for my part when I see the bones speaking thus, I see that the young ones are now born. The bones say, the Amatongo of your house, Utikxo, says, you never worship it. There is nothing the matter. It says it has helped you very much. The disease which sorcerers have poured upon your village is great. It would have taken effect, but the Amatongo of your house would not allow it. The goat has been made ill willfully by sorcerers. The bones say, when you reach home the goat will have given birth to 2 kids. When you reach home, return thanks to the Amatongo. This is what the bones say. We gave him money and went home, I not believing that there was any truth in it, for the bones did not speak. But I had heard a man speaking for them. When we reached home we found the goat now standing at the doorway with 2 kids, one white and the other grey. I was at once satisfied. We sacrificed and returned thanks to the Amatongo. Magical practices. 330. It is said that doctors are the authors of magical practices. As when a doctor takes a pot and pours water into it, and then begins to medicate it. But I do not understand the medication, how it is done. He then kindles a fire under the pot, but it does not boil. 331 He kindles a very great fire. Or he may take an assegai or a needle, and place even a large pot on it, and it does not fall. That is called an umlingo, or magical practice. I myself once saw this. A doctor had a lot of bones hung on a string. They are called umabukula. I saw the doctor act thus with the bones. He had hung them on a string, and came to our village to divine for my father. He first swept the ground, and prepared a broad space. He then took the bones in his hands, shook them violently, and praised them by name, saying, I come that I may hear, Buthluzabanunga. Mabalamaji, 332 He then scattered them on the ground. They formed a line, standing up on the ground, and pointing to his bladder. He then interpreted for them, saying, the bones say the disease is in the bladder. They knew by that the disease was umsizi, a disease which is seated in the bladder. It is called also an umlingo if, when a chief is about to fight with another chief, his doctors cause a darkness to spread among his enemies, so that they are unable to see clearly. Other modes of divining. There is among black men a something which is divination within them. When anything valuable is lost, they look for it at once. When they cannot find it, each one begins to practice this inner divination, trying to feel where the thing is. For not being able to see it, he feels internally a pointing, which tells him if he will go down to such a place, it is there, and he will find it. At length it says he will find it, at length he sees it, and himself approaching it. Before he begins to move from where he sees it very clearly indeed, and there is an end of doubt. That sight is so clear that it is as though it was not an inner sight, but as if he saw the very thing itself and the place where it is. So he quickly arises and goes to the place. If it is a hidden place, he throws himself into it, as though there was something that impelled him to go as swiftly as the wind. And in fact he finds the thing, if he has not acted by mere head-guessing. If it has been done by real inner divination, he really sees it. But if it is done by mere head-guessing, and knowledge that he has not gone to such a place, and that therefore it must be in such another place, he generally misses the mark. When cattle are lost, and it is not known where they are, a little animal whose name is Isipungamangadi 333 is found, and we ask it, saying, Mantis, where are the cattle? We hold it in our hand, and place it with its pointed head looking upwards. If it points in another direction with its head, and it is clear in what direction it points, we shall pay no attention to the various directions in which it points, but look earnestly to the place where it points its head steadily. And perhaps we find them there, and perhaps we do not. Chiefs divine. As to the custom of a chief of a primitive stock of kings among black men, he calls to him celebrated diviners to place him in the chieftainship, that he may be really a chief. And not be one by descent merely, but by adding a chieftainly character by calling doctors who possess medicines and charms, and these doctors place him in the chieftainship. 334. One comes and performs many ceremonies, telling the chief the power of his medicines. Another does the same. He performs ceremonies, and says, For my part, in order that you may know that I am a doctor, it would be well for you to levy an army to attack another chief, whilst I am treating you with my medicines, that you may understand me. There is Ubulawo. If you churn it in your vessel, 335 and call so-and-so, you may see whether you will not cut him off in a very little time. It is well for you to begin this very day, whilst I am here. Truly then the vessel of the chief is first used by the doctors. When he churns 336 it, he calls the chief who is the enemy of his chief, and lauds ancient chiefs who are now dead. If the Ubulawo froths up, the doctor shouts his name aloud, and says to his chief, Behold, thou son of so-and-so, hereafter thou mayst take me to task. I say, on the very day when you go out against him you will destroy him. If there were any danger I would tell you. And the doctor tells the chief how to use the vessel, and to consider thoroughly the action of the Ubulawo which is churned, that he may see what will happen by looking into the vessel. 337. When he has finished his instruction the doctor says, You can take me to task. If it does not turn out in accordance with what I say, I will cast away my medicines, and be no longer a doctor. So the doctor leads out an army that he may go with it, he goes round about it and burns his medicines, and says, Even their assegais shall constantly miss you. He goes a little way with it, and returns from the top of the hill, and then returns to the chief. And if they already have anything belonging to the chief that is attacked, when the army is led forth, the chief sits without moving on a circlet made of medicines within which that which belongs to the other is placed. Whilst he does this he says, I am overcoming him, I am now treading him down, he is now under me. I do not know by what way he will escape. 338. Such then is the vessel of the chief, his vessel is a diviner to him. For if there is any place about which the chief is angry, he goes to his vessel, and churns it continually, and spits in the direction of the person he hates, he spits before sunrise at the time of churning his vessel, and subdues the man he hates. A chief does thus with his vessel, and he generally mentions what he is about to do before it is done, saying, Such and such will happen, and you will do so and so. And so it is when an army is led out, the men look for a word to come from the chief to give them courage, that they may know what kind of people it is to whom they are going. And it is as though they knew this beforehand. But it is so, because again and again the chief is accustomed to say, You will not see any army. I say, I have already killed so-and-so. I have seen him here again and again. You will only take the cattle. There are no men, but mere women. The word of the chief gives confidence to his troops. They say, we are going only, the chief has already seen all that will happen, in his vessel. Such then are chiefs, they use a vessel for divination. In like manner also a young man that has powerful abulawo, when he churns it, calls on the name of the daughter of such an one, churning it at the same time, if the abulawo froths up, he knows that he has prevailed over her. He takes some things belonging to her and places them in a pot, and thus churns her, that her heart may regard him. It is the same as the churning of a man who is churned by a chief. It is the same as regards petty chiefs. If one has gone away from his chief, the chief says, although so-and-so has departed, he will come back again. I am now sitting upon him. I do not know by what way he will go away from me. Such then is the conduct of a chief with a vessel. A chief is troubled, and is afraid, and gets thin, if, when he churns his vessel, it no longer gives propitious indications. He is greatly troubled, it is as though he was about to die, or about to be killed by another chief. He has no strength if his vessel does not give him confidence. Such then is the confidence of a chief with which he trusts in his vessel. Various kinds of abulawo having been bruised, they are placed in the vessel, and water is poured on them, and the chief churns them continually. And this is what we mean by a chief's vessel. It is not a divining vessel if nothing is placed in it. If such a vessel is lost, it is a great matter with the chief. There will be much trouble, and many men die after the loss of the vessel. If it is not found, the diviners point out many men, and many are killed. The doctors crowd together to produce courage in the chief by their medicines and by words of encouragement, until his fear ceases when he sees that he continues to live. The chief's vessel. A chief among the Amazulu practices magic 339 on another chief before fighting with him. Something belonging to that chief is taken, and the other washes himself with Intellizi 340 in order that he may overcome the other when they begin to fight. And forsooth the one was conquered long ago by having his things taken and practiced upon by magic. And if the cattle fly from an enemy, their dung, and the earth which retains the marks of their footprints, are taken to the chief that he may churn them and sit upon them. And the men say, the chief is now sitting upon them. He has already eaten them up, we shall find them. And when they have found them they say, the doctor of the chief is a doctor indeed. The dung and earth which retains the mark of the footprints are placed in the chief's vessel. A circlet is made with medicines 341 in which portions of them are wrapped up, the chief's vessel is placed on the circlet, and they then wait. When he has done this, the chief says, I have now conquered them. Those cattle are now here. I am now sitting upon them. I do not know in what way they will escape. The Isatundu is a vessel which is well sewn with palmetto fibers, it is large, but its mouth is small. It is said to be an Isatundu because its mouth is just large enough to admit the hand. All the knowledge of the chief is in this vessel. 342 If he wishes to kill another chief, he takes something belonging to that chief, and puts it in the vessel, and practices magic on it, that he may kill him when he has no power left. When a chief has taken another chief, 343 he churns him in his vessel, and at once calls him. When he calls him he inspects carefully the mode in which the abulawo acts, and says, but I say that although I am cutting off the head of so-and-so, yet I say you will meet with an army. I see that he stands firm by his manliness. I see this in my vessel when I am churning him, I see that the abulawo is hard 344 when I call him. But I say I shall cut off his head. But do you fight with determination, they burn, they are a fire, 345. He also tells them if they will eat the cattle without any loss to themselves, saying, I say, you will eat up the cattle when the sun rises. Whilst it is still rising you will already have overcome him. I have already overcome him. I see it in my vessel. I say the cattle will come here tomorrow morning, to report that you have conquered. Therefore the army goes out courageously, saying, there is no enemy with which we shall have to fight. Our chief has already bound so-and-so. We shall stab mere watermelons 346 which are unable to resist. Divining by familiar spirits. When my aunt was ill, the wife of my father by adoption, 347, my father went to the forest country to find a doctor to dig up the poison which was killing her. The people directed him to a doctor with familiar spirits, 348, saying, "Go to Umansel. It is he who will help you." When he came to him he said, "My friend, you see I come to you, for I have got no good from all the other doctors. I think that perhaps you can help me more than they. I wish you to go with me in the morning." Umansel assented. In the morning there was a change of weather, and he stayed at Umansel's house many days. There was very heavy rain, so that they could not set out. On the first fine day, they set out. We saw them on their arrival, not knowing the day on which they would come. When they came, all the people that lived with us were told that the familiar spirits had come. All the people collected in the house of Umansheo, the sick person. Her sickness was not that she was in suffering, she was sick because all her children died. We who went in to salute the doctor did not know for certain that he had familiar spirits, but we heard it said by other people that he had. We had seen nothing with our own eyes. When we had gone in to salute, some saluted the familiar spirits, but others before they saluted heard the spirits saluting them, saying, "Good day, so and so," calling the person by his name. He started, and exclaimed, "Oh! Whence does the voice come? I was saluting Umansel yonder." In the morning they all went out to the gateway of the village to inquire of the diviner. But Umansel said, "Oh, Unkamidlalel, 349, my father's name which was given him by the spirits, for my part one cannot give you a single word, one way or the other. There are masters 350 who will answer you." And they did answer, saying, "Unkamidlalel, we cannot divine unless you pay us. Do you not see that we have come to help you? Give us a bullock, that we may show you the things which are killing you." We did not see any one speaking with Unkamidlalel, we merely heard a word telling him to get a bullock. We looked round, saying, "Oh, Umansel's mouth is quite still. Whence does the voice come?" We all stared one at the other. Unkamidlalel went into the cattle pen to look for a bullock, and, selecting one, said, "Here is your bullock, my masters. Truly if you are come to give me life again, I cannot refuse a bullock, even though there are none left. They have all gone to the doctors, I give one which was left." The spirits returned thanks, and said, "It is well. We thank you for the bullock." My father sat down. The spirits spoke, saying, "Unkamidlalel, it is your wife who is sick. She is still young. You are astonished and say, 'What is this?' For I took this wife from her father when she was still a little girl, she came here to me, and gave birth to a female child, after that she could not have children. She gave birth for the ground. 351 How has this happened? But we are about to tell how this happens to your wife. You ask where your wife walked over poison. 352 But she has nowhere walked over poison. The disease came to your house when you were drinking beer. It is a man who injured her. Your wife died. 353 For her beauty. She went out to make water, but the man was watching her. And when she went back, he took the earth which was saturated with her urine, and wrapped it up, and said in his heart, "How now then does the matter stand? Since she refused me and would not be my wife, I will bereave her, that is, I will kill her children, that she too may be troubled as well as me." The spirit said he did thus. He took poisonous plants 354 and bound them up with the earth impregnated with her urine, and made little bags of skin, in which he placed the mixture, and buried them under the fireplace of his own hut. That when the woman had a call of nature and went to make water, she might have a burning in her bladder. He injured her by these means. After that indeed she became pregnant, but miscarried. 355 The spirits continued, "But we spirits can go and dig up the mixture. We can go and take it and bring it here, and show it to you. We cannot advise you to go to a doctor for the sake of obtaining his advice, that he may cause that which is injuring you to rot. The doctors can do nothing. We spirits will go. We will go tomorrow. Today we are tired. We are now going to rest." Others came forward who had been injured at the same time with her, and said, "You know, masters, that we lived together, and were hated by that man." The spirits said to Undaeni, "We know that you are Unkamidlalel's son. You too are injured on account of your wife's beauty. It was not like that she should marry one so ugly as you are. But you took her to wife because you were powerful, because you had so many beautiful cattle, which were an object of admiration to the maiden's father, and so he gave her to you." And that excited hatred in the other's heart, and he said, "How is it that Ajadu has given so beautiful a damsel to so ugly a beggar as that? I will kill him, and force him to leave her. And when he is dead we shall see whether I shall marry her or not. You were made ill on that account. But the spirits 356 of your people would not allow you to be killed, but said, 'It cannot be permitted that our child should be killed on account of the beauty of his wife. We gave him cattle that he might marry, and we be honored for treating him well. But notwithstanding that, Undaeni, although you are living now, you are being killed, and the ancestral spirits give you no help, for that sorcerer is constantly longing to bring home your corpse. 357 We are going to dig up that by which you are injured, and you shall see it with your own eyes.' On the following morning the spirits said, 'Give us some food, that we may eat and set out.' The people fetched food, and beer in a pot, and placed it before Umansel. He and his people ate and drank it all. The spirits returned thanks and said, 'We thank you, we are now going. We are going with the spirits of your people, with Ukuba and Abutongwane and all the people of your house. 358 We do not say that we shall take that which is killing you without difficulty, we shall fight with the spirits of that place. But we shall conquer them, and bring back what we are going for. So goodbye. 359 They went. Umansel and his people remained, we wondering and asking, how will this matter turn out? The spirits went away for 3 days. Umansel remained with us. We asked him when the spirits would come back again. He replied, "They may come perhaps tomorrow if they do not find it a difficult work where they are gone, and they conquer them. But I do not myself know the day of their return, for they did not tell me, for they go to an enemy. We shall know only by their arrival." When we asked how we should know when they arrived, Umansel said, "You will hear them speak. And if you are making a great noise and talking aloud, they will say, 'Be quiet, we are come.' And if you do not hear, they will call him by name who is making the noise, and say, 'Be quiet, you so and so.' Do you not hear? Thus it will be when they come." Umansel was amongst us like a stranger, not like a doctor. He and his people ate and drank. On the 4th day in the afternoon one spirit came, and we heard it saying, "I have come." Umansel asked, "Who are you?" It replied, "I am so and so," giving the name of the spirit. Umansel again inquired, saying, "Oh, so and so, where are all the rest?" It replied, "Oh, we are troubled. They remain behind, the people are dying. 360 The enemy is stabbing us, they will not let us dig up the poison, but we too have our men, and they are fighting with them. I have come to ask for food. We are hungry. I am going back. I shall not sleep here." The people fetched food and placed it before Umansel, both solid food and beer. He ate it all. The spirit returned thanks, and said, "Goodbye." Umansel asked when they would come back. It said, "I do not know, for the people are tired. From the time we got there, all 3 days, we have been constantly fighting till today. Perhaps we may come tomorrow. I cannot say, we shall see by and by." It departed. We retired to rest on the 5th day. On the morrow at noon, as we were sitting unconscious of anything, we heard the spirit speaking at the upper part of the house, saying, "Cease your noise, we are come, but we are not all here, some have been carried away by the river." Umansel asked who they were. They replied, "Abutongwane." He would not cross, he was afraid of the water. "But all the things which we went to fetch, are not here, they too were carried away by the water. The little bag of so and so, the one with such and such things in it, has been carried away, and that of so and so, but other things are here, the bag of so-and-so, and of so-and-so, and of all the others who are poisoned, we bring with us. We heard our mothers whispering that the spirits had come. We asked when they came. They said, just now, at noon. But they say, your father has been carried away by the river, and some of the things also. We went out, saying, just let us go and hear too. We went into the house and sat down, and truly we heard it was so, the spirits were speaking. We tried to discover where the voice came from. We looked earnestly at Umansal's mouth. We did not see him speaking. We could not understand where the voice was. The spirits said, we have all come. They related all the acts of the army. They said, we conquered them. In order that we might conquer them, we made an attack with fire. And so conquered them. We remained watching the fire, that when it had gone out we might dig up the things which we have brought, so we dug them up, and have brought them all. You will see them in the morning, every one of them. On the following day at noon, everything was taken out of the house, and the floor was smeared with cow dung, that all dust might be taken away, the floor dried, and all the people of our villages 361 collected to see the things which had come. The old people, men and women, were chosen to go into the house. The young people, female and male, were separated, they did not go in, but remained outside. They said young people could not go in. It was not proper for them to see the things of wicked sorcery. As they were still speaking, the spirits said, arrange yourselves properly, and be quite quiet. And truly they were absolutely silent. The spirit said, look about you for that which falls. They waited and watched. They heard something fall from above, like a thing thrown by someone, it fell with a sound. Many things fell in this way, until all had fallen. When all had fallen, the spirit said, collect them, all are now here. They collected them. When there was anything they did not see, they heard a spirit saying, see, there is something else, there it is near such a wattle. And there is another by such a wattle, 362 they collected everything. The spirit said, you now have everything. Go to the rocks in the river, and spread them abroad there, you will there see the things which you have been looking for. So-and-so's little bag, and such a thing you will see, and that thing of so-and-so. They distinguished all the little bags according to the persons to whom they belonged. They said, go then, and cast them into the water when you have seen them, that they may be carried away by it. You will get well, and she whose children died will get well. And he who is sick will rejoice, that you may know that we are indeed diviners. So they went and spread them out by the water, some found their beads, some found earth bound up, others found pieces of their old tattered garments. Others their rags, all found something belonging to them, they threw them into the water, and they were carried away. They washed their hands and bodies, saying, we cannot go home with the stench of this filth upon us. When they came home we asked our mothers in whispers if they had found all our things. They replied, yes, surely. We believe that they are diviners. We have seen the things, there was that of so-and-so which we used to see before it was lost. We saw everything which we knew. We now believe that we shall get well. On the morrow Umansal was given his bullock. He took his leave and went home. We gave thanks, saying, go in prosperity, our masters. We have seen your skill. But we are now looking out for our recovery. They departed. We remained in expectation. Omansheo became pregnant, her months were ended, she gave birth to a child, after 5 days it was attacked with violent sickness and diarrhea, it died. We lost heart again, and said, oh. Since it was said the poison which was killing us has been dug up, whence comes this? Oh. We shall look back again. When we see that it is thus, we shall be satisfied, and say that even digging up the poison is of no use. We are in trouble. She remained a long time, she became pregnant, her months were ended, she gave birth to a child, it lived a few days. Again it was seized with the same disease, and died. We said, oh. What is the real truth in this matter? For we see that we are still weeping. Why did we give our bullock? Where is the truth of the matter, since even now we see no child born to live? Oh, the spirits are deceiving us. They did not take away the poison which was killing us. They sewed up to deceive us their own things in the bags, that they might come and take our bullock. We do not see that they dug up the poison for us, we are dying notwithstanding. And to this day the children of Utikxo die. And Undayeni did not get the least rest, he was always ill, and at last died, not a single doctor helped him, all were unsuccessful. And he trifled with my father's wife, who had no doctor who could cure her, all failed. And the people of Undayeni had the same cause of complaint that we had. Banda. Another account. I once went to a person with a familiar spirit to inquire respecting a boy of ours who had convulsions. My father and brother and mothers and I wondered what was the nature of the disease, since it was a new thing. We saw at first sight that it was something about which we must inquire of the diviner. We set out and went to the person with a familiar spirit. We made obeisance, saying, "Friend, we come to you for good news." We waited. The doctor said, "Good day." We replied, saying, "Yes." She poured out some snuff, and took it. She then yawned and stretched, and also shuddered, and said, "They who divine are not yet here." We remained a long time, and at length we too took some snuff. When we were no longer thinking of the reason of our coming, we heard that the spirits were come, they saluted us, saying, "Good day." We looked about the house to see where the voice came from. The spirits said, "Why are you looking about, for we merely salute you." We said, "We look about because we cannot see where you are." They said, "Here we are. You cannot see us. You will be helped by what we say only." The voice was like that of a very little child, it cannot speak aloud, for it speaks above, among the wattles of the hut. We replied to the salutation. The spirit said, "You have come to inquire about something." The person whose familiars they were said, "Strike the ground for them, see, they say you came to inquire about something." So we struck the ground. They said, "That about which you have come is a great matter, the omen has appeared in a man." We struck the ground, and asked, saying, "How big is the man in whom the omen has appeared?" They replied, "It is a young person." We struck the ground vehemently there, when we perceived that she 363 had hit the mark. They said, "I say the omen is a disease." We smote the ground vehemently. They said, "It is disease in the body of that young person." They said, "Let me see what that person is." "It is a boy." We assented strongly. They said, "He does not yet heard. He is still small." We smote violently on the ground. They said, "But you wonder at what has occurred to him." They said, "Strike the ground, that I may see what that is which has occurred to the body of the little boy." We struck the ground vehemently, and said, "We will hear from you, for you have seen that it is a little boy." They said, "There he is. I see him, it is as though he had convulsions." Upon that we smote the ground vehemently. They said, "What kind of convulsions are they? Inquire of me." We said, "We have nothing to ask about. For behold you have already first told us. For it is proper that you should tell us to ask, if you were not going the right way, but as we perceive that you are going the right way, what have we to ask of you?" They replied, "I tell you to ask, for perhaps I am going wrong." We said, "No. You are not going wrong, you are going by the way which we ourselves see." They said, "The disease began in the child when he began to walk. When he was very young, you did not see the disease, when was a little infant. At length when he began to laugh, the disease had not yet appeared, at length he began to sit up, it not having yet appeared, at length he began to go on all fours, it not having yet appeared. At length he began to stand before he was affected by it, when he began to lift his foot from the ground to toddle, the disease came upon him. When you saw the disease, you saw it without expecting anything of the kind, he died in his mother's arms. His mother poured water on him when he was turning up his eyes, She uttered a great cry, you started, and ran into the house. When you entered he had again come to life. The mother said, you heard me cry, my child was dead. Do you not see he is wet? I poured water over him for some time, and therefore he has come to life again. The spirits continued, I have now told you this, deny if what I say is not true. We replied, we can in no way dispute what you say. We have told you already that you were going by the right path. The spirits said, this disease resembles convulsions. You have come to me to know what is this disease which is like convulsions. We said, just so, you say truly. We wish to hear from you, spirit, you will tell us the disease and its nature, that we may at length understand of what nature it is, for you have already told us the name of the disease, tell us also the medicines with which we shall treat it. They replied, I will tell you the disease. You are greatly alarmed because you say the child has convulsions, and a child with convulsions is not safe, he burns himself in the fire. I shall tell you what caused this disease. Just smite on the ground, boys, that I may understand if the child is the only son of his father. We said, yes, he is his only son. They said, smite the ground, that I may understand what relation you are to the child, since you come here to inquire. We smote vehemently on the ground. They said, the boy is your brother. Smite the ground, that I may see if he is really your brother born of your own father, or not. Not so. He is not really the son of your father. Your fathers are brothers. He is your brother, because your fathers were brothers. We smote the ground violently. They said, smite, that I may understand which is the older of the two fathers. I say, boys, your own father is dead. Smite, that I may understand where he died. There he is, I see him. He died, boys, in the open country. He was stabbed with an assegai. By what tribe was he stabbed? We smote the ground vehemently. They said, he was stabbed by the Amazulu on this side the Utikxo, that is where your father died, boys. The father of that child is your uncle, because he was your father's brother, he was the elder of the two. They said, let me now tell you the disease which has attacked the boy. His disease is like convulsions, but it is not convulsions. And you are greatly alarmed because you think it is convulsions. But I shall tell you, for you will not again see him have a fit. I shall tell you what to do when you get home. Did you ever sacrifice for him? You have never sacrificed for him. They said, let me just see where you live. You live among the Amatonga, that is the tribe where you live. Let me just see where you were born. You belong to the Amatonga. Just let me see, since you are here among the Amatonga, why you were separated from the Amatonga to come here. You quarreled with your own people, and so came here to the Amatonga. Smite the ground, that I may see if you have built your own village. We smote the ground. They said, you have not yet built it. You live in the village of another, you have not yet built your own village on the hill. As for the boy, the disease attacked him in the village where you now are. Smite the ground, that I may see what relation the man with whom you live is to you. We smote the ground. They said, he is your cousin on the mother's side. I see nothing wrong in the village of your cousin, he is good, I see no practicing of sorcery there, I see that the village is clear, you eat with your eyes shut, for you have nothing to complain of. What I shall tell you is this, it is the ancestral spirits that are doing this. It is not convulsions the child has. For my part one say he is affected by the ancestral spirits. We wondered that we should continually hear the spirits which we could not see, speaking in the wattles, and telling us many things without our seeing them. The spirits said, I point out your ancestral spirits. When you reach home you shall take a goat. There it is, a he-goat, I see it. We said, how do you see it? They said, be silent, I will tell you, and satisfy you as to its color. It is white. That is it which has just come from the other side of the Alovo from the Amazulu. It is now a large he-goat. You shall sacrifice it, and pour its gall on the boy. You will go and pluck for him Amatongo medicine. I see that Amatongo. It says that your village is to be removed from its present place, and built on the hill. Does not the Amatongo ask, why has the village stayed so long in the midst of another? It injures the lad, saying, let the village remove from this place. The he-goat you will sacrifice to your grandmother, it is she who refuses to allow the child to die, for your grandfather had been earnest to kill him, that he might die and be buried in accordance with his wish. I tell you this to satisfy you. I tell you that if the disease returns, you may come back to me and take your money. I tell you that this disease is caused by the ancestral spirit, because it wishes that your village should remove. The spirit said, now I have divined for you. So give me my money. We took out the money. Then they said to her whose familiars they were, take it, there is the money. They added, I just take this money of yours. You will come and take it again if the disease returns. I say, it will never return again. The woman with the familiar spirits sat in the midst of the house, at the time of full daylight, when we inquired of her, for the spirits cannot go alone when they are going to divine. Their possessor goes with them. For if they wish to go they tell their possessor, saying to her, let us go to such a place, wherever they wish to go. The possessor of them cannot speak. 364 She usually says little, for she too inquires of the spirits, and says, so and so, when you say so, do you tell the people who come to inquire of you, the truth? In reply they say, they do tell the truth, and those who come to inquire will see it. She says, tell them the truth. They will come to me here if they come to take back their money. And if you tell them falsehoods, I shall give them back their money again. If you do not tell them the truth, I shall give it back to them. The spirits assent, saying, you may give it back. For our parts we speak truly, we tell no lies. So the possessor of the spirits took the money. The spirits said to us, go in peace. We wondered when they bid us go in peace, without our seeing them. They told us to give their services to all our people at home. We said we would. They said, when you get home, do exactly what I have told you. We replied, yes, we will do all you have told us to do. So we went home. On our arrival we found the child better. As we were speaking with him, our father came into the house, and we said, O father, we never had such confidence in a doctor. When we heard we said, the spirit has divined. The spirits divined. They told us all things, our birth, and the order of our birth, and that he with whom we live is our cousin, they told us everything. They said the boy has nothing the matter with him that will kill him. They said we are alarmed, thinking he has convulsions, and we assented, saying, yes, yes, we think he has convulsions. The diviner denied, saying, no, he has not convulsions, he is possessed by a spirit. The spirit says that your village must be moved. The spirits pointed out a white goat, and directed that it should be sacrificed for the child, and the village be moved, and they ordered us to pluck for him Amatongo medicine, and sacrifice the goat. They said, if the disease returned, we were to go and take back our money. Our father said, oh, they have divined, both as regards the disease and our relations with our cousin. We see they have divined. Why did not our ancestral spirits tell me in a dream that there was something which they wanted, instead of revealing themselves by coming to kill the child in this way? What prevented them from telling me in a dream what they complained about, instead of revealing themselves by coming to kill the child in this way, without saying anything to me first? These dead men are fools. Why have they revealed themselves by killing the child in this way, without telling me? Go and fetch the goat, boys. We went to fetch the goat from the house. We killed it, and poured the gall over the boy. Our cousin went to pluck the Amatongo medicine, he squeezed the juice into a cup, and gave it to the boy to drink, and left the cup outside the kraal. 365 The goat was eaten. We worshipped the ancestral spirits, saying, we shall see that the child is possessed by a spirit by his getting well, and not getting ill again, we shall say the spirit has lied if he is still ill. We shall see by his recovery. And shall then say, the spirits have told the truth. We do not understand why you have killed such a child as this. What prevents you from making old people ill? That is a good spirit which appears in dreams, and tells what it wants. Such were the words with which we addressed the spirits. Our father said, I shall now quit this place with my village in the morning, and put it in a place by itself. Why, when I thought I was living in peace, am I still obliged to be a wanderer? There is a site of an old village, I will examine it well. I shall now remove the village, may the new place be healthy and good, and this boy of mine be no longer ill. If he is still ill, I shall say he is not possessed with a spirit. And I will quarrel with the spirits, and say they have not divined properly. Our father said thus. He said, I will look at the new site in the morning. Let us go together, my cousin, and look at the new site, and inspect it well, for I say I am still a wanderer, for the ancestral spirits have killed me for staying here. So he and his cousin went in the morning to inspect the site. They went to a place on the river Amatonga, and thoroughly inspected it and thought it good, and that it was a proper place for us to build on, for there was water near. They returned home. In the morning we took our axes, and went to cut wattles and poles for the village. When we had finished cutting, the people of our village left that of our cousin and went to it, and then we completed it. The boy was not ill any more. It turned out in accordance with the word of the Spirit, he was not ill again. At length he took out the calves at milking time, and herded the calves. At length he not only herded the calves and goats, but all the cattle, calves, goats, sheep, and cows. And at length he grew to be a man. His name is Umpany. He is now a diligent man. Next year he will milk the cows. The name of the woman with the familiar spirits is Umkakazi. It was not a man, but a woman. She saw us for the first time when we saluted her on our arrival, for we too had been told by others that she was a great diviner. She lived on the Untwalum by the sea, at a distance from us. It is a day and a half's journey from this point. 366. Uguays. Heaven doctors, etc. Heaven herds. 367 Rain doctors. We do not make a great distinction between hail and lightning, we say, each is an army of the Lord who smites us in this world. We distinguish them, however, by the effect of the hail, which is different from that of the lightning, and the hail is heard in the direction from which it is coming. For after great thunder there is heard a great sound in the sky, which resembles the singing of maize in a pot when the water has boiled away. And the doctors, who are herds of the sky, when they hear that, go out at once, whilst the sound of the hail is still afar off, and begin to light a fire in the isolo. 368 They do this before it has come near, whilst it is still audible at a distance, that when it comes near it may have lost its power, and chiding. 369 Be sufficient. For if when it thunders the doctor does not at once go out, but stays indoors till the hail comes, even should he go out when it has come, he has no longer power to overcome the hail. For it is difficult to make it turn back again when once it has came. As regards their preparing for the contest, when they hear the sky rumbling, they too begin to get themselves ready, that they may not be conquered. For as to the hail, if a doctor has not fasted, it is said if the hailstones strike him much he is near to danger, and it is said that the hailstones make it manifest that he has no longer any power to contend with the lightning. 370 And he will require to be again purified a second time, that he may have courage. For if whilst herding 371 he observes that he cannot subject either the hail or the lightning, he has no longer any courage, but is afraid. And even if he see the lightning dazzle his eyes, he is afraid, and wishes to go indoors. It is this then about which black men speak, when they say that black men have power. For they say that they know how to quell the wrath which comes from the whole heaven, that is, the two powers, lightning and hail. I do not say they know also how to make the sky rain, but they say they know. But it is especially this which darkens their eyes, for they do not say there is any other wrath but that, for which they have already found medicines, which are capable of subduing it. The hail then has its doctors in all places. And though there is a chief in a certain nation, the the people do not say, "We have corn to eat through the power of the chief," but they say, "We have corn to eat through the son of so-and-so." For when the sky rolls cloud upon cloud, and we do not know that it will go back to another place, he can work diligently and do all that is necessary, and we have no more any fear. There is thunder. If it 372 thunders without hailing, but hurls lightning, they do not appoint an Izinyanga of hail to herd, but an Izinyanga of lightning to go out and shout, and take courage when there is a heaven herd herding outside the house. But if the herd is not at home, they take his blanket, and put it outside. The blanket is made, as it were, the herd himself. This then is what those Izinyanga do who herd the heaven. For if it thunders excessively, the Izinyanga begins to frown, that he too may be dark as the heaven when it is covered with clouds. If the people of the house, whether he has gone out or not, speak very loudly, he silences them, saying, "Be still altogether." For his heart too is gathering clouds, as the heaven when it is coming quickly. And he no longer wishes that any one else should speak, but himself only by shouting. And if you go with him on a journey, and it suddenly thunders whilst you are at a distance from any village, and you are going first and he following, he will say to you, "Go on in front," and he will follow at some distance from you. For he says if you go behind him you will meet with an accident, for the heaven will think you are killing him. 373 and he makes you go on in front till you reach home. Such then is the action of the heaven and of the Izinyanga. For black men believe in that scolding of the heaven, and that silencing of the hail. They do not imagine that when they say they know that the heaven, herd 374 is able to contend with the lightning and hail. For these people say, if we ask them, that they do not understand where they get the courage with which they contend with the heaven. They say that when the heaven is about to be clouded 375 and before the clouds appear or it is evident that it is about to thunder excessively, the Inyanga's heart already feels, for there is heat within him, and he is excited by anger. When the sky just begins to be clouded, he too becomes dark like it. For the doctors say they scarify with the heaven 376 and eat it. To eat the heaven is this, for the heaven eats cattle, and the doctor takes the flesh of such cattle, and plays it in a sherd, and the doctor eats it whilst hot 377 mixed with his medicines. For where the lightning strikes the ground, the doctors say there is something resembling the shank of assegai 378 which remains in the earth, and this thing is called a thunderbolt. They dig till they find it 379 and use it as a heaven medicine. And so they say that the courage which they possess of contending with the heaven is that thunderbolt, which is found where the lightning has struck. Especially the bird also which is called the lightning bird, 380 they say that that is the most powerful among all lightning medicines. If a doctor does not possess it, but is a doctor only, he cannot have courage as that doctor can who possesses the lightning bird, and who has eaten it. For doctors make their boast of this bird. For it is fat, and it is said to be the fat especially with which the doctors treat those who are struck, when one has been slightly struck and then left, but has been left full of dread. If it thunders he has no courage, and is much troubled at all times. He is not troubled mentally only, it is evident that he is troubled, for he continually moves about in the house, and seeks a place where he may hide himself. But if the doctor has been surrounded to come and give him heaven medicine 381 then after that if it thunders he says, the doctor has given me medicine, I am no longer afraid. But as regards that bird, there are many who have seen it with their eyes. And especially doctors, and those persons who have seen it when it thunders and the lightning strikes the ground, the bird remains where the ground was struck. If there is any one near that place, he sees it in the fog on the ground, and goes and kills it. When he has killed it, he begins to be in doubt, saying, can it be that I shall continue to live as I have hitherto, seeing that I have killed this bird, which I never saw before? Is it not really that bird which it is said exists, the lightning bird which goes with the lightning? He is in doubt because he sees that its characteristics are not like those of birds which he has known for a long time. He sees that it is quite peculiar, for its feathers glisten. A man may think that it is red, again he sees that it is not so, it is green. But if he looks earnestly he may say, no, it is something between the two colors, as I am looking at it. And I myself once saw a feather of this bird whilst I was living on the Nsunguze, for I had wished for a long time to see the color of the bird, and at length I saw one of its feathers. The man to whom it belonged took it out of his bag. And truly I saw it, and said, Indeed it is the feather of a dreadful bird. He also showed me one of its bones. It was like a bone in which are many little blood vessels and many little grey lines. I saw many lines in the bone, and said, Truly. This then is what I have heard on this matter, and that was confirmed by what I saw for myself with my own eyes. When we say herding doctors, we speak metaphorically, for a man who herds cattle has weapons and his rain shield. 382 We take the name of a herder of cattle, and give it to one who counteracts the lightning, for when he keeps it back he shouts as a boy who is herding cattle. If he goes into the cattle pen with his weapons and is silent, the cattle cannot go out. But by whistling the cattle understand that he tells them to go to the pastures, that is, to go out of the pen. And the herd that herds the lightning does the same as the herder of the cattle, he does as he does by whistling, he says, Chui. Depart, and go yonder, do not come here. He repeats this again and again. Such doctors as these say they have a common feeling with the heaven. They say this because sometimes it is said a certain doctor sends the lightning 383 to another doctor to try him whether he is a powerful doctor or not. He does not try the doctor who appointed him. He tries others whose appointment he does not understand. 384 For it is this by which he sees that another is a doctor indeed, by his sending back to him the lightning, and he too begins to bustle about and to enter his house to set himself in order. 385. It happened in times past when I visited my people, on my arrival I lay down, on the following day in the afternoon the sky became overcast, and was very dark indeed, at the time when the maize was blossoming. I was sitting at the doorway whilst it was thundering excessively, and my brother who is a doctor entered the house, running, and took down his shield and his string of medicines, and went out. When it thundered aloud, he too shouted aloud, and whistled. I asked my mother what the man was doing. She replied, Do not speak, for when it is like this no one any longer speaks. He is a heaven herd. So I was silent. And the heaven cast down many hailstones. And I thought he would die, for I heard them striking on his shield, it was as though maize had been thrown on him. But although he was resisted very much, he did not enter the house. And as regards the lightning, in like manner the heaven resisted him, but he did not enter the house until it was bright again. In the morning I heard it said that at my uncle's village, at Inyama, down the river, one Omathlati said he would go out before the great doctors went out. He shouted aloud, saying, Depart, and go yonder. But the hail smote loudly on his body, and he came into the house backwards. Another went out, and when he shouted, the heaven stopped his mouth. On that day the heaven turned its back 386 on the village. It was entirely in its power, and it did its will. They remained in their houses, it entirely destroyed the corn. When I heard this I said, Forsooth is such a doctor as that conquered? What shall we eat this year, since they have been unable to herd? They replied, They did not fast. 387 They are therefore conquered. As regards this fasting which is spoken of a man that herds the sky, it is said that the doctor who appoints him says, Let him not drink if he is given beer in a cup that is not full. And, Let him not eat herbs before the feast of firstfruits. 388 And, Let him not take a handful of boiled maize from the fireplace, if the maize has not been taken from the pot. And, Let him not eat the flesh of a bullock until it has been opened. And, Let him not eat izindumba if he has not been given them. This is the fasting which the doctors speak of. And if a man is hungry and come to men who are drinking 389 beer, if the vessel is not full, he would say, For my part indeed you know that I heard the heaven. When I was young, about the size of Ungangamana, I saw a rain man. 390 His name was Umkakana. He was a great doctor even among the Amazulu, 391 skillful in producing rain. But among the Amazulu he did not show himself much to the chief. For the chiefs of the house of Uzulu used not to allow a mere inferior 392 to be even said to have power over the heaven, for it was said that the heaven belonged only to the chief of that place. Umkakana therefore remained hidden. But he did not cease to produce rain in secret. At length he crossed to this side the Utikxo, for he heard that Utikxo had said, "Let all the heaven doctors be killed." He escaped, and came among the English. He came here without any property, by himself alone. 393 He came without anything, because he came to his own relations. He became a dependent of the chief of the Amatongo, it is the same to whom we were subject. His name was Nsunguze, the son of Utikxo. And when he had stayed a short time, the heaven became very hot and dry. 394 His own people began to whisper about him to the chief, saying, "You see that man? If you ask him, he can cause the rain to drop for you. He is a great doctor above all other doctors." And this was first spoken of a little, and at last openly, and we all heard that Unkulunkulu was a rain doctor. The chief asked him just to set to work, that he might see if it were true or not. And, for at that time the heaven was hot and dry, I heard it said, Unkulunkulu says, "Let the people look at the heaven at such a time, it will rain." And he went away into the forest to get his things ready, he went there continually, until the day he had mentioned came. And when it rained, the people said, "Truly, he is a doctor." And it was always thus. He was given cattle, and very quickly became rich. And after that year the heaven was hard, and it did not rain. The people persecuted him exceedingly. When he was persecuted I saw him and pitied him, for I saw men come even by night and smite his doorway with clubs, and take him out of his house, telling him to come out and give them back their cattle which they had given him. Because the heaven no longer yielded rain. They did this constantly. And he was greatly troubled, for sometimes they came in the morning and took him out of his house, he fled, and they threw clubs at him. He ran away down into the bush, until the sun set, without eating, being afraid to go home, for they said they would really kill him, if it did not rain. But they said that through their subtlety, thinking that he would do what they wished at once, because he expected them to kill him. And I saw that it sometimes rained whilst he was working. And on another year, when they saw that the heaven wished to destroy the corn, they hated him exceedingly. I was not there at that time. I was with my own people, the Amapete. I heard it said that it rained excessively, that it might cover the dead body of Unkulunkulu with earth. It is said they poisoned him, and did not stab him. I heard it said that those people were troubled, for their gardens were carried away by a flood. This then is what I heard of this rain doctor. One day his son, the one that was most dear to his father, named Unkulunkulu, who went with his father to the forest when he went there, for he said he loved him because he could send him where he wished. 395 For if a man is causing it to rain, he requires a child, that he may send him constantly without refusing in the least, that the heaven may be yielding. This son said to me, after I had earnestly besought him, "Come, and I will show you where my father placed his things with which he treated the heaven." We went at noon, having herded our cattle near the place. Under an overjutting rock we found covered vessels, and a churning stick. He showed us what his father did, and little bundles of medicine bound with Inkosazana. 396 He showed us also how his father churned. But when we saw that we were afraid, and did not wish to go in, but ran away, thinking perhaps the lightning would strike us if we touched the medicines of the doctor. We left them under the rock, and ran away to the cattle. This is the end of what I saw. Banda. The sky, sun, moon, and stars. The blue heaven which we see we suppose is a rock. 397 And that it encircles the earth being inside the heaven, and the heaven ending outside the earth, and we suppose there is no other earth on the other side of the heaven. And the men 398 who, we suppose, are on the other side of the heaven, we do not know whether they are on the rock, or whether there is some little place which is earth on the other side, we do not know that. The one thing which we know is this, that these heavenly men exist. Therefore we say there is a place for them, as this place is for us. And the sun we do not say is on the other side of the heaven. For if it were on the other side we should not be able to see it, it would be hidden like the men who are on the other side whom we do not see. The sun is on this side, for we see the whole of it thoroughly. Not even one little spot of it is concealed. And the moon too, like the sun, is on this side, and the stars too are on this side, all three. And the clouds are on this side, and rain we say is on this side, which descends on this world. For if the rain were on the other side it could not come here to us, for we suppose that the heaven is a rock. The sun in its course has only two paths, by day it travels by a path in the heaven. At night it enters by a path which goes into the sea, into the water, it passes through the water, until it again comes out at the place where it rises 3:99 in the morning. As regards the path of the sun, its winter path is different from its summer path, for it travels northward till it reaches a certain place, a mountain or a forest, where it rises and sets, and it does not pass beyond these two places. It comes out of its winter house, when it comes out it goes southward to its summer place. We say that when it quits its winter place it is fetching the summer, until it reaches a certain mountain or tree. And then it turns northward again, fetching the winter, in constant succession. These are its houses, where we say it enters, we say so, for it stays in its winter house a few days. And when it quits that place we know that it has ended the winter and is now fetching the summer. And indeed it travels southward, until, when the summer has grown, it enters the summer house a few days, and then quits it again, in constant succession. As to the renewal of the moon, we say it is new moon because we see it in the west. It used to be said the moon dies utterly, but it is not so, the days devour it, 400 and it goes on diminishing until to appearance it is as thin as a man's nail, and then it is taken by the sun. The sun finds it in the east and travels with it, until he leaves it in the west, and it can be seen when the twilight begins, and we say it is new moon, and it goes on growing until it is full. At last it has it back to the east, 401 and we say the moon is rising more and more eastward, and at last it is full, 402 it rises when the sun sets, and at last the sun rises before the moon sets, and it again wanes, until it dies. We do not say the stars travel like the sun and moon, they are fixed continually. But there are stars which travel, and which die like the moon. Izinyanga 403, the evening star, is sometimes invisible, sometimes seen. And Izinyanga 404, the Pleiades, dies, and is not seen. It is not seen in winter. And at last, when the winter is coming to an end, it begins to appear, one of its stars first, and then three, until going on increasing it becomes a cluster of stars, and is perfectly clear when the sun is about to rise. And we say Izinyanga is renewed, and the year is renewed, and so we begin to dig. Inkosazana, the morning star, keeps its place constantly, it precedes the morning and the sun, and by its rising we see that the morning is coming. The night has passed, the morning star has arisen, and the sorcerer turns back rapidly from the place where he is going, because he says, if I go slowly, the light will rise on me, and I shall reach home when it is light. And the spy rapidly turns back. When the morning star rises he knows that it is now morning. Such then is this star. Inkosa is a star which arises before the morning star, when night is advanced. And if men have stayed drinking beer, or eating the meat at a wedding feast, if they see Inkosa arisen, for it arises red, they say, let us lie down, it is now night. And so they lie down. A man does not say, since Inkosa has arisen I shall not now lie down, he will lie down for a long time. 405 in the morning Inkosa is very high in the heaven, and the morning star risen. The sun, moon, and stars. As regards the position of the sun, in the opinion of the people he is chief above the moon and stars, for when he has arisen both moon and stars become dim, and he alone shines, until he sets, and then they shine. As regards his motion, it is said he really travels in the heaven, until it goes into the sea, and returns to the east from whence he arose. It is said he travels in the water. Where he arises in the morning there is a great ball. This ball is called the sun's mother, it accompanies him when he is about to rise, and leaves him on his arising, and goes back into the sea. It is as red as fire. This then is what I know about the sun. As regards the moon, it was said at first the moon dies, and another moon comes into being. But at length it was seen that it is not so, that the moon does not die, but is one like the sun. But its death is that it diminishes, being eaten by the days, until it hides itself in the sun, that is, in its rays, and is then no longer visible. It is taken by the sun, and he goes with it a few days, and then leaves it again, and the moon is seen when the sun sets. Observers at length saw by their observation, and said, "Why is it said that the moon is dead, when it is merely hiding itself in the sun? And during the day when the sky can be looked at, and the sun no longer pierces the eyes much with his rays, the moon is seen by a man standing in a deep shade, and looking upwards, and fixing his eyes intently on a spot near the sun and ceasing to look on the earth, and raising his eyes to the sky, until the light which pierces the eyes ceases, when the eyes are accustomed to look at a spot near the sun. And the sky is clear to the eyesight, and the sun no longer forces him to close his eyes, the moon is seen at the edge of the sun, whether the sun will leave it when he sets, or set with it. He who sees it calls another, and says, The moon is not dead, as they say it dies, there it is. Look up. Shade your eyes, and bring the eyelids together, and get accustomed to the sun, and then you will see it. And indeed he seeks and seeks until he sees it, and says, Truly it is hidden by the rays. Men saw the stars too during the day, and I too have seen them. We were living on the Umbava. At midday I too disputed and said, The moon really dies. But we were hurting when the sun was very high, we were in the shade, lying on our backs without sleeping, and looking upwards. My brother said to me, You see the moon. There it is close to the edge of the sun. I contradicted him. He said, Look hard, you will soon see it. And indeed I fixed my eyes, and looked earnestly at the sun, and at the edge of the sun, I saw the moon for a moment, I again fixed my eyes, and saw it clearly, and said, It is true. I saw also the stars, at first one, at last I saw many. So I was satisfied that the moon does not die. That is what I know about the moon. The moon is said to be the sun's officer. The male and female heavens. The people speak of two heavens. The one which thunders with a deep roar is the male, it is not dreadful, it does no harm, for although it thunders, it causes nothing but rain. When the male heaven thunders we say, This year the heaven is peaceful, for it does not thunder injuriously. It is said of the female heaven that its thunder is attended with lightning and hail, and the breeze which comes with it is rather bad. And men run away and go into their houses at once. Its lightning is usually forked and rapid, as soon as a man starts it has passed, its color is bluish, and has little reddish streaks, this kind of heaven thunders very shrilly. It is as though it would split the head, and so its thunder is bad. If it meet with a man in the open country he cannot tell where to go, and even indoors the house seems small, and he wants a second house into which the lightning cannot enter. And the world itself seems small at the time of its shrill thunderings, and men seek for a place where they can hide themselves. The female heaven causes much pain. The pain it causes is that it does not give a man time to take courage. It presses upon him suddenly with constant repetition, it therefore tears a man with terror, and a man cannot see that tomorrow will ever come, he says, No, there is no tomorrow. And he can no longer see that the light of another day will shine in the heaven and pass away, he sees that the heaven will pass away with him. What we know of the female heaven is the injury that it does. That it belongs to it only to injure cattle, and men, and trees. After it there follows intense heat. We are afraid if the female heaven occurs again and again, in such a year we say, the sun will burn up our crops. This heaven is followed by evil. The smiting of the heaven. If there are cattle which have been struck by the lightning, it is difficult for the people to approach them unless they are heaven doctors. For they say, if we approach these cattle, we shall be calling the heaven to come to us, do not let us go, then it will not come to us. But the doctor goes to them, perhaps he says, let them be eaten. The mode of eating them is this, the people eat them, and take emetics continually, when they leave off emetics, they go and wash, and the doctor gives them medicines, that he may prevent the lightning from coming. But as to all that fear of eating cattle which have been struck by the lightning, the people are not afraid because they suppose that it will come to them on account of the cattle. But they are afraid especially because if they have gone to the cattle, and it thunders after that, they will no longer think, but will say what is apparently true, we shall now really see it come to us. For they say that by going to the cattle they have sinned against the heaven, and it will punish them by striking them as it struck the cattle. It is this then that causes fear in men, because the dreaded thing comes from above and not from below. If it come from below, a man might say, I shall see it coming from yonder mountain, and avoid it. This then is the fear of men, they are afraid of something that looks down upon all of us. The fear does not arise because it will really strike. But it arises from thinking that it is a thing above us, we cannot defend ourselves from it as from a stone thrown by another. Treating the heaven. When it thunders the doctors go out and scold it. They take a stick and say they are going to beat the lightning of heaven. They say they can overcome the lightning. They shout and take shields and sticks, they strike on their shields and shout. And when it clears away again, they say, we have conquered it. They say they can overcome the heaven. When it thunders they take medicines and burn them in the fire, they say, they are smoking the heaven. If it does not thunder, but is afraid of the medicines, they are glad because they shout to the heaven and their heart is glad when they overcome the heaven. They say they overcome the heaven with their medicines. If a house is burnt by the lightning, they go to doctors who know how to treat the heaven and they come with their medicines, and treat all the inhabitants of the village where the lightning has struck. They are treated very much. They are scarified and take umsisi. And little rods are driven into the ground on the upper side of the village, and in front of the village in all the paths, and near the doorways of the houses, and on the tops of the houses, and near the entrance of the cattle pen. They are treated with a black sheep 406 that the heaven may be dark 407 and not wish to strike there again, for if they kill a white sheep it will again strike in that homestead. They wish to work with a black sheep, that the lightning may not strike that homestead again. The doctor who treats the heaven goes with a black sheep, if he has not a black sheep, they cannot treat the heaven, for they require a black sheep. The doctor kills it, its flesh is mixed with medicines, and the people are scarified, and the little rods are smeared with medicine and fixed and driven into the paths. Heaven medicines. Yumabope is a heaven medicine which is burnt in the isolo when there is a threatening of a severe thunderstorm. 408 Abako also is used for smoking the heaven, and Umfloniane is used for the same purpose. And Unkatazo is a medicine kept among the doctor's medicines, that if the lightning comes into the house he may puff 409 at it with this medicine, which he mixes with other medicines, whose names I do not know. These then are the heaven medicines which I know. Another heaven medicine is Isabatelolo, its oil is taken and mixed with other heaven medicines, and obstructions are made on every side of the village. Rods to be which these medicines are applied are placed above the village and others at the side, so these rods herd the village, they are placed too at the entrance of the cattle pen, the whole village is thus herded. And inside the houses, and on the tops of the houses these rods are placed. And the heaven is shut out by these means, that it may be unable to find a place where it can enter. This then is what I know. And at the end of the year the rods are renewed by setting new ones in their place, it being known that the old heaven of the year which has passed away with the old year, but the present year has its own heaven. 410 Hence new rods are set up every year. When a doctor who herds the heaven eats green food of the new year, and the people are told that he is eating new food, they leave off work on that day, and stay at home without working. And if it hails they do not work, but leave off, saying, Oh, if we work we summon the lightning. All the works of men are omitted. Or if a great wind arises during the digging season, they leave off digging in like manner. Thinking that if they work they summon the lightning to smite them. It is proper for them to leave off, and then the violent wind will not come again. This is what I know of the heaven. But heaven medicines which are used by the doctors are many, many of which I do not know. The Nsunguze and Unkulunkulu. The account of the Nsunguze. The Nsunguze is a heaven bird, it is a large bird. If the heaven is scorching, and the sun burns up the corn, the people go to rain doctors, others hasten to find an Nsunguze, thinking that if they find one, and kill it, the heaven will rain, when the bird has been thrown into a pool of the river. And indeed it is killed and thrown into a pool. And if it rains, it is said it rains for the sake of the Nsunguze which has been killed. It is said the heaven becomes soft if an Nsunguze is killed, it sympathizes with it, and ceases to be hard. It wails for it by raining, wailing a funeral wail. And so the people are saved by having corn to eat. This then is what I know about the Nsunguze. It is this bird which is sought for more than all others. For although the heaven be dry and scorching, if the people see many as Nsunguze walking in the open country and crying, it seems to men that they see a sign of rain because they see the Nsunguze. And they trust that it will rain because they cry so much. Another bird, the Unkulunkulu, is larger than all other birds, the Nsunguze is next in size to it. But the Nsunguze is of more importance, because it gives but one kind of omen, that of rain, that the heaven will rain if it is killed. But the Unkulunkulu gives omens of many things. If it drops its dung on a man, the sun will not set before that man has run in all directions looking for a doctor to treat him. And it is a matter of great consequence, and men expect some evil to happen to him. Another sign which the Unkulunkulu gives is, that if it cries whilst flying, it is said it will rain. And if as it goes along it smites its wings together, it is said it reports the arrival of an enemy. Magical songs. In the Zulu nursery tales we meet with an instance of the use of an incantation or magical song to produce a storm. Unkosazana sung her song, and raised the tempest which destroyed the Amatongo. p. 203. In another case, Unkulunkulu raised a storm by spitting on the ground. The spittle boiled up and saluted him. A great storm arose, from which every one suffered but himself. p. 228. Every tribe has its tribal or national song, which is called the chief's song. This song is sung on 2 occasions only. On the Feast of Firstfruits, when, if there has been a continued drought, it is supposed to be capable of causing rain. It is also sung by an army if overtaken with continuous rain on the march. On singing the chief's song the rain ceases, and the army is able to go on its way. Thus the national song is an incantation supposed to be capable of producing rain, or causing it to cease. The song of the Amapeat is given in the following account, its meaning is scarcely understood. There are among black men magical songs, by singing which it happens on the day of the great festival for 11 although the sun has been for a long time scorching, that rain comes, and it is said, the heaven rains with reason. For it is filling up the footprints of the chief, that they may no longer appear where he stood, but be obliterated by the rain. The people are scattered to their homes, they set out already drenched, hastening to reach the rivers before they are flooded. If it does not rain on the day of the festival, the people say, it will not rain for a long time, for it has not filled up the footprints of the chief. As it happened when Umayaka, the chief of our people, among the Amapeat, went up to the old site of his father's village, which was called Umzimvubu. For it was said his father, who was now in Amatongo, did not wish to go down to the Ananda, but stayed at the old site. But in consequence of the constant illness of the son Umayaka went up to the old site, saying, Today I am going to fetch my father, for him to come and protect the village. It was not thus when I was living on the Mbava. 412. There went up with him many people, the whole nation, old men, and young men and youths, they went, sleeping in the way till they came near the old site, when they slept at the village of Usisala. On the following morning Umayaka set out to go to the old site. When he reached the hill overlooking it, they were divided into regiments as though they were an army. The men went by themselves, and the young men by themselves, and the youths by themselves. It so happened that the sun had been very scorching at the time of eating new food, in the month called Ungsila for 13 when they would have been eating new food if there had not been so much drought. They went on towards the old site, Umayaka going first, followed by his soldiers. They sung the song of his father to arouse him by it, that he might unite with them. The lauders 414 who lauded the father, and grandfather, and the son Amayaka, were innumerable. When they reached the cattle pen, they halted there, and formed a circle. There came too the portion of the tribe which still lived in that neighborhood, for they knew the day when Amayaka would come, and were staying near the old site, waiting for the chief. They came with the women, their wives, and their daughters carrying beer. Thus then they assembled, and danced the shield dance for a long, long time. After dancing they sang their father's song. Dig for 4:15 the chief, and watch our gardens which are at Izinyanga. 4:16. Those words are not. 4:17. Dig for the chief, and watch our gardens which are at Izinyanga. Those words are not. Which are at Izinyanga, Z 4:18, which are at Izinyanga. Those words are not. Whilst in the midst of the song the heaven became clouded, and thundered. They did not leave off, neither did they say, "Oh, let us run home, for we shall get wet." The old women said, "This day there has come the chief of our land. 4:19 Where our nation dwells, we shall see rain also." The women shouted. It was as though they were mad when they saw the clouds gathering tumultuously and rapidly coming on. They continued singing, the people now sweating exceedingly through the heat of the sun. It poured, the rain ran on the ground. They still went on dancing, rejoicing, and saying, "This day the Amatongo of our people has united with us, for we see a drop of rain." 4:20. Amayaka took his shield and went and stood under a tree. The people tired of dancing. He told them to go home. They sat under the tree, and drank all the beer, and then went towards their homes. This song is sung only on 2 occasions. It is not sung before the New Year, for 21 when it is sung. It is also sung when, if an army has gone out, it has been overtaken by rain. 4:22 in the way, and as it is traveling it rains excessively. It will not become bright until this song is sung, then the heaven clears, and they go whither they wish to go. Such then are the songs of chiefs. A chief has not two, each has his own, the ancient song of the chiefs of the several nations. 4:23. Abatakati. Or medical magic, and witchcraft. The strength of medicines. There are medicines which give chief strength and presence, for 24 a common man, who is neither a chief nor a doctor, cannot touch this kind of medicine. If any one among the chief's men were seen with it, he used to be killed. It was said, "What are you intending to do with that?" For a chief feels with his body a man who has great medicines. And when such a man stands in his presence he is oppressive, it is as though the chief was bearing him, and he feels a perspiration breaking out, and he starts up and goes away to strengthen himself with his medicines. If that man does not leave these medicines, he will die. The chief will say to him, "Son of so-and-so, if you do not leave off this conduct of yours, you are already dead. Give me all your medicines, that I may see those which you have about you." And indeed the man does not conceal them, because he has been discovered by being felt by the chief's body. And if the chief finds a great medicine on him, he asks what he does with it, and from whom he got it. He says he purchased it from so-and-so. The chief asks what he was about to do with it. And he explains what he wished to do when he bought it, perhaps he says to make damsels love him. The chief takes the medicine, and places it among his own. As to the possibility of a man who carries powerful medicines being felt, this is what I know. It happened one day the people assembled at a dance, and the men were sitting in the cattle pen looking at the damsel dancing. And then, as the men were sitting and looking on without there being anything the matter, they saw one among them who appeared to be cold, and saw him fall down, a young man of the people of Unravel, the chief of the nation of Unkulunkulu. For 25 and the people asked, "What is the matter with the man?" And they looked at each other, and asked, "What is the matter with you?" He replied, "No. I feel different sensations in different parts of my body, I am weak. I do not know what is the matter with me. I felt myself become suddenly hot, and then fell." He was unable to see. My brother went and took his medicines, and choosing from among them told him to bite off a portion, and he himself, having chewed some, puffed into his ears and nostrils, and in a little while the man rose up again and was strong. This is what I saw. I heard the people talking much, saying, "Oh, so-and-so did a wonderful thing." As we were arriving at the wedding, before we had sat down any time, we saw a man fall without apparent reason, and so-and-so at last restored him. There was much talk of that kind. If common men are unable to restore such a person, it at length becomes known to the great men, and people suffering in this way are helped by the chief, he will cure him. 426. But we do not say amongst ourselves that nothing has been done to the man that falls, he falls from mere disease. No, we distinguish diseases which cause a man to fall. For amongst us if a man has an old injury of the head 427 it may cause him to fall, and be affected with blindness, especially when the sun is intensely bright. And he stretches himself and falls, we say, that is occasioned by the old accident. Further, we do not say of a man that falls, he merely falls, he has done nothing wrong, we know at once by his conduct that he has medicines about him. For as he is not one who is thoroughly acquainted with medicines, therefore his medicines are overcome by others which are stronger than they, and the owner of the medicines falls. 428. Just as in the thorn country where our tribe lived, at Table Mountain, there are two doctors who disputed with each other about their skill. One said to the other, "So-and-so, you are utterly unable to pluck umdalb for 29 though you are a doctor." The other said, "I can pluck it at once, as soon as I reach it." I know both these men, one is called Usapadu, and the other Upedni. Usapadu said to Upedni, "Upedni, let us go together to the Umlatsi near the sea, the tree you mention I know, that our contentions may cease, as for you I know you are a doctor, and you will know me when we reach the tree." And truly they went till they came to the tree. When they came to it Usapadu said, "Upedni, there it is. Let us sit down." But men contend with this tree, it is a powerful opponent, a man cannot pluck it before he has fought with it. It is also said that beneath it there are many bones of animals which die there, and birds if they pitch on it, die. It is also said that the tree cries like a sheep. There are several kinds of umdalb, not one kind only, some are small. The largest of all is that which grows among the Amatonga. Usapadu said, "Upedni, begin." But although the heaven is still, and there is no wind, the tree moves, and makes a noise by moving, its leaves move. Usapadu said, "Upedni, do you begin, since you say you are a doctor. Pluck for me, and give me." At once Upedni untied his medicines, and selected what was proper, he chewed them and puffed on his body. He arose, thinking to go and pluck from the tree. And as he carried his assegais that he might stab it, he stabbed it, for 30 it moved violently, and would not allow him to approach it. He went back to other medicines, and chewed them and puffed upon his body, and again went to the tree, and stabbed it, it made a great noise, again and again he tried to approach it, but he was unable. He went back again, and his face began to be suffused with perspiration. Usapadu said, "Pluck from the tree, and let us go home." He applied to other medicines, but he was still unable to pluck from the tree. And he was no longer able to quit the place, cold entered into him, although there was a cloudless, bright sun, he was cold, and began to say to Usapadu, "Oh, I am conquered. Help me, I am now ill." Usapadu replied, "Yes. Yes. You are about to be satisfied today that I am a doctor, you are my boy." 431 Usapadu untied his medicines, and chewed some and puffed on Upedni, and cured him. He took his medicines, and went with them to the tree. He stabbed and it made a great noise, he went back from it, and took other medicines and went to it again, he stabbed it, it was silent, he went down to it, and plucked its branches. And Upedni said, "Pluck for me also." He gave him some of the branches of the tree. He took up the assegais and came back with them. Upedni said, "Usapadu, you are a doctor. You have conquered me this day. This, then, is the tree which kills people, which if cast into the midst of a village, that village perishes, a great fever arises, and a man dies with all his bones racked with pain. There is no place where he can rest, but he moves up and down continually. At length the doctor comes, and sees that the man has been made ill by umbulelo for 32, that is, umdulp. He cures him. His treatment consists in ordering him to abstain from drinking water, and not to eat amasi. Just as I saw with my own eyes those men who were killed by umdulp among the Amatonga, they having gone to hunt elephants. One of them was my brother. He once came here driving the wagon for 1 month, a tall man, with very black skin, and a long beard. They went with a Dutchman. The name of the Dutchman was Nsunguze. They set out and went to the Amatonga. They met with elephants and killed many. At length they reached a place where umdulp grows, where the people cannot keep cattle, but only goats. And one afternoon, feeling hungry, they killed a buffalo. When it was dead, they skinned it and roasted it. They used umdulp to roast it with, not being acquainted with the tree. But they did not eat all the meat. Umdava first began to complain, saying, "Oh, my bones are racked with pain." Then Unofithlila complained, saying, "And I too am suffering in the same way." So they did not eat all that meat, but were seized with pain also in their heads, and the disease continually attacked others. But the Amatonga know how to treat this disease. Unofithlila began to swell, and his abdomen continued tumid. He was as if he was constantly full. And Umdava was the same, and at length they had diarrhea. When the white man saw how it was, and that the people would die, for they were many, and all were attacked except himself, but he too was formerly ill when he went there the first time, and was cured, but he went again notwithstanding winky face. He called the doctors of the place, and they treated the people. But when they reached the Amatonga, some had already died. And those who treated them told them not to drink water nor to eat amasi. And that if they ate amasi they would die in the way and not reach home. And indeed, whilst under treatment, the Dutchman wished to return home, and put them in his wagons. Oh, as they journeyed they passed through the villages of the Amazulu, and saw amasi and ate. Many of those who ate amasi died there in the way, and at last the others reached our village. When they came they had tumid abdomens, their bodies were wasted to nothing, and their abdomens were a burden to them. Oh, we did not know how to treat these people. We offered them amasi. They refused, saying, "The doctor told us not to eat amasi till we are well, then we may eat it." There was a great doctor among our people, whose daughter had married among us. His name was Umjia. My uncle at once called him. He treated them. He did not go home to his own village, but slept there continually. And indeed after a very few days we saw that their eyes again were like the eyes of men, for we thought they would really die. And the tumid abdomens were reduced, and they got well. And they are living to this day. That disease of the Amatonga we are thoroughly acquainted with, and know that it is a deadly disease. Its name is Imbo. For 33 we abstain from calling 43 for the tree umdulp, for we do not take its name in vain, for it is an awful tree, just as the term ibubasai was not used, but we used to say inganyama. 435. It is difficult to drink out of the cup of a chief. It is said it is difficult even for men who consider themselves knowing one's 436 to drink out of the cup of a chief, for if one thinks that he too is taking the cup, yet forsooth there is not among his medicines one which he can trust. And when he thinks he is about to drink, it is as if he had a stick obstructing his swallow, the beer will not go down, the first mouthful cannot be swallowed, and at last he spits it out upon the ground. The men in the house look at each other, and do not know what to say. And the beer is handed back to the chief, and if he give it to a man who is faultless for 37 he just drinks it, and it goes down. And they say to the first, "Oh, your conduct is evil. Why could you not eat the food 438 of the chief?" As it happened also when it was said an army was about to go to fight against the Amahahaba. 439 Usamsu 440 sent men to Udumisa, for the army was mustered out of all the tribes on this side the Umkamanzi, and on this side the Umjanai Umkundane was chief officer, and on the other side the Umjanai, Ungoza. And the men who were sent by Usamsu, and one of the men I knew was Omaniasai, for he was one of our tribe, arrived at Udumisas. According to the custom of black men, when one comes who is sent by the chief, it is proper to honor him by killing a bullock for him. Udumisa did so, he killed for the messengers a young ox. And they set about boiling it and kindled a great fire, that it might be thoroughly dressed. They collected a second time a great deal of firewood, saying, perhaps there is not enough fire. No, there was enough. At length they saw that more time had passed than was required to cook the meat. They began to remember, and say one to another, oh, can it be that Udumisa is doing that which we have heard mentioned, viz. that if a chief has practiced magic on a bullock for 41 it does not get cooked, until heaps of firewood are burnt? This is what it is, for all the firewood is burnt, we pour water into the pot, and it boils away, and we add continually more water. When we wish to see, we see that the meat is just as it was at first. At length they took the meat out of the pot, and slept without eating. But that was a trouble to them, and they said, why has Udumisa done this? For he is not our enemy. For we know that this is done by one chief to another, that he may see and say, if I fight with so and so he will not be conquered for 42 but it is I myself that shall be conquered. So they returned, and went at once to the chief. For 43 and when the chief heard that Udumisa had done this, he summoned him to appear before him. When he came, it was said to him, Udumisa, we have summoned you on account of this report, to know whether it is true that you gave the men a bullock, and that they boiled it, but it could not be thoroughly cooked. But Udumisa said in reply, O, chiefs, for 44 I do not know what to say, for I gave them a bullock. But if they did not kindle a fire to cook it, do you say that it is I who ought to have gone out and fetched firewood for them? And the chiefs agreed with Udumisa, and said, the meat was not cooked because the men were idle. But in their opinion, although Udumisa spoke cunningly, and the chiefs agreed with him, it was not so, for they said, what does Udumisa mean by saying that we did not kindle sufficient fire for the bullock? What does he understand by kindling fire enough, when both the firewood and the water were consumed, and we could do nothing more? Is there any bullock which one begins to boil on one day, and it is cooked on the morrow? We ask him this, when he says we did not kindle fire enough for it. The matter ended, the chiefs agreed with Udumisa. But the others have in no way altered their opinion, though they lost the case. The magic of Ufaku. The account of the magic of Ufaku for 45 the son of Unkulunkulu, which he practiced on Unkulunkulu for 46 the son of Amatonga. Unkulunkulu married a daughter of Ufaku, the sister of Undamase. One day Ufaku sent one of his men to go to Unkulunkulu by night whilst he was asleep. He took a brass ornament which was on his arm, without his hearing, neither did his wife hear. He left their hut, and brought the ornament to Ufaku. Ufaku worked on the ornament with his magical knowledge. And one night he called Unkulunkulu, having practiced magic on him. He called him by name for 47 not shouting aloud, but calling him, and using the medicines with which he was acquainted. Unkulunkulu awoke in the night, and clothed himself. His wife said to him, where are you going, O chief? He replied, I am going to the chief, to Ufaku. The woman said, when it is still night? He said, yes. The woman asked, will it never be daylight, that you may go then? He replied, no, I am going now. And indeed he quitted the house, and went on his way speedily. His wife remained behind. She roused the people and said to them, your chief has departed. Follow him. And the people left their home at once during the night, and followed him till the morning. Unkulunkulu reached the village of Ufaku during the night. Ufaku was told that Unkulunkulu had arrived. Ufaku asked, where is he going? Unkulunkulu replied, I have come to this place. Ufaku said, what has he come to fetch? He replied, I thought I was called by the chief. The chief said, no. But take him to such and such a house. We will talk in the morning. So they went to sleep. In the morning Ufaku assembled his troops that they might go out to battle. 448 But the soldiers of Unkulunkulu which followed him were very few in number. Ufaku said, I cannot kill my child's husband. Let him go home. But at that time Unkulunkulu had not a large army, but he was mighty in battle with the enemy, but he was subject to Ufaku, but he did not readily submit to be governed, but disputed Ufaku's word, and appeared as though he would fight with him. And sometimes when Ufaku wished to kill him, he escaped because he was his daughter's husband. But notwithstanding at last Unkulunkulu was hurled by the army of Ufaku over a precipice together with his soldiers with which he had come to fight with Ufaku. Intellizi. There are many kinds of plants which are called intellizi. Intellizi is a thing of this kind, for 49 when a man goes to wash he docks not wash with water only, like women, it is women only who wash with water only, when a man goes to wash he picks several kinds of intellizi. And when he has come to the river he looks for a pebble, and sits down and bruises the intellizi, for 50 when he has bruised them he pours a little water on them, and squeezes them in both his hands, he raises his hands over his head. And as the water which runs out of the bruised leaves and stalks 451 of the intellizi descends by both his arms, it escapes at his feet, and he pours some into his mouth, that he may squirt it in the direction of where he has received an injury. 452 If he has no enemy he does not squirt in this manner, he then rubs his whole body, and throws the remains on the grass. He then washes the pebble with which he bruised the intellizi, and the rock on which he bruised it, and hides the pebble, because tomorrow also he may want it, he then washes himself with water. As to the mode in which a man washes himself among black men, he does not begin to wash every part of the body indifferently, he begins with his arms, after that he pours water over his body with both his hands. Then throws it over each shoulder, until he has washed the whole body, when he dresses and goes out of the water. 453. He washes himself therefore with intellizi, that though he should meet with danger whilst travelling, he may not be quickly injured, but escape constantly from danger which may arise either from falling or from fighting. And that he might not suddenly fall into danger. Black men trust very much to intellizi, for at all times when a man is about to wash he takes intellizi. But when he has gone to the ford 454 he does not take intellizi, but washes with water only. For he quits his hut when it is still dark, and he cannot see intellizi, for 55 further, he does not wash with intellizi under such circumstances, because the ford is said to be a bad thing. For 56 And although a man has medicines to which he trusts, he cannot go to them to touch them. And if he has great need to touch his medicines, he searches for Izinyanga 457 among them, and uses them, and then he will untie his medicines, having put them in safety, and then his medicines come to no harm. Such then is intellizi. There are some who are acquainted with powerful intellizi with which doctors wash themselves. If a man plays with another who has washed with intellizi, and meets with some severe injury from merely playing with the man is dreaded, and it is said, "Oh, the intellizi of that man is powerful." Why, when he is merely playing with another and not fighting, has he met with so severe an injury as this? No, the intellizi of that man is powerful. Intellizi for soldiers. When a chief is about to fight with another, he calls his army doctor. He brings intellizi, which he bruises, places in a pot, pours water on it, and then squeezes it with his hands, and mixes it with the water. And he has the tail of a large animal, which is well known, called the new, its tail is long. It is placed in the vessel of intellizi, and the doctor takes the vessel. The army forms a semicircle, no man speaks, there is perfect silence, for indeed when an army is being led out to war no one speaks even a little. It is an evil day, for men are going to die, and they eat nothing. The doctor sprinkles the whole army, going round it, until he has gone round the whole circle. And when an Annie has had this done to it, no one among them is able to associate with his wife, they abstain excessively. For if a man, when the army is going out, and the men have been treated with intellizi, associate with his wife, he kills himself, making his own eyes dark. 458 No man sins against the law of intellizi, if he does, he kills himself. For on the day the army is summoned and assembles at the chief slaughters cattle, and they are then skinned, the first meat they eat is black, being always smeared with umsizi. 459 All eat the meat, each a slice, that they may be brave, and not fearful. When the doctor has finished sprinkling the army, the chief 460 comes into the midst of it and talks with it, lauding the Amatongo of their people. In conclusion the chief says, "Troops of our people, who did such and such great actions, for 61 I shall hear of your doings. There is the sun in the sky, I have this day given the enemy into the hands of such and such a regiment. And I direct such and such a regiment to follow it. I do not know for my part what more I could do. If you do not conquer, you will disgrace yourselves. 462 My father was a brave, there was never known to be a coward amongst us. Let the assegais wound you in front, let there be no wound in the back. If I see you coming back conquered I will kill you, you will find no place for you here at home, I too am an enemy if you are cowards. Then there is no end of leaping and brandishing of weapons. Some devote 463 the villages of their fathers, saying, for my part, if I do not stab the enemy, I give you the whole village of my family. But if it is a chief who does not wish a boy to devote his father's village whilst his father is living, he says, no. Do not devote the villages of other men. Another says, you speak the truth, leopard. For 64 For my part one devote my own head, that if I do nothing, you may kill me, that is all. That is what I devote. All say the same. Some do not know what to say, and are silent. And when they are devoting themselves to the chief, it is a bad and unpleasant time, the men leap and brandish their weapons, and break rods in the face of the chief. To break a rod in the face of the chief is a great oath among black people, and a man means to say by it, you will take me to task, if you do not hear some great thing that I have done. At that time he does not resemble a chief whom they reverence, they are not afraid of him at that time. Some throw dust on him, saying, this little coward who resembles his mother. Where is the enemy which you give us to fight with? We wish to see it with our eyes. He then sends out his army. 465. Under these circumstances no black woman draws near, but they go to a distance, those who approach are old women who have passed the time of childbearing, and have become men. 466 It is they only who go near the army, all the young women go to a distance from it. So the army sets out from home singing its song, for it is as if they could see the enemy at once. So the army sets out. And the sick only remain at home. When the army is in the field the women take no pains to keep themselves tidy, for it is said, it is not proper that a woman, when her husband is out with the army, should continue many little habits, even those of adorning herself. And she does not often wash, she continually remembers that her husband is with the enemy, she watches herself in all she does. And if there is any one who has just been married, and the enemy stabs him at the very first onset, it is said, the lap of that woman is unlucky. 467 Why has her husband died before anything was done? Her lap is unlucky. Such is what is done with intelligence in sprinkling an army. The doctor says, I say that now you will not be stabbed at all, the enemy's assegais will constantly strike on the shields and glance off. There is a custom 468 which is carried out by the doctor when an army is about to take the field, which is a sign by which it is known whether the army will be conquered or conquer. For when the army is assembled there are wise men appointed to look earnestly, who stand at a distance from it, endeavoring to discover whether it is a trustworthy army or not. And if they see that it is contemptible in their eyes, they say to the chief, No, O chief. The army which is assembled this day we cannot see, it is contemptible. 469 How is it that the army is without awfulness, and weight in our sight? No. We do not see an army. It is light, it has not been properly handled. 470 Return and set the army to rights, that it may be awful, that if one look on it, it may not appear a common thing to him, but strike him with awe. This is not an army. And indeed they again sprinkle it with intelligence, that it may be awful. And among black men if a man has just married, it is not like that he should go out with the army. For it is said, it is not proper that the husband should leave the bride as soon as she has covered her head, for 71 that is, manifested respect for her husband's people. He was not allowed to go out with the army, because it was said, the enemy quickly stabs the man who has made his bride cover her head. Therefore some man, perhaps his father, tells him secretly not to go, but to stay at home. But that custom ceased among the Amazulu, for it was not wished that any of the soldiers should marry, all were commanded not to marry, that they might not be afraid. It used to be so amongst us, and we were afraid for one to go out with the army leaving his young wife behind. 472 Marriage was given up, because it was said, "Oh, no." For men will say, a man who has a young bride will be afraid, because he loves his wife rather than bravery. But there is now no longer the custom amongst us. But there is still this custom: if a woman is pregnant, it is said, even though a man is a water doctor, for 73 it is proper that he should abstain from going into the water. For it is said he will be quickly carried away by the water if his wife is pregnant. The bird doctor. There is a remarkable account of a man who was doctor of those birds which eat the corn. For at the time of the blossoming of the amabile, when the grain begins to set, it is diligently watched. And watch houses are built for the purpose of watching the birds, and people arise whilst it is still very early in the morning, and return at sunset. When it is dark the birds go to their roosts. When the grain begins to appear, a doctor is called, for the people see that even early rising is of no use, since the birds sleep in the midst of the garden, and never quit it at the time of the setting of the grain. The wife and husband no longer love one another, for when the birds are numerous they separate lovers, and there is no time for sitting in one place, that the people may talk about the news. If the husband does not watch, and the wife alone is harassed, the husband does not associate with his wife, for she no longer cooks food. If the husband asks for food, the wife says, "As for you forsooth, do you eat food? For see there are those little beasts destroying it in this way. When can I find time to look for food, if I am harassed in this way? Do the birds allow me to have any time? Since it is well if at noon they just leave off eating for a little while, can a person then find time to go and seek food for himself? At that time, if the husband does not go out to help his wife, he gets thin. For he cannot get any food anywhere if he has but one wife. And the husbands, although at first they stay at home, yet because of hunger and the anger of their wives, who are harassed by the birds and have now bleeding 474 hearts, at length go out to assist the women against the enemy which is fighting with them. And then the woman leaves her husband in the garden, and goes to seek for food in a small garden plot which is more forward than the rest, and then they eat food. And the men return home with their arms swollen with throwing stones at the birds from earliest dawn to sunset, the birds not leaving off eating for a little time. At length the men go to the chief of the village, and say, "Oh, dear sir, what do you mean by remaining silent? For you see clearly that we are dying of want, and the cows are no longer milked for our children, for the people are taken captive by the birds." And so the chief of the village remembers a doctor whom he knows is skillful to prevent birds from entering the garden, and says, "Go and call so-and-so, to come here today to help me, for I am devoured by little beasts." And indeed when the doctor comes he brings with him bundles of dried and green medicines, and a snake which is called Utikxo, with which birds are kept out of the garden. The doctor demands a herd of cattle, saying, "Point out my bullock to me." The chief of the village says, "Do you think if you cause my children to come home, that it will be possible for me to be excelled by you? How great are you? Destroy the birds which are in the garden, and I will give you a bullock. There will be no disputing when you have taken away the birds." So the doctor gives directions, saying, "Let all the men come together, and cut green firewood. Let the women leave the birds today, that they may eat, that I may be able to find the chaff of the amabile on the ground, then I shall be able to treat them well. Find a great frog, that I may shut out the birds by means of it." Indeed on that day the birds eat the amabile excessively, they begin in the morning and leave off at sunset. In the afternoon the doctor tells the people to collect the ears which the birds have left, and the chaff which has recently fallen on the ground, and bring it to him, everything that has been eaten on that day by the birds. And it is all collected, and ground, a frog is found, and stuffed till it is like a stuffed sack, and the same is done to all Izinyanga, for 75, and then all is buried together, and a fire is kindled on the top, and a huge fireplace is made. And the fire is kept up all night until morning. The doctor says, watch the birds tomorrow and the day after, and see what they do, and then leave them alone. Then you will see that I am a doctor. And indeed so it is, they watch them earnestly. The doctor tells them not to let the fire go out, but to keep it up day and night, until the birds are conquered, and not to put it out until the amabile is ripe. The fire is not made near the garden, but is placed at a little distance from it. And the doctor says, I say that you may be satisfied with me, you will go home, the birds are conquered. When you see them begin to come and sit by the fire, then you will know that I am about to conquer them. When you drive them away you shall say, Die, die, Balain. Die, Floka Floko. He says further, Do you watch yourselves for my sake, let no man of you go to his house, for 76 it is proper that you should guard your heart for my sake. Then you will see my skill. And having shut out the birds for 2 days, on the third they wash, the doctor having given them intellizi to wash with. They go to the river to wash. He says to them, When you have washed, and are going up from the river to the gardens, sing this song. O, die, Mblain. O, die, Floka Floko. When you say thus, see on reaching the gardens how much they have eaten. Some begin to say, Oh, for my part, women, I see the birds doing nothing but sit still. I creep stealthily along to go and see, and I see the birds not eating, they merely open their mouths. And indeed the birds begin to collect in. Note, this is where the book ends in the printed version. The end.